fresh on the scene. Back out 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 fresh on the scene.
Back out fresh on the scene.
Back out fresh on the scene. Franchise best on the team. Franchise best on the team. Franchise best on the team. Franchise best on the team.
Franchise best on the team.
Back out fresh on the scene.
Back out fresh on the scene.
Back out fresh on the scene.
Take their guns.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god.
You have now reached your destination.
better when I'm 70. Your drip is just a water spring. You know I drip different, just the 7 C's. I deal with life different, make that lemon squeeze. Went off for my style and identity. Better bounce back and get the cheddar cheese. I guess that's why they envy me. On track, now we gon' way up. W's as easy as a layup. Working late, stay up. Counting all the way up. Counting blessings, yeah, you know we pray up. Way up, pray up. On track, now we gon' way up. Now we gon' way up. Now we going. On track, now we gon' way up. Now we gon' way up. Now we going. I got his band like I'm Barry Bonds. Running through the money, but the money's long. I don't love it, but I need it, keep it coming on. Only friendly, me and friends, we don't get along. I put that on my name, that I put them on. I put myself on stage as they sing along. I might book a session, do 100 songs. I'ma let you hear them just to prove you wrong. On track, now we gon' way up. W's as easy as a layup. Working late, stay up. Counting all the way up. Counting blessings, yeah, you know we pray up. Way up, pray up. On track, now we gon' way up. Now we gon' way up. Now we going. On track, now we gon' way up. Now we gon' way up. Now we going. Now we going. Now we going. Now we going.
Ultimate not going to find any kills, gets a lot of damage. Juby and Beckham trading with these assault rifles. Kaplan trying to get onto that site, but can't quite make it through. Does get one through the smoke. Blast going to trade it back. Kaplan with the third through the stun. The diffuser still going down. Can he find them in time? He can! He's for Kaplan!
The opposing opponent picking up from garage, could move to position, but the second opens up, and immediately two down here as AV strikes first and then strike quickly. Almost all of Kid falling apart. Smith coming here for the upper short. Strike to Jay gets a triple, but to get a quadra. And
Upshot, and now you have to deal with 3 more. You get one through the smoke, a triple kill no less. Is he able to find it? No, through the smoke. He's able to find a second one. That's a quad kill.
Hello, everyone. Welcome here tonight to the Pit of Valor number 99.7. Radio FM, right? Of course. We are here ready to go with some Pit of Valor action, some Valorant action across the board. We are so close to hitting that number 100. And when it does, we will have an awesome time here with the GLG. But of course, right now, we just got Valorant. The $50 tournament is online with a decent amount of teams coming out here to play it out. My name is Orbital. With me to kick off the day is Endless FPS. Endless, how you doing?
I'm doing good, man. I'm doing good. I mean, it's been a while since I've been on this, and I'm assuming it's been a while for you as well. But we got two fantastic teams, and we have Ohio Northern University Esports. Say that 2 times fast. Going against Phoenix White, and the map of choice will be Icebox.
Yep, a little bit of a, I almost want to say a collegiate matchup, right? This may be a cross-continental or whatever you want to call it, but it's going to be a good time. And of course, to give a little bit of info about this, this is the Pit of Valor cruising out here. Of course, it is in partnership with Community Gaming, bringing you all the action, of course, and that's some of the most fun that we have here. Now, eyes are open, though, as of course, if you are in the area for the GLG Lounge, it is currently open for those local to the Rochester area. Go ahead and hit that place up if you do want to get in on the action, as well as maybe get a little bit of an increase in the horsepower if your PC's running a little bit slow. They got some of the latest gear there, whether it be PC, PS5, Xbox, and anything and everything in between. If you do, go ahead, give a shout out on Twitter, hit up GLG on there, and say you're dropping by. Maybe Ben can get you a little bit of a snack or anything like that. I don't know what he gives there. So we'll go ahead and get underway. As you said, it is Icebox, though, and that's going to be something that is gonna be a bit interesting, I gotta say, because Icebox is now almost feeling like it's becoming the norm. A little bit of verticality, a little bit of horizontal play as well. It has the best of both worlds, right?
You're right. Honestly, this is one of those maps that in the beginning, well, not even really much the beginning, but in the last, I'd say 6 months or so, Icebox hasn't really been a map that a lot of teams like to pick. It's always been one of those maps where they push to the end. You know, if it's a best of 3 and this is one of the maps that don't get vetoed, then unfortunately they have to play it. But more and more teams we find are starting to pick Icebox, and I like it. Icebox has seen some of those changes, and I think for the better. I feel that this map has gotten a lot more even. As you can see, you have the set metas going into it. You usually do see that Sage on both ends, which we're going to see on Kaloof and Flames. And Chamber, I think, is one of the picks for that Sentinel on this map, and I'm expecting Vipers across the board.
I would hope so, right? I would absolutely hope so. I do like Viper, but it is a staple here. This is, I want to say, the map that really brought Viper on board, right? Before this map, before Icebox came out, it wasn't, the agent wasn't picked as much, right? It was in those niche scenarios. We really saw it, you know, if there was a specialist on your team. This is the map where it became commonplace, right? Saying, hey, look, you better run a Viper. If you don't run a Viper, you're kind of crap out of luck, right? If you're not running it, you're not keeping up with the meta, and you're losing out on a very large chunk of utility that you would really like to play with. So as you said, it is going to be double Vipers, double Chambers, double Sages, and then double Sovas. The only differences we do have are in those duelists, or at least one duelist on the side. Aki will be running that Jet, and then Knights will be running that KO. A little bit of a swap up there, but it's overall going to be a good time.
I'm very curious to see this double initiator setup on the side of ONU, because, I mean, people usually pick either the Sova or the KO on Icebox. Good to see both. I'm going to assume they're going to be trying to run a lot of fakes, trying to understand how Phoenix White is trying to play this especially when they move on to that defensive side. But on this attack, I'm not sure how much, I guess, information they're going to be able to use, especially on being on that defensive side and having that one duelist in Aki. I mean, the Jet is just always something to fear.
You run into the wrong Jet and it just ruined your entire night. I can say that both personally and statistically. The amount of people that rage about a good Jet player is astronomical, I feel. So keeping eyes on that Jet, of course, will be very, very important. But taking a look at the rest of the teams, it is going to be a giant question mark, right? Taking a look and seeing, you know, is this game really going to show us who we should be watching for? Is this going to be closer? Is it going to be by far and away a little bit of a one-sided beatdown? And that's what happens here in round number 1. Again, we have so many teams tuning in here. We will have 6 amazing matches for you here. 3 of those matches casted by myself and Endless. And then following up on the rest of the evening, I believe we'll have a brand new set of casters. Of course, you saw it in the announcement. That will, of course, be Mick and Infernosis, those two being awesome all the way around. So to kick things off here, these two teams are going to want to put on a good show, because if they win and they want to continue to win, you are looking at 5 more games in front of you.
Yeah, they have a long night ahead if they want a chance at all the marbles. But, you know, going back to the fact that Phoenix White has that Jet, I mean, a Jet's biggest nightmare is also KO. And I mean, to factor that in on that attack, if the Bladestorm is active and he gets suppressed, that could be a whole world of danger for him as well.
I mean, you're just sitting there, you're like, well, this sucks. The classic is not the weapon that I was hoping to carry over into this fight. It hurts quite a bit. But as we do get underway, you can go ahead, take a look. It was a little bit of a long load in. We do love our hamsters. They run as hard as they can. Some of them a little bit slower than others, but at the end of the day, they usually get to where they're supposed to go. We can see a couple ghosts, though, coming out on the top side for the defensive. Knights, Flame, Secrets, Val, Kyle, and Saf. 5 members, 3 of 5 running the ghost, hoping to be a little bit sneaky deaky like here on their defensive.
Oh, they are running into Secrets, who has the Headhunter available, but I think he missed his jump. He did get spotted by the Owl Drone, so he has no choice but to retreat. And right now, Phoenix White seems to have full control of this long B, and they're just going to take their time. They're not going to over-aggress right now because Ohio Northern University, they still have no complete idea. They do hear noise, but they're not sure if it's going to be a commit or not.
Well, it definitely is at this point. You got to know. You can see the hard rotate coming in. ONU saying, okay, let's go ahead, get this going. Phoenix White, get the plant, and now prep for the retake. Flame's going to take Life Ninja out of the equation. It's going to be the healer that actually takes the first blood. A little bit of a clip from Kaluf, who, again, for her, it's going to be a little bit of a challenge. First shots go out, though. Secret Foul takes one. Actually, Flame was able to take Aki's life. Now it's a challenge on the flip side. They got to clear out the rest of the ads, but Flame getting a 4K to kick it off. Give it one more. Give it the ace. No, Kyle steals it away. It's a 4 of a kind with an ace on top. First round goes the way of ONU.
I see Phoenix White, they did an excellent job getting full sight, getting that bomb down, but it's the post plant. All of them had to fall off. No one got any sort of map control, and they basically put themselves in a situation where they'd have to retake B in order to fight and protect that bomb. Meanwhile, Ohio Northern University, they took their time with that retake. Flames, I mean, came out ridiculously incredible with 4 headshots, and I mean, Kyle just had to take that ace from him to keep him back down to earth.
Yeah, just said, listen, you're the healer. You stay back. You don't get all the glory. Gotta at least take one. So Kyle being the villain of this team so far, but is gonna go into this anti-eco for LNU with a little bit of a safe setup here. There were only 4 Spectres across the board, and Kaluf here a little bit worried about how this is gonna play. So it's 4 Spectres and then some, and it's a spray down there. Secrets takes one after emptying about half the clip, or a little bit more so. He's not going to set up for the next. Another attempt here on the B side after already losing 1 member. Phoenix White saying, let's run it back.
And I feel like Kaluf was kind of there by her lonesome, not really with the team, no positioning to trade at all. And right now you can see they're kind of regrouping, understanding that, hey, maybe it's a good idea to start going together as Secrets. He got so much value towards that B site, got that initial opening pick, and now, I mean, he's just turtled up. He doesn't have to continue peeking. They have the numbers game.
The numbers game is definitely in their favor. The problem is on the site run, it's not going to be as so. 4v1 is going to be the call out. Flame in the top corner. Tries to lay down the wall, but can't do much more than get a single tag. Aki quite low. Plant is going to come through once again, though. Phoenix White at least getting 2 plants, not getting locked out completely. Retake for ONU, going to give it their best shot. Saf setting around the side. Shockbolt lands at their feet. Life Ninja saying I am a little bit worried. They hear the footsteps. They know exactly where they are. So Phoenix White trying to bunker down. Another great Shockbolt is going to find it. Knights able to take Ninja's life. Around the corner they go, and it's a spray down. Knights gets 2. Can you get one more? No, Aki said give it to me. Kyle said, okay, I will. I'll take your life. And that's the last member that they need. Phoenix White hold down and try to do their best, but are only able to get 1 kill in 2 rounds.
See, they played this round a lot better, even though they lost. I feel after they got that bomb down, they still got that control towards A. They didn't give it up, and at that point, they lost the numbers game along with the weapon game. But now they have that full buy, right? Now they understand the differences between the first 2 rounds that they played, what went wrong in the initial, and how they can hold that post plant better without giving up that control. And I mean, with Ohio Northern University being on that bonus, this is their time to capitalize.
They're going to try their best here. Save round coming in here. The bonus for ONU. What can they do? Hiding inside of the smoke is a great call, but Kaloof can't really find anything. Knights, Saf, Knights, Saf, back and forth, back and forth. Let's see if Knights can take the last kill. Hero trying to be the hero here, but it's a long hero call. Can only get 1 before Kyle finishes off. Nice little play here. Set of trips, plus an ace on top. Full house all the way.
Listen, Orwell, let's not talk about that one. Despite me saying that it was their bonus round, they pushed some random type of aggression, and it completely caught Phoenix White off guard. They had no idea what hit them, even till date. And, I mean, it's just a reverse. Ohio Northern University, I don't think they even had to buy guns yet, aside from maybe Saf. But aside from that, I mean, look at that. 3-0, early lead. And Phoenix White yet on another save, aside from Kaloof being on a Spectre.
And it feels so bad, right? ONU just made it look so easy, right? Just no problems all the way through. Easy time for them. And now they're going to try and do it again, right? No weapons on Phoenix White's side. They are working with almost nothing in order. And you can see here, it's a little bit of a jump. Secrets ready to go, and immediately pops out. Swing of 1. It's going to go ahead and snap back to the other reality. Knights prepping off in the back corner, says, hey, I do hear some shots. Another Shockbolt is able to zone Knights out just for a little bit, but it's a challenge nonetheless. Ninja trying to do their best, but Knights takes out Aki's life. A nice blind is able to catch everyone off guard. It's another full house of frags. Secrets and Knights claim the B round.
And it's a flawless round. Like, I feel like Phoenix White, they just aren't in the positions to be trading each other, and it's happened 2 to 3 rounds in a row now where Kaloof dies instantly and no teammate is there for that trade. And then on top of that, Knights with a fantastic flash, like you mentioned, flashing the last 3 members, and all of them just kind of lined up, and 1 spray takes care of them.
Making it look like a walk in the park here, as it is today. We'll be taking a peek here. Lee says, eyes are open, a little bit of snapshot, can't make it work. So ONU saying no thank you. Quiet start here. Phoenix White playing this one nice and slow on A.
Right now, Secrets with this operator, and did he have to buy that? I assume so. I'm assuming he did have to buy that, but I mean, economy is not an issue right now for ONU, and they're just holding passive, and this is exactly what a defensive team should be doing. They shouldn't need to overpeak. They should wait for Phoenix White to show any type of aggression and catch them off guard. And right now you can see the recon darts going in, but instantly broken, doesn't reveal anything. And Secrets just gonna be holding that. Unfortunately doesn't connect, but Flames is up close and personal, and I don't think they're ready for it, but able to get 1. Aki gets that trade instantly, and this time they're gonna get that bomb down, but can they hold it? That's the question.
They've done this time and time again, and as you said, Endless, it is the question. They can get the plant. That's happened more times than not. What they need to do is be able to hold it, and this is going to be the question. Kyle says maybe you can't, because I get the snapshots, the press is the call out. Aki underneath being pressed over and over again. It is the ulti from the KO to lock down their movements. It is a clean sweep through after that first loss of life. It'll be ONU to take it back 5-0 here in the first half.
Did you notice that Secrets traded the op with another teammate just to aggress the site? At one point I thought they doubled off. At one point I thought they double offed up, and I was like, wait, hold on. Kyle has an off too? But hey, if you look at their economy, 8,800 on Knights, 7,500 on Kyle. Like I said, money is not an issue right now, and Aki, being only on a classic this round, has the Blade Storm, but he's got to be very careful because there is Knights on the other team. And let's also bring this to attention. ONU has 3 members that have not died once.
Yeah, I mean, Flames, just a terrible player, dying twice so far. Horrible, I have to say. Absolutely one of the worst players that we're seeing here tonight. Nice saying, let me show you how it's done. And by all means, I am completely joking about that statement. 1-1 so far in the kill terms. Aki, though, getting tagged up. Kyle says hello. Kyle is able to finish it off, and Saf takes 2 of their own. It was going to be Hero once again. A little bit of a lurker trying to do their best and is able to take one back. Kyle able to be revenged on, but Saf making it into 3K. 6-0 on the scoreboard for ONU.
And right now, Phoenix White, they don't have an idea as to what is going wrong, where they can exploit the defensive side of ONU, because ONU, they're playing very passive. They're not overextending. They're waiting for Phoenix White to show that aggression like we mentioned before, and they're not giving Phoenix White anything to work with. If they're over peaking, then sure. If they can get a pick at certain areas of the map, that kind of opens something up. But right now, they're just not having the right coordination to get into sites, because look at the aggression. Secrets just boosting up, not able to connect, but has to fall off. But look at Kyle. A quick little bait and switch here, and I don't think they're expecting him again. And he's going to be able to get 1, 2, maybe 3, make that 4. Oh my. He goes for the... He goes for the 3-bullet last shot.
I mean, you gotta, right? You gotta at that point, right? There was no chance you're not. Flames had a 4K at the beginning, and Cal was like, I can't let the healer, I can't let the utility upend us. Yeah, just watch this. This is so clean, and without line of sight either. Look at that. Well, we do get to see the line of sight. Watch this. Simple, clean headshot to transfer again into a headshot. Just beautiful stuff right there. To top it off, it was a clean finish. 43 HP left. So well done.
That little bait and switch from Secrets and Kyle, I mean, it worked 2 rounds now, and I mean, Kyle benefits huge off that, getting an ace. And, you've got to be thinking, Phoenix White, their momentum has never been able to build in any way. Aki finally gets 1, but instantly gets traded out, and Light Ninja, little signs of life, giving them that man advantage right now, and along with this res coming from Kaloof, puts them in a 4v2 situation. Could this be it? Their first round that they win. As right now, they're going to go ahead, wall up, get into this A site. I'm assuming they're going to be able to get this bomb down. And Secret's just going to regroup with Kyle. Make that by himself in a 1v4 retake.
I mean, we know Secrets can do stuff. We know Secrets can actually pop off here. And I don't think they're going to go down without a fight. So, eyes are out. A little bit of a drone action here. Light Ninja's saying, hey, let's go ahead and hold it off. Can you get Secrets popping some of that information, but still fragged out. Light Ninja able to take a 3K. It will be 1 round to Phoenix White. After a devastating ace, it was very important that they get this round of all rounds.
Hey, Orbital, it's official. Everyone on ONU has died once.
Hey!
It's happened. Now all we need is Niwa and Kaloof to get a kill on Phoenix White. And they ideally want to end up as strong as possible, perhaps trying to win out this half 7-5. Then they're right back in it. And realistically, that's not impossible, but look at this aggression. Secrets looking to get aggressive again. Luckily, Phoenix White, they're not trying to get control of this A main right now. because they're going to be in for a rude awakening with that op up close.
I mean, it is going to be devastating. Hero, though, swings around at just the perfect time and leaves the mid-exposed Flame. Says, thank you very much for that one. I'll take Ninja's life. Throws up a wall, immediately backs up to the rest of the team. And they understand. The mid is blocked off. B is now going to be the site of choice. Phoenix, go ahead. Challenge me. But an eye is open. Big spike plant here. This could be a chance for Phoenix Spike to really get on a roll. The run could happen. But they have to clear this site first. Flames, though, fanning the flames of death. It's going to get a headshot on Aki, and look at that information. Flame on the top rope, just swinging hard. Saf is able to find Kaloof, and that poison pit, thanks to Phoenix White, is doing a little bit of work. However, the rest of the teammates are dead. Meanwhile, last one alive is going to try their best to hang on, is able to get one. Flames is down. Knights, though, finds Niwal's life, and it is done. 8 rounds now to Ohio Northern University. They feel very confident in their play.
I mean, the retake is just spectacular right now from ONU. They're waiting for each other, they're re-peeking together, and they're getting those trades right away. The second Flames dies, they get that trade. And that's something that Phoenix White is currently lacking, the trading game, because they're just dying far too often without a teammate nearby to even out that situation. And instead, they allow ONU to fall off after they get that pick. And they just have to regain control altogether. Right now, Kaloof, I mean, Niwa got that one kill. Now it's up to Kaloof. She needs that one now, and if she does, maybe they'll win that next round.
Heck yeah. It's hopefully going to be a good time, so eyes are open. Swinging hard, though, is Kyle and Knight saying, hey, you don't get to peek this as we push harder than you. It was an A attempt, but the attempt only got to the double doors, and it stopped at the front gates. ONU said, hey, you took a round, and we're not going to let you forget that. ONU moved to 9-1 here in the first half. Complete domination so far, nearly complete.
I mean, it's not often that you see such a coordinated push from a defensive side. And at this point, they're just completely trying to overwhelm Phoenix White because they're overconfident. And look at this aggression play again towards this B site this time. However, Phoenix White, they're biting towards A. They're not allowing that push again. But Flames, he has all the info. And that reveal from KO, I mean, tells them all. But Light Ninja gets one right off the bat again. And that's that huge opening pick they're looking for.
Good swing, good damage, and hopefully a lot more. Aki with the knives. Last time was only able to get one. Wants a bit more here. Flames, though, says, hey, we're going to even it up. Flames gets 2. The healer is again on the hunt. Maybe a little bit pissed off, but Saf says, hey, give me a chance here. Knife volley misses, or actually lands and cuts down. Saf to about 50 HP. Niwa finds Saf a little bit on the light side, and Niwa says, hey, I got a few more, 11 HP. Cost of living here and cost of fighting, 2v2. Can they make it happen? Secret Val is able to swing, finds one. Secret Val looking to the top ropes and can't get the pistol shot. Niwa with 11 HP is going to try their best, but look at the shots. Niwa played it perfectly, and the turnaround is clutch. Phoenix White find their second after a fantastic first blood and bomb plant.
Man, Niwa went from 0-10, or was it 0-9? 0-9 to 5-9, top of the leaderboard for Phoenix White. And man, what a clutch, much needed round. And if they can get one more this half, dare I say there's a curse on hand?
Don't you dare. You dare say that, Endless, and I will be very upset. Mainly because I don't think that does justice to ONU. They have been playing a fantastic game so far, and they're going to try their best as well. Flames takes out Aki's life. Flame catches another on the shoulder. Light Ninja isn't a ninja so far, left a little bit out of the shadows. Saf said, hey, give us one back, and they are answering back so fierce. Make it one more. Is it a full house? Hero bouncing away with a little bit of HP left. Kyle with the flick makes it a third flawless round. ONU put a stamp to the double digits.
Listen, Orbital, I had to bring it up because I had to let ONU know the curse was about to happen so that they pop off that round, you know? Like, they didn't want that to happen, so they aggressively pushed mid. It worked out in their favor, and there's no more 9-3. It's 10-2.
It is 10-2, and it feels a lot better. So, hopefully, we get to see a bit more action breaking out here. Right now, on the side swap, though, this is where you were talking about it's going to get a lot rougher for Phoenix White, right? ONU's composition really takes off here. 2 initiators, you're going to break into a site pretty dang easily. So let's see what they can do here. Pistol round to kick things off. ONU won it last time. Let's see if they can do it again.
And this is the time Phoenix White can sit back, which I think is a little bit more like their playstyle. Light Ninja getting that opening pick, which is huge for Phoenix White, and they do hear a bunch of noise towards this A site, but because of that wall, they're not 100% sure if they're going to fall off or not, because it doesn't seem like they're going to break it just yet. But they're making noise still, keeping that defensive side true, and Phoenix White, they're not going to over-rotate. There's 3 already towards this A site, just waiting for any pushes, but little do they know, ONU, they're starting to walk back.
They're gonna walk back and try and be real sneaky here. Surprised to say the least, saying, hey, maybe this isn't the right call here. Kyle leading the front runners, and well, the rest actually go mid, so this is gonna be a 1-on-2 attempt to secure this B site. And for Kyle, you don't look at the right corners. It's gonna be a bit difficult. Niwa, though, getting suppressed down, and that's a great find. Information given Niwa around the back corner of yellow container. With the wall up, they do zone him out. Vision is cut off. A little bit of a swing peek. Niwa able to find Knight's life, so this is a big value win. But Kyle and Saf rip one right back. Coming through the mid in from Kitchen. They gather and make it even. 3v3 here on the B site. Saf changes it to a 3v2. Kaluk is unfortunately going to go down there. ONU say thank you very much. Poisoned up a hero with a blick straight through the smoke. Are you kidding me? The poison did nothing to stop that bullet.
I mean, Light Ninja does have a recon available. Here's one towards site, gets one, but doesn't know there's a second. But Flames prematurely shoots. The wall is there, so they should be able to get this defuse. As Light Ninja reveals Flames the entirety of its time. Throws a shock and just drops down on him and says goodnight.
Well played overall from Phoenix White. Feeling a bit better here. And again, this is a squad that is on the tip of their toes, right? 3 rounds is all that's needed for ONU to come back in the lead. And you know it's one that you don't want to give up, because you're taking a look here. It's the anti-eco, and they're still going a little bit of a budget. You can see actually Saf, Flames, and Kyle are at, looks like they're trying to swap around. I was going to say they were buying up, but it looks like it's a half-hearted buy at least. They're kind of challenging each other here, so it's actually weapon buys on both sides. ONU actually buying into this.
This is one of the reasons why I don't like that Marshall buy on second round. I mean, you fight so hard to win that pistol, and you're giving up the advantage on the second, because if they do full buy and you miss your initial shot, that puts you at a pretty bad position. And with Hero right now, jump spotting, gets dinked down to 79 health. And they know exactly where he is.
Nope. Secrets said, ain't no secrets for here. Aki said there are secrets when the Bucky brings it home. Trade a 1-for-1 so far, and Aki has honestly had a fantastic time, but getting shot inside of smoke means you are left high and dry. Knights puts the lights out on Aki's game. It's going to be a couple down, and now we are to see a bit more 4v3 here. Phoenix White got a little bit of a tough road ahead of them.
Niwa still on site with the snake bites to delay any sort of aggression. Knight's gonna go ahead and reveal him, understand that he's close up, and Secret's pushing through. Niwa full blind, and Knights again strikes with that flash. Light Ninja able to reveal one, but is put down to 1 versus 4 situation. And keep in mind, this is ONU's force buy. And now Phoenix White, for the most part, have an economy that is pretty harsh.
Yeah, this is not a good look. We know exactly what ONU can do when the weapons are handed over to them. So Phoenix White, I mean, you're chancing it, right? You know things are rough, so you're saying, hey, we're not going to buy here. We're going to buy up in the final round that we can possibly play. Hoping for some miracles, though. Hoping for some awesome classic plays. If they can get a good sweep, but maybe a good flank, good lurk, whatever you say. I mean, there's always a possibility. That possibility is a little bit less than 10% though. So, let's see what they can do. Hero snapping back after saying, hey, don't want any of that action. It's an A-side push with 3v5. The rest of ONU, though, swinging hard, and they do spot one. A little bit of a high and dry, and I mean, so aggressive. Kyle giving Kaloof absolutely no time to reorganize. Knight's going to throw down a little bit of suppression, and Knights is able to find Ninja's life. Plant goes down as Saf finds Niwa. Saf finds another. Hero, last one alive, and as Heroes do, it's a tragic loss, as it's a flawless for ONU.
And Orbital, I don't know if you noticed the trend that ONU just took A site there. I mean, before they even really planted the bomb, only one member of Phoenix White was left, compared to when ONU was defending that A site on the other half. Phoenix White would maybe get one member at most. Meanwhile, all four of ONU members that were left remaining, they would just wait and play that retake together, which put Phoenix White in a very tough position because, I mean, they just couldn't get enough picks to really hold any aggressive angles on site, and they had to play a little bit smarter and further back just to play bomb. And as I say that, Secrets and Flames, they opened up that round with 2 opening kills, and just like that, ONU taking this B site by storm, and it doesn't look like they're gonna turn back anytime soon.
Man, that is something that you don't like to see. The Secret Flames always hurt the worst, but Hero is able to send one back. Secrets is dead. Saf gonna find Ninja's life and is now gonna call down the Hunter's Fury, and rightly so. Bolts go out with nothing else in tow, and Flame finds Hero's life. Flame finishes off with 3K. Flame was the first one to kick things off in round 1 with 4K, and rightly ends it with a 3K. Game is over as Ohio Northern University make an amazing run here in the first round, 13-3.
I mean, it was a complete domination from one end, and on the other end, it was more so a team that was trying to find their momentum to say, or their chemistry, and nothing seemed to be working for them. I mean, the odd time they would get that opening pick, but nothing much else they could do after that. And ONU, I mean, they played together as a team fantastically. Organized pushes from that defensive side alone was extremely fast paced, which caught Phoenix White completely off guard most of the time. And on the other times, I mean, when Phoenix White didn't happen to be in those positions they pushed, they got complete map control, which they could cheat rotations over to the other site.
It was so well done, very, very nicely timed, and hopefully they will continue on through the tournament. Of course, that is just round number 1. We have 5 more awesome rounds here coming up to you shortly. But before we do, I do want to give a huge shout out once again here at GL Gaming Lounges. We would not be where we are without the help of some amazing people. Number 1 is, of course, Ben at the very top of the leaderboards there. Ben being awesome around here, literally making the show happen, right? Literally being the one that started all this. But another partner that has been brought on and has helped us out in raising the Pit of Valor up to what it has now been for the last few weeks is Community Gaming being awesome and helping us grow this Pit of Valor to new heights. So of course, go ahead, check out all they do. They offer a lot of different tournaments, not just Valorant. They also offer things such as League of Legends, Wild Rift, Hearthstone, and so much more. Go ahead, check them out at communitygaming.io to see all they have to offer. We're going to go to a very, very quick break, and we'll be right back with some more Pit of Valor action with a round of, I believe, 16 coming up here in a bit. Don't go anywhere.
To the bank, like, go, laugh it to the bank, like, I got it in 10s, 20, 50, 100s, 10s, 20, 50, 100s, 10s, 20, 50, 100s, 10s, 20, 50, 100s, laugh it to the bank, like, pedal to the floor, need no brake lights. In the dark, watch it make light. I'm a star, got no stage fright. Please don't get me mad, I'm a nice guy. My baby say I'm cute, yeah, I'm type 5. I be waking up when you go night-night. In a different zone with the time. Laugh it to the bank, like, ooh, go, laugh it to the bank, like, yeah, go. Yeah, I got it in 10s, I flip it and continue. I've been going dumb, I've been going mental. Going up, I'm on another level. All black clothes like a medal. Little this and this, little Ricky Rick. It's my grandmama, I'm her Nicky Nick. I just wanna love, but I've been hit or miss. I might up and leave, and take a pic. Laugh it to the bank like.
Enough of the code switching, been hitting my soul, been on the ropes, I'm ready to grow, so get to know niggas. Keep your head up, I want you to grow with me. See this gold on me, want you to glow with me. Yeah, alright, okay, we get it. No contest. Wait, surf's up, nigga. The world been dying, days is numbered, check the climate, I'm sick of it. Fuck the harebrained scheme to get the riches quick. I played a long game with serene scene and I whip this quick. From the back room to the hearts, I'm in the thick of it. I grind too hard for y'all not to see me a star, bitch. I'm raising a bar like they really pay me to talk. My life been in shambles, but I got handles. I'm finishing at the rim. I remind you time and again that I'm really him. Oh, you ain't know? This shit not just for the show, but bet you entertain. Anybody not for me is below me. Blow me, you in the way. I live my dreams, I got it locked, the master keeping on me. Back in the field, running audibles with the team. Everything I got out the mother, told my truth. I shake that fake shit, they praise you, then minimize you behind you. Just know I notice you. Stay woke, no joke, it really be the ones you closest to. Had to stop sleeping on myself like I ain't know the truth. Oh, this to me like it's really nobody code is this. And if you disagree, then you jaws and your claim get audited. Who you know do the beating and talking and write the harmonies. I'm really convinced there's nobody out here going hard as me. Wish well the dog that claimed belief in me so he could use me. Look at me now, you chose your route, I know you sick to see it. You talk a lot, all that flop, but that shit not harming us. Capping your status, we back, ain't nobody bras us. To the ones that held me down for the count, look at what growth will do. I'm the kid from the cul-de-sac, feeling double sex with loot they pay to play my shit back. In a way I'm going back until I'm fossil fuel to the flame, just like I'm supposed to do. Enough of the code switching, been hitting my soul, been on the ropes, I'm ready to grow, so get to know niggas. Keep your head up, I want you to grow with me. See this gold on me, want you to glow with me. Been hitting my soul, been on the ropes, I'm ready to grow, so get to know niggas. Keep your head up, I want you to grow with me. See this gold on me, want you to glow with me. I've been on a job, trying to take it far. I need that ROI, shit I done paid the cost. I'm all in on me, lil' baby she agree, she really been here through the fall. She the only thing I need. I wanna be free, I know that they want me for my ideas so they can line their pockets. Don't hit me to tell me that you give a fuck about me. You don't even know nothing about me, trying to force me on your timeline. You know you need to stop it, I live for more than attention. Might not be your trending topic, put my worth in analytics. I admit that took a toll, I got addicted to scrolling. We know well that get toxic, I got caught comparing me to people I don't even know. They say it's lonely at the top, well maybe then I'll focus on things that's more important. And let whoever think whatever and just keep it moving. These niggas won't work on themselves, they'd rather see you losing. You'll never see me losing. Enough of the code switching, been hitting my soul, been on the ropes, I'm ready to grow, so get to know niggas. Keep your head up, I want you to grow with me. See this gold on me. Want you to grow with me. Want you to grow with me.
Blah, blah, blah. I got problems on problems on problems on problems on problems on problems I solve them. I run through the money, the pressure be calling. Left on my blessings, I feel like I'm falling. The birdie is back, tell me I'm garbage. I'm going through something, that's why I ain't calling. Phone in progression, it's all that I wanted. The phone in affection, I summon and dub it. Cause I got problems on problems on problems on problems on problems on problems I solve them. I run through the money, the pressure be calling. Left on my blessings, I feel like I'm falling. The birdie is back,
Tell me I'm garbage, I'm going through something, that's why I ain't calling. Phone and progression, it's all that I wanted. A phone in affection, I summon and dub it. Why you be all on my line about nothing? Why won't you go get you $1 or something? Don't hang with a who line for nothing. I see that we different, you riding, I double. I don't do discussions on bragging about hundreds. Don't go to your places, I know that they sunken. Don't call me your brother, I barely could trust you. I talked to a shorty, she bagging the bugging. And I'ma need all of my dollars on corporate, so hand me the money, I divvy the pie. I'ma give all of my people a portion to build them a fortune. I'm flipping the ride. I can't be mixy when iffy the vibe. And 40 on 50 is really the time. Why is you all on my phone like you want me? Like you wasn't pushing the kid to the side. I don't know if you thinking I'm blind. Cross on my crosses and dot on my eyes. Done with your efforts, I'm dealing with pressures. I know it's a lesson, that's word of the wise. Dubbing the mixes I'm mixing, I know I've been missing. I needed some personal time. All the pictures, dimensions, I don't with your digits. I mean it, I'm staying inside. Cause they got problems on problems on problems on problems on problems on problems. I solve them. I run through the money, the pressure be calling. Left on my blessings, I feel like I'm falling. The birdie is back. Tell me I'm garbage, I'm going through something, that's why I ain't calling. Phone and progression, it's all that I wanted. The phone and affection, I summon and dub it. Cause I got problems on problems on problems on problems on problems on problems. I solve them. I run through the money, the pressure be calling. Left on my blessings, I feel like I'm falling. The birdie is back. Tell me I'm garbage, I'm going through something, that's why I ain't calling. Phone and progression, it's all that I wanted. The phone and affection, I summon and dub it. Coming in, yeah. Flex, I just wanna win, yeah. LABB, who we running with, yeah. 2, 2, 3, 3, I'm on 10 again, yeah. State your name, big been dope on flame. I just switched the lanes. Damn, he did it again. I just flipped the pain. Stripping and dipping in bass, slab on everything. Swimming, you sinking away, cause I got big racks coming. I put my low racks on it. I ain't skip past losses, I had to get back off it. See the fit lab on it until they whip my coffin. Money clip, I tossed it, I heard it's big bags on big bags on big bags coming. Coming in, yeah. Flex, I just wanna win, yeah. LABB, who we running with, yeah. 2, 2, 3, 3, I'm on 10 again. Pump up the action. I'm active. If he never heard of Ben Dope, he just napping. Jackson's off the rapping. Keep it on my body, bitch. I'm broke if you asking. Don't gotta sell him, mostly Alice flawless. Broken whips as long as it is foreign. Heard you want it cause the yam's enormous. What's in since she isn't gorgeous? Live my life, last name of Morgan Freeman. Trying to touch a forest. Do not know when knocking on the door is. Came in, did it like the Porsches. Coming in, yeah. Flex, I just wanna win, yeah. LABB, who we running with, yeah. 2, 2, 3, 3, I'm on 10 again. Okay, alright. Coming in, yeah. Flex, I just wanna win, yeah. LABB, who we running with, yeah. 2, 2, 3, 3, I'm on 10, yeah. Trippin' Aquafina, I'm sippin' 15, kept a weapon on me. Flow make digits, I'm on my business, stack chicken like what it's gon' be. Crew in the cut, hey, you want us, red run when I tell a peace. Love is love. Love is love. Adios. Been dope with the switch again. Boy deliver like he heffin'. Core with digits, give him estimates. Summer sauce for my Benjamins. I got what you need, baby. Skirt the Chevy, make a scene, baby. LABB been the team, baby. Been Papa, word the G, baby. Look, labs till I'm finished. Had a handful of limits through the hand. Got a bag, now the hands in the business. For my hand, it's a ticket. Talking Mazda for the biggest. That's a comma and a comma and a comma. Gotta get it. I've been playing with the minutes that they been shoulda gave. And I'm flipping every digit that they been shoulda paid. Had to find a way to get it. No, this isn't what you made. If I ever wanna dip, then I'm brink with the blade. And I'm brinking a blink on the brink of some dumb shit. Watch how I move, cause I know the brink's coming. Watch for the blues, cause I know that they dumping. Nothing in my view, so it's hush on discussion. Hush on discussions, you know what you need to. I keep it in the pan to let you know that I don't need you. Y'all cats be see-through, head not to piece. You been king, I'm regal, got it in my Abisu. Came through tripping Aquafina, I'm sipping 15, kept a weapon on me. Flow make digits, I'm on my business, stack chicken like what it's gon' be. Crew in the cut, hey, you want us spread run when I tell a peace. Love is love. Love is love. Hold up with it, got my back on Pippin. I'm back in kitchens with the tray. Windows tinted like how black my skin is. Scoop the shorty in it from a J. Swish, she got vision just like any women giving me the kitten. Way before the riches, nothing more to mention. I could light a block up high the aura glisten. Foreign on my body, that's Agora linen. I came through tripping Aquafina, I'm sipping 15, kept a weapon on me. Flow make digits, I'm on my business, stack chicken like what it's gon' be. Crew in the cut, hey, you want us spread run when I tell a peace. Love is love. Love is love. Adios. Love is love. Love is love. Adios. Love is love. Love is love. Adios.
I got money busting out the money clip. Make a call and hit another lick. Yeah. Turn a 10 piece to a 20 quick. I got money busting out the money clip. Make a call and hit another lick. Someone get the money counter, I can keep on thumbing it. Turn a 10 piece to a 20 quick. I got money busting out the money clip. Make a call and hit another lick. Someone get the money counter, I can keep on thumbing it. Okay, I'ma hit for 20 off a laptop. In a Zoom meeting, making money is my backdrop. Ballpoint base hit harder than a slap shot. Flew out my baby, told her run me like I'm Epcot. Whoa, whoa, I've been doing road on the go, go. Get a bag and flip it, that's for sure. If it's show, that was never talking about nothing. Turn it down and go get you some money. Turn a 10 piece to a 20 quick. I got money busting out the money clip. Make a call and hit another lick. Someone get the money counter, I can keep on thumbing it. Turn a 10 piece to a 20 quick. I got money busting out the money clip. Make a call and hit another lick. Someone get the money counter, I can keep on thumbing it. Eyes on the money, my brothers got my back. Streets moving funny, so I been holding strap. Not playing defense, we been on the attack. Plotting and scheming, how we gon' get it back. Designer all on you, but you can't buy the swag. No Miris, those foo-foo, I can see the tag. You can bet if I spending this, cause I get it back. I'm 5G, your dollar, I can see the lag. All I ever wanted was to have it all. Got close, never froze, had to risk it all. As a little boy, I wish I was a little tall. Never made the league, I found other ways to let me ball. Turn a 10 piece to a 20 quick. I got money busting out the money clip. Make a call and hit another lick. Someone get the money counter, I can keep on thumbing it. Turn a 10 piece to a 20 quick. I got money busting out the money clip. Make a call and hit another lick.
Welcome back, everyone. We are here ready to go for game number 2. Game number 1 going Ohio Northern's way, almost all the way. 13-3 was a very powerful score. And again, we tend to expect that in an open enter tournament. And that is something that you kind of see in these free brackets, which is something that is good and a little bit rough to endure, right? For some of these teams, it's a brand new experience and they get to first time try and play in these events. At the same time, you run into some experienced veterans like the likes of ONU, and it's a little bit of a rough start, but nonetheless, it is a good time by all. Now, for you at home, if you are trying to check it out and do it all the same, you can go ahead and pick up a GLGCC membership, the Country Club membership. It will allow you a little bit of a fast pass to get into the tournament. So if you are also looking to enter into these tournaments and try and test your own skills, make sure to check that out. It is of course on the GLG website, or you can go ahead check them out on Twitter or through the Discord here at GLG and get some more information there. But of course, we are back here in Endless. We got 2 fresh teams ready to go.
Susbus, okay? Susbus 7 versus Envious. And these are 2 teams. Again, we're in round 2 now, and it's going to be the map of Haven, one of my favorite maps, because it's so I mean, we were just talking on break about CS, right? Us being familiar with CS and casting it and playing it. We've never really seen a 3 map site until this map has come out on Valorant, right? So in the beginning, when this map came out, 3 different bomb sites, everyone was kind of just like, whoa, what is going on? And because there's 3 sites and it's still a 5 versus 5, the defensive side on this map is always spread a little bit thin. So I really enjoy seeing this map, especially on that defensive side. I like to see how that team kind of plays. A lot of the teams like to get aggressive towards A short or long C, try to get some sort of control to cheat those rotations over. Otherwise, they solo play A and play retakes. So again, if this is a team that's very similar to Ohio, I mean, Northern University, they play the retakes to perfection. So I'm curious to see how Envious plays this first defensive side and whether or not they start to get aggressive, and if Susbus can counteract that aggression if they choose to do so.
Yep, it's a huge change and a huge challenge for them as we do get underway with our picks and kind of choices for the agents here. As we did say, Susbus 7 are going to be on the attacking side, and of course Susbus missing 2 of their members, as we can see. Maybe they play a different game. Taking a look, it's going to be a Jamie. That is, of course, Nick with the OUID, Shadow, Akame, and Skulls with a fancy way to spell Skulls, the elite way to spell it.
Yeah, I mean, there's Skulls for sure with 2 1s. I mean, we've usually seen the E's turn into 3s and other names, but as James chooses to just add 45 to the back of it, no 3 in his name. So maybe they kind of met each other after they formed this team.
So maybe so. We'll go ahead and take a look on the defensive side. It's Eldrian, medium, Vakyasha, as well as That's Him and Nick on that flip side. So a lot of awesome people. It is going to be a big little shakeup here, though. The agents have rocked it out, and tell me if I'm wrong, outside of the chambers, we have completely unique agents. This is going to be 8 unique agents here to round out this game, and that to me spells a whole lot of fun.
I love the neon. Right away when we see the neon, we expect some ridiculous aggression, and I like the Fade pick. Fade has honestly been one of those initiators that just have been proven to be super viable on almost every map now. Maybe aside from really Breeze, because it's just so big, but even then, I find that Fade has just been so useful. And I mean, Omen and Brim, that's always been the conversation, right? I mean, even from beta days, people have always been saying Brim or Omen. At one point, Brim was better. At one point, Omen was better. Then Astra came in and completely disregarded both of them. And now, I would like to say they're relatively even, but Brim does have that stimmy.
Yeah, that stim pack is always fun to kind of watch here, and it's interesting to see if it actually does bring out the best in people. It's a nice little boost, but sometimes it can lock down players to that centralized area, and that's a big question. So, getting underway with round number 1, MVS on the defensive first. Susbus, of course, running out on the attack. Let's see what they got. 3 ghosts, of course, on the defensive side. You can see here, Jamie going ahead, bouncing their way along the long side of A, and very telltale. A lot of footsteps.
Oh, that reveal does put Nick in a little bit of a tough spot. I think it did catch him off guard, but right now, Susbus, they're not aggressing. They've made all this noise towards this A long, got the rotations over, and now they've cut noise completely. And as you can see, Envious, they're starting to rotate back, but Nick spots the 1. But Weed already up close, and I don't think Nick is expecting to be running into 3 people right now.
No, I don't think Nick wants to at all. This is going to be a little bit of a difficult time. Swing 1, though. He gets 1 before dying. I mean, Nick lived a lot longer than I thought I would in that situation, swinging on 2. However, either way, it has given up the A site to the Susbus 7. And Envious, you have to try and fight back. 4v4 here. High point in heaven, and it's going to be a swing peak. That's him, is able to take 1 before dying on their own end. The powerhouse click back, and it's trades all the way around, but Envy has come out in the 2v1. It's going to be traded up. Skulls ready to swing and gets it. 3K on the clutch. Skulls makes their first round known.
They had no idea he was sitting in hell there. I mean, the one walking into sight, just looking towards long, doesn't clear his corners towards L. And I mean, at any type of level of play, clearing corners is an absolute must. And Skulls takes complete advantage of that misplay and able to clutch up the round. And look at him, he buys up that Vandal this round, so he's expected to make some big plays here.
I mean, you're hoping so. A second round purchase on that AR is something very, very, I want to say, boastful to pick up. So we'll see if Skulls is able to play it out. Of course, it is the anti-eco Envious, not able to really pick it up any chance. And Yasha takes a swing in mid and says, nope, don't want to deal with that. Wall is up, though, as Jamie is going to sprint through all the way into the route to C. Nick, though, finds medium. And Jamie and Skulls find a few more. It's down to a 5v2 with the spike planted in B. It's just cleanup duty at this point. Yasha hiding in the corner with the classic only. And you're not going to get too much with that. A little bit of a spray now with the Stinger. Shadow is able to finish it off.
Shadow Donut. What a name. I mean, despite me craving a donut right now, that seems like a pretty cool name, if I would say myself. But Skulls able to get to that round with that Vandal, doesn't lose it at all. I don't even think he really got into a real gunfight, as he was just kind of lurking at the bottom of mid, caught some rotations off guard. But here's that buy round coming from Envious. Can they hold it off? And you see medium, despite being a buy round, still on light armor.
This is going to be quite interesting. Of course, Envious prepped up very nicely. It's a full spread, default all the way through, Susbus, of course, saying, hey, let's go ahead and spread ourselves in along the A side. But Nick this time is ready. Takes out the other Nick. This is a great opportunity, though, for Susbus. Not Susbus, for Envious, as they did lose. They did watch someone lose their life. It is going to be a challenge in. Susbus say, hey, listen, we lost one, but we're going to try and get revenge. Hard swing in with the wall, and they are going to try and get the plant, but Nick is able to spray it down. No chances whatsoever, as with guns in hand, Envious rolls Susbus 7. It's down to a single member. Skulls, last time with 3K, has a nothing in hand. Will have to dance for their life. And with the Vandal as well, this is one that you don't really want to give up, but you got to kind of go for it.
I mean, this is exactly what you want on the side of Envious on a gun round, right? You want to ideally try to win the round flawlessly. Unfortunately, Skulls able to get that's him, but hey, 4 people alive after a full gun round, that is exactly what you want, especially when Susbus is on their bonus, and now they are meeting again for a full gun battle. And this is going to be an interesting one, because this round is pretty crucial. Whoever loses this round, their economy is going to be in the dumps. So it's a very crucial round that they have to win. And right now, Nick is going to go ahead and just try to get something going towards this A site. Maybe get a little bit aggressive. It looks like he's getting... No, he's just paying attention short. Yasha getting that opening pick, which is another thing Envious has been doing well in the last 2 rounds. They've gotten these opening picks. They've put Susbus a little bit on a terror. And now they're starting to scramble. They're not sure what they're supposed to do. And it looks like they're just going to group up, try to wrap this towards C.
Well, they'll give it a shot. Nick goes ahead, takes away a little bit of information piece. It's going to be a challenge in the garage, though, as 2 attackers swing in that way. Envious say no thank you. Yasha able to find Shadow. Medium ready to go with the swing, but look at that perfect drop on the cloak. That'll be a little bit of a zone out, and it's perfect for Envious as they sweep through. Susbus getting laid out. A single member left to try and defend. It's only the poor Sage who is not going to get run down in the back corner. No chance at all. Akami will fall for a flawless for Envious.
And just back-to-back almost flawless rounds for Envious. So it almost seems as if, hey, you know, we lost the pistol round. We lost the bonus. Now it's time. Now it's time to buy up and we're going to win out. And it looks as if they're going to do exactly just that. As, I mean, near flawless. Right now, Susbus, they haven't found any type of momentum since the gun rounds. They haven't been able to get any opening picks. They've been taken out early without any trades. And Envious taking full complete advantage of that.
I mean, I think that's the appropriate response here. Moving into the 5th round. Yasha is prepped once again. A little bit of a touch and go, and information is given. In the middle is where Susbus are going to try and play, but I mean, they're not really finding any information. Spreading themselves not so thin, keeping themselves tight and knit, so no information on C or A. Envious trying to figure out exactly what is going on. It's a big question mark. They don't know exactly what to find, but Nick is able to find Skulls. It's a hard sweep in and great snipe to be had.
And you can see, again, Envious getting that opening pick despite Susbus being on a save. But they're still pretty spread out for what they're looking to do. I mean, they're playing a little bit of a default off the bat, but again, with having Stingers peeking against Vandals, I don't think the odds are very good. But right now, Nick, by his lonesome, well, now actually, he has a teammate there at 8 already. And James about to peek into that. And now information has been spotted. Nick getting that pick onto James, and now they know this A take is gonna start coming and flooding in, and Shadow gonna come in with that stinger, and we were talking about it. The close range battles, that's exactly what they need. They got that one gun down, but now the full rotation of Envious is here. That's him able to get 2, and Yasha cleaning things up yet again, only losing 1 member.
Yeah, that one death actually came about during a reload, so it was kind of funny to watch. Nick caught with the pants down, and it was well fought revenge though. Envious said, "Yeah, we ain't gonna take that one sitting down." 3-2 is the score with no hopes of slowing down. As you were saying, this is Susbus unable to really find any momentum. Haven't even been able to plant that spike. So see what can be done here. All Vandals up and running for Susbus. Last time they tried to attack mid and tried to attack A. This time around, it's C and Garage with a heavy flank on that side. So no inch given over to that A site.
Look at where that Tim is boosted. Up close towards C. And now that Garage take is coming in. And you can see Skulls trying to lurk through. But here's the showstopper come in. Has no choice but to go help his teammates. That's him, gets 1. But Shadow Donut actually didn't even trade that kill. He TP'd out. Akame gonna get that bomb down. Still a 4-on-4 situation, so things aren't looking too bad for Susbus. But now they really need to hold this post plant.
Trying to send the chamber all the way down to C long, and that's a great way to play it. However, look at that sweep. That's him and Eldrian. Send in the reinforcements and the cavalry. EDM is gonna finish it off. This quick set of frags. Envious able to push to 4-2 and very, very nice fashion.
Man, this started off a little bit slower for Envious. We thought Susbus were just going to run through them, especially after them winning that pistol. And even that bonus, they won both rounds relatively convincingly. But, I mean, ever since then, Envious, they've really gotten together, thought about it, and said, hey, you know what? We can actually start playing this retake and getting these opening picks. And once we do, let's just back up, because there's no necessary reason to peek and just allow Susbus to open the round back up in their favor. And they've done everything kind of to textbook. And even that retake just now, they peeked together, they retook together, they peeked off of each other's contact. And I mean, I don't know what James was trying to do there, but Aldrian just gets a free opening pick. And look at this, Nick already behind, and he has that op in hand. Doesn't connect to the chamber though. But right
you don't
now,
need a chamber when you just take one, right? Like,
I mean, you don't, but he did have the op out, right? So it's something where if he waited a split second, maybe he would have chosen to shoot him instead. But Skulls, being a lurker, trying to work his way into B, but Eldrian already rotated. Oh, doesn't matter.
Skull said, hey, I'll take one. A skull collected here for the skull collector, and that's him is going to try their best. Yasha taking out skulls, and it's down to 2 players only. Yasha bouncing their way around, and Shadow said not even close. Immediately falls to medium, down to a 1v3. The chamber ulti on lock. Nick, though, firing and not realizing someone can crouch and whisk 3 operator shots. That's him. He's able to finish it off. And it'll be a 5th for NVS as they are moving to a commanding lead.
That was a little bit rough. I mean, that round could have worked out in their favor, but I just feel like they were so spread apart. Everyone was on their own page doing something different, and by the time it came to group up, they lost way too many members. And Envious being able to get most of those picks, I mean, everything was just in their favor.
Definitely was, and just keeping them up and moving, right? That's what they were hoping to do. Envious though, taking a look here. 5-2. Ready to keep moving. In goes the smoke, just try and gather a bit more time for themselves. Suspus though, not wanting to walk into the hard spray. Nick, ready to go in garage. A little bit of a slip chamber in the middle there. That's him, able to get to safety before anything more happens. That'll be a chance though. Nick this time is able to find Nick's life. And Jamie says I'm needed elsewhere, but the hard jumps and the slide is not going to be enough. Eldrian able to snipe that one up. Envious cutting off every single corner, and with the Seekers going out, they're now going to reveal where everyone is. A little bit of sting on the healer, and again, that's him. Says, hey, that is absolutely him, and that's me. 3K going over to that's him, baby. Envious at 6-2.
I don't know if the Brim ult was necessary there. They didn't hear the plan, and I mean, at this point, why not, right? You're up 6-2, and the way Suspus is playing right now, I mean, I haven't seen a round where James isn't on his own. I mean, he's just been running around, jumping in the air, and I'm not sure that they're taking this quite seriously at this point.
I would say yes. At the same time, I do feel that's your prerogative as a Neon, right? You're supposed to be fast. You're supposed to be moving in, get those swing angles right. I give a little credit to that way, and I think Envious are just playing it very, very well on this side. It's, you know, with the agents that they have selected, it does feel like they have some good utility to be able to negate information as well as block out information. So the Neon, you know, normally a Neon might have easy line of sight if it was only one smoker, but instead you got to deal with quite a few smokes being dropped. Suspus though able to find first blood. Skulls didn't look okay. Yasha getting ready to nade out that back corner. It's Nick and Shadow that take a kill apiece, and it's down to a 4v3.
I mean, those dinks have been huge, but Shadow Donut. Why do I keep saying Shadow Nut? Because of the D, the D-O. It just looks so similar. But everyone, again, is starting to group up, but they've been so spread out. Despite this round, they've actually been able to get those opening picks, which is in their favor. Envious, 3 members with full health, though. You have Shadow walking into garage, getting spotted.
30 seconds left.
And now they know it's going to be closer towards the C play. And looks like Shadow's going to go down by Yasha.
There.
And now it's down to a 3v3. And if history repeats itself, Envious have been pretty good on that retake. But Weed actually lurking towards their B site, getting one, and puts them in advantage. But does anyone expect Nick coming from that flank?
I mean, I think they might have a good idea. Kame is taking a look down that hold. Maybe not directly, but it might be enough. Yasha getting real close to jittering. I think can be heard. Nick, though, is easily waiting, and just like that, Suspus able to put their 3rd up on the board. Via sitting at 6, Suspus at 3.
And see, this is what we were talking about before the game started. Envious, especially on the side of Eldrian, he's been getting a little bit more aggressive towards this A site, trying to get some early info going to allow for his team to cheat their rotations over. The last round didn't really work in their favor as he got taken out by Skulls right off the bat. And that's what allowed Skulls to really tell his team, hey, look, we got an opening pick. They usually get aggressive here. And now they're going to start rotating over to that A site because no one's covering it. And look at Yasha already up close in this cubby. And I don't think they're going to expect this at all. I think he gets at least one here.
It's a chance, but Shadow said, no, I can see you right there. You aren't going to get away with that. With the middle open up, this is going to force Envious to try and do a little swift rotation. You can see A long is currently being held by the Jet, so they only have to focus along garage and mid. Or at least that's what they're hoping for. Eldrian, of course, gonna wait and see. That is gonna be a little bit of fear going out, and Eldrian completely cut off from that line of sight. Look at that swing in though. Jamie able to find Eldrian. Nick able to find Jamie's life into a 4v3. Making it 3. Medium takes Skull's life. That's him able to find Shadow. It's down to a 3v2. Systematic removal of the opponents. Envious working it through.
That's him only at 2 health though, so he doesn't really have too much to work with, but it doesn't matter. Medium coming in from that mid flank, gets that one, and finishes off Akame as well. And now they get that 7th round in the bag.
Not the boom you hoped for.
Very, very nice swing, making sure that they crest over that half 12 rounds that you normally like to see on the first half. 7 rounds, 1/6. I can totally count. Don't worry. Envious, ready to go for their 8th. They're able to collect Suspus.
That's a good spot.
Sitting on what would have been some rough buys. It looks like 1 Vandal coming out for Skulls, and the rest are going to have to sit with the workarounds. You can see Shadow getting ready to purchase up and is going to buy out that full that full gun. So what they do, maybe they don't. Nope, gonna be refunded. It's only gonna be 2 SMGs. 2 SMGs. All right, Suspus are running.
Yeah, it didn't really make sense to full buy there, as the rest of the team would have been broke. And even if they did buy and lost this round, they'd be broke the next round as well. So it's kind of a lose-lose situation. Might as well make that call to regroup and buy together, as that's him, gets that opening pick onto James again. And that's the one thing I feel that Neon is just too good for their own good for, because the speed at which they can travel, none of your teammates can keep up. So if you're trying to get into that site, which James has successfully done every single round, but the fact is the spacing isn't there. Your teammates aren't close enough behind you to be able to trade you. And the fact that you're just giving them a free opening kill every single time, it just doesn't work in their favor.
A little bit difficult for them, and the idea that James was hoping to be that big, kind of big ticket item, the agent, the player that was going to break open this game, to not have that happen is a little bit difficult to see. And with Nick holding down the fort in mid, it's a big challenge. You can hear this is going to be the knives out. Envious swinging with that ulti, and right now with the ult economy, it's in Envious's hands. So mid, not only do you have an op to worry about, you have the knives to worry about. A very gentle push up medium now with a sniper of their own, and it looks like there are at least 2 ops in play. Would you know it? Envious swing that strategy, come all the way around.
The res coming in still makes it a 4v5 situation in the favor of Envious. And right now Nick getting a little bit aggressive, has the Bladestorm out active, but doesn't matter. Weed gets that pick, evens out the situation. Now down to a 4 versus 4, and they have this entirety of B site. They should be able to plant. And I like this aggression coming from Skulls, continuing to push through A on this pinch. And it looks like it's locked and sealed. Suspus making sure that they win this round, bring it to an 8-4. That medium is going to try to lurk this mid again. Does hear some towards this B site, but does he know that Weed is opping? He might not.
Oh, this is going to be so hard, but Nick not able to hit it, misses a shot. Akame is going to get, that's him. It's down to a 1v3. Not going to happen at all. Medium gonna fall here. Shadow says thank you very much. It is 8-4 at the half mark. Envious 5 rounds away from taking it into the next round. They're hoping to continue here. They had a nice streak of 6. 2 afterwards. Maybe they can do the same on this side and be able to move on to round number 3.
And I don't know about you, but I think maybe Orbital kind of knew if they had won that. I mean, if they knew that round was won, on the side of Envious, then it would be 9-3, right? So maybe they had that on the back of their heads, thinking, why would we win this round? We kind of have to just give this to them because we don't want a curse to happen, right?
Maybe that's what they do, right? You get the round and it's just like, listen, just don't do it. Just don't, right? Please don't give that opportunity for a curse. And now it is going to be reset. So Envious sitting at a proper site and on the attack are already getting pretty aggressive. Medium and Eldrian go ahead and snap 1 apiece, putting it to a 5v3. James, though, is able to find Medium's life, and it's down to a 4v3. Low HP, though, on James' life. Eldrian finds Shadow. Skulls was able to find the Jet, and it's 3v2. B site, the one that's being cleaned up here. That's him. We'll find another, and now you got 4 HP and a Dream, and the Dream is squashed. It is now Nightmare. Yasha brings Envious up to 9.
I mean, that was a pretty close attempt, but the health wasn't on the side of James, and I mean, the rest of the team, they kind of just fell flat the second Envious took that B site. It was almost instantaneous, and Suspus, I mean, they really need to start racking in these rounds because the lead is, you know, on the edge of being double digits in terms of Envious hitting 10 rounds. And once the enemy hits the 10 round mark, it gets a little bit more stressful.
I think the score brings about enough stress as is. That's a fast jump. Yasha came out of freaking nowhere, said hello, hello, watch that bounce. I mean, you blink and you're dead. That's what happened there. Yasha scaring the daylights out of the player as well as the viewers. Now it's going to be a jump in. Eldrian said not even a chance. James is dead once again. This time around the corner, it's going to be a challenge. With only pistols in hand, you can't do too much. And it's a clean kills at the end. 3 kills in less than a second to finish off that round.
I mean, Yasha just kind of dropped in uninvited onto that C site, and I don't think Weed had any idea what happened. He heard maybe one jet smoke, and that was it. That was his life. It ended that round almost instantaneously. And Envious, they get their 10th round, but here comes that buy round from Suspus. Or actually, maybe not. Shadow Donut and Weed not necessarily able to full buy. I'm gonna stick with, man, a Frenzy and a Marshall?
I mean, you do what you like, I guess. We'll leave it at that, right? We'll see what they're gonna do here. Nick, of course, with the card out, gonna get ready to throw down a little bit of information. A little bit of a jump in, though. Look at that challenge, Envious. Gonna try and bounce their way through Garage, and they almost enter in perfectly, but Akami and Shadow, we're ready. Guns out blazing. And Nick is the only one able to find a single kill. I mean, in a 1v4 scenario, you're not gonna be able to do too much. Akami, with a hard spray of the full clip, says thank you, Nick, for your service. 10-5 is the score as Suspus are able to win the bonus.
So, free gun, by the way, for Shadow Donut. I think he only had a classic that round and got, what, 2 or 3? Did he get the 3rd? I know he got 2 for sure, but...
I think it was just, I think it was 3.
Yeah, I mean, with a classic. I mean, never mind. I was literally thinking the beginning of that round, I mean, this is their full buy round. They should all be able to buy, especially, you know, being a team. Having the comms to save together and buy together is definitely crucial, but never mind that. Shadow Donut doesn't need a gun.
Nope, not at all. Just play to get that last hit and you get the kill, right? That's all you're happy about. Right now, Envious taking it a little bit slower. A little bit of default to the left side of Bind and playing towards that C garage. To make it work again. They've done this a few times now, and it's usually been a 3-2 with 3 swinging in the garage. And I mean, it's worked to a decent extent, but this time playing long and trying to fight out against James, who held it down quite well. Good chip damage all the way around, and Envious gonna have to heal up and walk their way to the garage. Doors are broken, and giving a bit of information here. It's a challenge to the doors into these. So mid-site plant that we don't see too often.
I think that stun really messed up the dash and it kind of made them hesitate. But right now, Suspus, they're doing an excellent job holding this B site. James with 3 already, which leaves Envious down to a 2v4 situation, and that's him. Comes from the side, Aldrian, but James on 4. Still a 2v1 situation in favor of Suspus, but he can get this ace. But here's the problem. Will he play it together? Because, I mean, we've seen Aldrian do some pretty crazy plays already, but no, another ace stolen.
Oh, man, and that was actually a real nasty flick, too. That was a fun one to watch. So, well done overall. Suspus moved to 6, only 4 rounds behind, and forcing Envious into a save round. This is something that we haven't seen them do too often, and to be able to force Envious into that sort of position means Suspus are doing something right. Shadow and Skulls have so far topped the leaderboards in the kills, 12 and 11 for the team respectively. They're going to try and do a bit more than just that. They need to be able to grab 4 in a row to be able to match up against Envious and to be able to tie things up. those things will continue to move out of their reach. Nick says, that's him. That's the guy that I want to kill. Easy does it. It's going to be a 1-0 to start things off. Susbus with first blood.
Look at Akame. In garage window, just passive, holding across. And Yasha trying to jump off for some noise. But Akame knows there's at least one more. But does she know there's one close? And Nick. Well, she does now, but she's able to get two back up. And Nick continuing to push. And Aldrian looks like he's going to do the same as the jumping sound keys are there. And Akame is ready, but it doesn't matter. Aldrian with a crazy 1D. And there's Weed.
You're able to hit one at least, and you'll take it, right? You'll take it for what it's worth. Right now, though, it is the buy round coming up here. This is going to be their second attempt at a buy round here in this half. MVS want to start getting wins on their side. If they're able to win this one, maybe they have a chance at knocking down the Econ, but a little bit of Susbus. As it is right now, almost 8K was on James before buying up and handing a gun over to a friend. So, try and play it out from here. Decent spread. Default 2-1-2. Right now, Envious, though, prepped and ready to go for the A site.
Looks like Envious, they're not really splitting up at all. They're just going to take this A site by storm. Nick already pushing James back, but Skull's able to get that opening pick. But Nick trades that out right away. And just like that, Envious, they're going to go ahead, take control of this A site, get that bomb down. Or actually, their bomb's still quite towards short, as Shadow Donut still has the haunt. Or actually, no, Aldrian's stuck in sight. And here comes that retake from Susbus as they take their time.
They're taking it a little bit slow, and because they play it slow, Nick was able to get a read. That's going to be a great pick to have. Can you get a little bit more? Everyone hiding around the corner. Envious trying to wait things out. Put information down. Can they get a bit more? That's him. Able to pick up skulls. It's going to be a sweep. That's one. But that's going to be a sweep for the rest of the team. Envious able to close the ring so quickly. Susbus, last one alive, has to pull off a clutch. 1v2. Add to the clutch counter, but timer ticking away too fast. Envious able to win off the spike, exploding and move to 11-7.
And that was a crucial round. I feel like Susbus had all the momentum in going into that retake, but I think the timing kind of messed it up as Envious took complete advantage there, got that numbers advantage, and got the trades with a perfectly set up crossfire. And it kind of left Weed with no choice but to back up with that operator in hand. And right now, I mean, very interesting choice. He's going to drop it down to James. And Neon on an op? That's got to be fun.
I mean, with the ultimates up as well, I'm not sure if that's something that you really need to use. But the reason for that is because we do hear the call out. It is the 2-4 up and played with. James swinging left and right and is able to find a snap. Eldrian is going to go down. Nick is going to bring out the knives and try and play towards that garage. Going to be a challenge. Shots going out, breaking a little bit of the shields. Nick did fire a shot, so it is very well known now that Nick is holding something down in garage. And it's going to be that op around the corner. You go, and Nick was ready for it. Good snap right there onto that's him. Chamber on chamber action. Susbus coming out the stronger leader. 2 dead so far for Envious.
You can see Envious just reevaluating this situation. Not sure what to do right now because of Susbus's aggression. They've already killed 2 of the Envious members. Now down to 3v5. Just looking to regroup. Looking to hit this B site. But little do they know that basically almost all their teammates on the side of Susbus are towards A and C link.
It's gonna be the challenge. Nick goes ahead, jumps in, and it's gonna be a hard spray. Yasha's able to find a comment. Shadow is down as well. And Envious pull off a perfect engage and initiation. Medium with a running headshot finds another. And just like that, Envious turned things around on a dime's notice. On a jump up, Yasha gives a no tells away. It's a 3K. Envious, what a fantastic round to take. Puts them on match point.
Orbital, all I have to say is wow. I don't know what happened to Susbus's defensive setup there. Yes, none of them were in sight, but at the same time, all of them died before the bomb was even planted on the side of Envious. So they essentially all started pushing through smokes and just got demolished and ripped apart. And I mean, now with their backs against the wall, Envious on that match point, how will Susbus adapt to that situation as James gets that opening pick onto That's Him, which is absolutely huge. And right away, Envious, they turn away. They turn around and they're like, hey, we don't want any part of that.
Yeah, this is starting to get down to a battle of the ultimates and what's available, right? Taking a look at the ult economy, we do have the Showstopper, we have the Orbital Strike as well as the Seeker, so a lot of great utility, a lot of spacious utility, I would say, for Envious. On the other side, you have a reposition and a resurrection, right? These are not exactly great in terms of giving you an overall advantage in terms of overall map play. Instead, it's doing what you can. Yasha with a great swing on Shadow. Akame is able to find Nick. Ulyss is down to a healer's hands.
I've got your trail.
3v4 here. This is going to be a little bit difficult. James was ready in the back corner. Seeker is going to spot him out, but Akame is ready to help out the team. She's going to find Eldrium. Medium's going to find Akame, and Skulls finds Medium. On the cusp of falling out of this tournament, Susbus able to pull an 8.
Hey, they held that really well. I mean, the way they played off of each other, they didn't even need to use the res. I mean, Eldrin using the Seekers to try to find the location of James, but unfortunately, when Yasha activated that Showstopper, just didn't jump out fast enough or squiggly enough in that matter. More so in a straight line. And, I mean, James with an AWP in hand, I mean, point and click.
All you got to do. All you got to do to try and make it work. That's him. Going to set up 2 ops on the other side. Couple sprays down C long. And it's going to be that hard challenge. Take a look at this hold. Those Skulls ready to go. And it's a peek. You're going to try and TP out. And you do, but it's not far enough. You're still in the middle of the hallway. So Medium able to find Skull. Into the hideaway here. Into the corner. They're going to run. Nick not able to get a second shot off. And Yasha is going to finish that one. 5v3. And with the clear on A, Envious say we'll leave him at that. They're actually... gonna rotate out and cause a bit of confusion. Yasha is the last one and gets the lurk kill. Are you kidding me? What they call Envious. Call the swap as well as the rotate and leave a lurker to bait out Susbus. Overall, they're rewarded with 3 total kills, not losing a single member, not even having a scratch on any of them.
I see, that's what I really loved of that take from Envious. They got 2 opening picks and then they just completely cut noise. And because they cut noise, Susbus, they were wondering, hey, are they rotating off? And then they overextend to get some info. And Yasha, there to punish that exact play. And they knew exactly what was going to happen. And all left down to Shadow Donut with an off versus 5 and flawless victory coming from Envious to send things, I mean, to win the match, actually. And Envious 13-8. I would say we saw kind of good pros and cons from both teams. Susbus really starting to pick things up and picking up some momentum on that defensive side, but at the end of the day, Envious is just a little bit too much.
It's a bit tough here. It's been pretty crazy to see everything going on, and I mean, to see that team be able to break it out. Susbus tried their best, but as you said, it was 13-8 at the end of the day. Very, very good attempt. We'll see them in the next round. Eyes are open, though, as we move into the 3rd round. Teams are starting to ramp up here, and it's starting to accelerate in pace. I'm very, very excited to see what is on the horizon. But, of course, we want to shout out another amazing thing. If you are interested in playing in the Pit of Valor even more, it's going to continue next week. We have the Pit of Valor number 99.8. I understand we're still running on the points right now. We will get there. 100 is on the way. It's been such a awesome time here with GLG, and they hope to continue this awesome tradition. So let's go ahead, send it to a quick break, and we will be right back with the 3rd series of the day.
Left it to the bank like to the bank like pedal to the floor, need no brake lights. Going up, I'm on another level. All black clothes like I'm metal. Little this and this, little Ricky Rick. It's my grandmama, I'm her Nicky Nick. I just wanna love, but I've been hit or miss. I might up and leave, never take a pic. Laugh it to the bank like. Laugh it to the bank like. I got any 10s, 20, 50, 100s, 10s, 20, 50, 100s, 10s, 20, 50, 100s, 10s, 20, 50, 100s.
Enough of the code switching. Been hitting my soul, been on the ropes. I'm ready to grow, so get to know niggas. Keep your head up, I want you to grow with me. See this gold on me, want you to glow with me. Yeah, alright, okay. We get it. No contest. Wait. See this gold on me. What's up, nigga? The world been dying, days is number, check the climate. I'm sick of it, fuck the harebrained scheme to get the riches quick. I played a long game with serene scene and I whip this quick. From the back room to the hearts, I'm in the thick of it. I grind too hard for y'all not to see me a star, bitch. I'm raising a bar like they really pay me to talk. My life been in shambles, but I got handles. I'm finishing at the rim. I remind you time and again that I'm really him. Oh, you ain't know? This shit not just for the show, but bet you entertain. Anybody not for me is below me. Blow me, you in the way. I live my dreams, I got it locked, the master keeping on me. Back in the field, running audibles with the team. Everything I got out the mother, told my truth. I shake that fake shit, they praise you, then minimize you behind you. Just know I notice you. Stay woke, no joke, it really be the ones you closest to. Had to stop sleeping on myself like I ain't know the truth. Oh, this to me like it's really nobody code is this. And if you disagree, then you jaws and your claim get audited. Who you know do the beating and talking and write the harmonies. I'm really convinced there's nobody out here going hard as me. Wish well the dog that claim belief in me so he could use me. Look at me now, you chose your route, I know you sick to see it. You talk a lot, all that flop, but that shit not harming us. Capping your status, we back, ain't nobody bras us. To the ones that held me down for the count, look at what growth will do. I'm the kid from the cul-de-sac, feeling double sex with loot they pay to play my shit back. In a way I'm going back until I'm fossil fuel to the flame, just like I'm supposed to do. Enough of the code switching, been hitting my soul, been on the ropes. I'm ready to grow, so get to know niggas. Keep your head up, I want you to grow with me. See this gold on me, want you to glow with me. Been hitting my soul, been on the ropes. I'm ready to grow, so get to know nigga. Keep your head up, I want you to grow with me. See this gold on me, want you to glow with me. I've been on a job, trying to take it far. I need that ROI, shit I done paid the cost. I'm all in on me, little baby she agrees she really been here through the fall. She the only thing I need. I wanna be free, I know that they want me for my ideas so they can line their pockets. Don't hit me to tell me that you give a fuck about me. You don't even know nothing about me, trying to force me on your timeline. You know you need to stop it, I live for more than attention. Might not be your trending topic, put my worth in analytics. I admit that took a toll, I got addicted to scrolling. We know well that get toxic, I got caught comparing me to people I don't even know. They say it's lonely at the top, well maybe then I'll focus on things that's more important and let whoever think whatever and just keep it moving. These niggas won't work on themselves, they'd rather see you losing. You'll never see me losing. Enough of the code switching, been hitting my soul, been on the ropes. I'm ready to grow, so get to know niggas. Keep your head up, I want you to grow with me. See this gold on me. Want you to grow with me. Want you to grow with me.
I got problems on problems on problems on problems on problems on problems. I solve them. I run through the money. The pressure be calling. Left on my blessings. I feel like I'm falling. The birdie is back. Tell me I'm garbage. I'm going through something. That's why I ain't calling. Phone and progression. It's all that I wanted. The phone and affection. I summon and dub it. Cause I got problems on problems on problems on problems on problems on problems. I solve them. I run through the money. The pressure be calling. Left on my blessings. I feel like I'm falling. The birdie is back. Tell me I'm garbage, I'm going through something, that's why I ain't calling. Phone and progression, it's all that I wanted. A phone in affection, I summon and dub it. Why you be all on my line about nothing? Why won't you go get you $1 or something? Don't hang with a who line for nothing. I see that we different, you riding, I double. I don't do discussions on bragging about hundreds. Don't go to your places, I know that they sunken. Don't call me your brother, I barely could trust you. I talk to a shorty, she bagging the bucket. And I'ma need all of my dollars on corporate, so hand me the money, I divvy the pie. I'ma give all of my people a portion to build them a fortune. I'm flipping the ride. I can't be mixy when iffy the vibe. And 40 on 50 is really the time. Why is you all on my phone like you want me? Like you wasn't pushing the kid to the side. I don't know if you thinking I'm blind. Cross on my crosses and dot on my eyes. Done with your efforts, I'm dealing with pressures. I know it's a lesson, that's word of the wise. Dubbing the mixes I'm mixing, I know I've been missing. I needed some personal time. All the pictures, dimensions, I don't with your digits. I mean it, I'm staying inside. Cause I got problems on problems on problems on problems on problems on problems I solve them. I run through the money, the pressure be calling. Left on my blessings, I feel like I'm falling. The birdie is back. Tell me I'm garbage, I'm going through something, that's why I ain't calling. Phone and progression, it's all that I wanted. The phone in affection, I summon and dub it. Cause I got problems on problems on problems on problems on problems on problems I solve them. I run through the money, the pressure be calling. Left on my blessings, I feel like I'm falling. The birdie is back. Tell me I'm garbage, I'm going through something, that's why I ain't calling. Phone and progression, it's all that I wanted. The phone in affection, I summon and dub it. Coming in, yeah. Flex, I just wanna win, yeah. LABB, who we running with, yeah. 2233, I'm on 10 again, yeah. State your name, big been dope on flame. I just switched the lanes. Damn, he did it again. I just flipped the pain. Stripping and dipping in bass, slab on everything. Swimming, you sinking away, cause I got big racks coming. I put my low racks on it. I ain't skip past losses, I had to get back off it. See the fit lab on it until they whip my coffin. Money clip, I tossed it, I heard it's big bags on big bags on big bags coming. Coming in, yeah. Flex, I just wanna win, yeah. LABB, who we running with, yeah. 2233, I'm on 10 again. Pump up the action. I'm active. If he never heard of Ben Dope, he just napping. Jackson's off the rapping. Keep it on my body, bitch, I'm broke if you asking. Don't gotta sell it, mostly all is flawless. Broken whips as long as it is foreign. Heard you want it cause the yam's enormous. What's in since she isn't gorgeous? Live my life, last name of Morgan Freeman. Trying to touch a forest, do not know when knocking on the door is. Came in, did it like the Porsches. Coming in, yeah. Flex, I just wanna win, yeah. LABB, who we running with, yeah. 2233, I'm on 10 again. Okay, alright. Coming in, yeah. Flex, I just wanna win.
We are back, ready to go. We here with our third round, the actual round of 16 here. We are down to the top 16 teams, and they will be cruising along to see who can make it into those grand finals. All eyes are in to the final rounds and to see what happens here, right? That's the most impressive thing so far. These teams have weathered 2 amazing rounds each, some of them getting buys out there in the round of 64, some of them not. So we'll see how they play it out here. This is going to be what I would consider the first true testament for these teams. It's the teams that, you know, got through their buy round and then had to play an opponent. So this is all hands on deck for what's going to happen next.
And we're gonna have Valkyrie versus Sturdy Warriors. And one thing, Orbital, I do want to say, back in the day when I was casting GLG weekly, we've always wanted to see the maps Breeze and Icebox. Those are the 2 maps that we just never get to see. Even Haven. Haven is one of those maps too. It was always usually Split or Ascent. Mainly Ascent that we always see. And I'm happy that out of all 3 matches we've had so far, we haven't even needed to see Ascent yet. And I mean, we're going to get to see Breeze. We've seen Icebox already. We've seen Haven. I'm just really enjoying it.
Yeah, I'm excited as well. We're gonna see all the fun maps, all the enjoyable ones. Of course, Breeze is still pretty low on that list. Do people actually enjoy it or not? It's personally my favorite. I love the open maps. I'm more favorable to it. This is mostly because I suck at aiming and I'm a single shot kind of guy. So I like using the op. I like using, you know, a lot of these single taps, the Marshall in favor. But We'll see if that actually happens, of course. Do got a shout out again. We here at GLG are enjoying our time. If you've been enjoying it, of course, go ahead, follow us on social media. Instagram and Twitter are the two, I believe, that are currently up and running for GLG. They have a lot going on, especially an in-person location. If you're local to the Rochester area, go ahead, check it out. They have a great gaming setup. A lot of great gaming rooms, everything from PCs, not just PCs. They also have PS5s, Xboxes, and I'm sure a plethora of other areas. So if you're looking to get your game on, go ahead, check that out over there. So taking a look though, as you said, on Breeze here, we will be taking a look. Still best of one all the way through. And I mean, the Sturdy Warriors, we always got to have a little bit of a sturdy check for some of these players. We'll see if they're as sturdy as they seem. And of course, going up against Valkyrie, that'll be a fun one. I do believe both these teams have been in the GLGs before, and to see how well they fare here, it's going to be a good time.
I've seen Valkyrie play before. Sturdy Warriors, I can't say I have. Some of the names kind of ring a bell, but I don't really remember off the top of my head, anyone on that team. I mean, I remember Pugstar, that's for sure. Everyone else, not too certain, but I'm excited to see what the picks are gonna be. I mean, Interlace looking to pick up on that Viper, which is definitely one of those agents you always see here, along with the Chamber and KO. But are we seeing another double initiator setup coming from Sturdy Warriors? Oh, maybe on both ends.
Yeah, this is, I mean, all we need, I think, taking a look here is that Jet, but it's not. What we could have had is a full mirror matchup here. We would have had, mirrored Chambers, mirrored Sovas, mirrored KOs, and all that fun stuff. It's going to be a difference of the duelists. It's a old school classic. It's the Jet versus the Phoenix. I feel that kind of sets the stage here. This is going to be real fun, endless. This is going to be real entertaining here.
I'm excited. I mean, Phoenix, after he's been kind of reworked, has been an incredible agent to watch. And I mean, if everyone's been watching Champions so far, we've gotten our luck kind of in the game where we've gotten the opportunity to see Phoenix multiple times, especially on Scream. But I mean, seeing it in this match alone, I'm excited. I'm excited to see how they're going to utilize it. Pugstar going to be able to create so much space with Phoenix, especially with the ult. And then just to get that information, it's kind of like a walking initiator himself as well.
Yeah, that's something that they do have to kind of keep eyes on. So we'll see if they can play it out here. Of course, we are just waiting for one of the players to go ahead and load in. The hamsters are working overtime here. We do love it so much. And so taking a look here, eyes are open, and this is the compositions that we're running with. So I know we touched on those. We touched on the Phoenix and we touched on the Jets, of course, but what's your other kind of interesting agent to try and keep an eye on? Who are we going to be looking at to also make an impact with some of these mirror matchups?
I think the impacts are definitely going to be the Chambers. I've seen Smalls play before, and from what I remember, he has a pretty nasty shot. I'm sure everyone at this level does as well, but I mean, Smalls stood out the last time I saw him play, and I'm expecting him to do the exact same nowadays.
All right. Well, eyes are on Smalls and seeing if they can pop things up. So far, though, it's a couple ghosts being bought up. At this point, it really is just to your own comfort level, right? Do you like it? Do you not? Really, only time will tell. And of course, taking a look here, blinds go out immediately as those flashbangs decide to get in their face a little bit more. 2 and 3 set up in the middle, though, as Valkyrie play a 1-3-1. And the rest of Sturdy Warriors are actually slowly gliding over to B. This is a little bit of a question mark, of course. It's not a fan out. It's not a little bit of a question of, do we want to play for information? It's a hard setup of, we're going to go this route. We are all going to go this route. Some of us are going to go B. The rest of us are actually going to flank in the mid from here. Try and make it happen. But look at that poison. The snake bite and the venom just goes down and interlaces that entry up. Denies the entry from Valkyrie. Valkyrie gonna have to swing towards mid and try and find another way into sight.
And they've essentially had to fall off because of that delay coming from Valkyrie, and you can see Small still staying put. The sound cues are going to start coming through. The wall's going up, and now they know it's going to be an A play with 30 seconds left. Smalls with the headhunter, not able to connect. Does knock Lucas down to 45 health, however. I mean, maybe that's just all that's enough for this retake.
And they're hoping that's going to be enough. No first blood just yet. Still going to try and challenge as hard as they can because, again, no one's gone down. Valkyrie prepped on the high ground. A little bit of recon goes out, but not sure it's going to bring about too much information. Lucas hiding all the way in the back. Jet on the Sova is going to watch, but Vax is able to take one. Mike fires right back, so it's a 1-for-1. Pugstar trying to send out a little bit of a blind on their own, but can't get any kills. It's going to be a rush. Valkyrie going to try and give it their best shot. Chasing in with all four. Interlace going to fall. Pugstar breaks down 2. Pugstar can't get much more, and so Mike and Maltreat both are going to pick up kills on their own, but there is no chance for a defusal. It's a good runoff. They do pick up the kills, and it's Saya that will find the lonesome win. 1-0 to Sturdy Warriors. It was hard fought, but it's a win.
And honestly, if it weren't for those Viper lineups, that round would have been easily in the favor of Valkyries, as the last 2 members of Sturdy Warriors were stuck towards caves and not really in a position to contest. But that molly itself, that snake bite coming out from Isaiah, has just really made it so much easier for them to clutch up that round.
Really was, and that's something that you always have to take into effect. If you know the teams are both evenly matched in skill, that's what it comes down to. It's the fact that the positioning of that spike was nigh perfect, gave you the opportunity. Ooh. Lucas opens up with a nasty Marshall shot, and Vax with a second round Vandal, giving Smalls what for. Ulti coming out here, and that's gonna be in the back being placed up. Jet and Pugstar say thank you very, very much. Easy does it. We call it out. Saya finishing it off with a team ace. Everyone getting a piece of the action.
And let's keep that in mind as well. That was only the second round, and Pugstar already used his ult once. Let's just make note of how fast that was. He used his ult in the second round, so I mean, that first round, he was able to get the orbs throughout A and B, so that really did help along with the kills that he got. But I mean, with Phoenix being reworked and now only 6 ult points, I mean, that's pretty huge.
I think it's a great thing to see, though. Again, little love for those agents that may have fallen off on the wayside. Right now, Valkyrie with the weapon advantage, going to give it their best shot. A little bit of a jump up. Mikester giving away their position as the double owl drones go out. However, one explodes just a little bit faster here. Mikester setting up and saying, hey, trying to spot someone out. Pugstar on the top ropes. Instead of that hallway are going to try and do their own sort of sleuthing. A little bit of a firewall goes up, blocks off some information, but not going to do too much. Rest of the team zoning out like they need to, but Sturdy Warriors not ready for the Mikester. Great turn and shot. Pugstar is down.
Pugstar really needed to make that play and hit that shot there, but unfortunately unable to connect as Mikester just turns around like you said. And Pugstar not ready for it whatsoever, as Mike able to get one though. And now Sturdy Warriors stuck on 3 members left with Spectres in hand. I mean, this is their bonus, so they're going to try to get as many bodies down as possible. But right now, it's not looking so good as Interlaced can be close by as well. And Smalls coming in big from bottom mid right before they enter that tunnel, and a flawless victory from Valkyrie. And that's exactly what you want, like we mentioned, right? It's your first gun round. You know the opponents are on a bonus. Try not to lose any guns because you are fully invested in the round. Meanwhile, your opponents are just ready to buy the next.
They're ready to keep moving forward right now. This time around, no long range, all mid range, if you will. Vandals, hot and heavy. Jet, of course, breaking the mold. Of course, Jet, you have to. You only got 1 kill so far. You got to do something different, right? Hard push up the middle. Valkyrie not wasting any time taking over that mid range, but with the A-side push, Sturdy Warriors say it's not even going to be a problem. Vax, I'm going to fall here. Valkyrie, ready to go. Wall goes out. Poison is up, and Pugstar tries to take a swing. Doesn't really see anyone. Going to try and vault their way in. Interlace, though, has perfect rotational value. Plant goes down. Shots go out. Interlace gives away their position, but the wall keeping them safe for the time being. Messiah is going to wait it out. Pugstar able to find Interlace's life. And now is going to fall. Smalls ready with the front runner. Isaiah finds a Maltreat. And Meister finds Saya. A little bit of a deke though. Small says thank you very much. Shock pull plus a few more shots. Small is able to finish it off. Valkyrie able to move to 2-2 on the day with a well fought out round and retake.
I mean, that round was really won by, I'd say, Meister because of the reveal and the recon. It just gave them so much info to be able to retake that site without really worrying about where any opponents would be hiding, as it cleared almost all the close-up angles and they just needed to aim for them. Meanwhile, Sturdy Warriors now broke yet again, but it doesn't look like they're going to be fully saving, as Lucas looking to full up buy a Vandal, and oh, he changed to light armor, but I'm expecting him to recycle these guns this round.
I mean, you're hoping so, right? This is all you can really work with. Shot goes out and rings to let them know that mid is under watch. Pugstar saying, I'm not sure what you're doing here. Give it your best shots. Another song and dance. Lucas as well taking a shot. Meister's like, all right, there's a second one. I don't want to deal with this. I'm good. Taking a peek swing though. Mauls with the 2 to 4 says, Pugstar, your marathon ends here. Great simple shot, but it's one that calls out to Valkyrie saying, hey, look, this is all we gotta do. Take things one at a time. Shots will come to us, and this is gonna be a suppression going down. I don't think anyone was really caught by it, so well pushed off, but Mike was ready to go. Lucas is not gonna be able to play anymore, and Mike with the swing peek catches Vax in the head.
Jet finally able to get one, but it's a little bit too late, as now Valkyrie down to 2 members trying to push this B site, and I mean, Mike's there. Mike is there. Sturdy Warriors don't have a chance.
Not going to be able to do it all, and so far, Valkyrie able to take a 1-round lead, but we know everything about 1 rounds, right? They can evaporate so quickly. Sturdy Warriors ready to go with 2 ultimates to their name. Run it back as well as the Hunter series. 2 ultimates that can give fairly large advantages if you're able to trade a 1 for 0. Valkyrie on their side do have the knives, and that one's going to be real fun to watch. Interlace doing their best, trying to get that poison stuck up to the top, and finally does get it. It's a nice cheeky spot. It's a one-way kind of smoke out there. It's very interesting, all of these players that love to try and find those lineups, right?
Oh no. Mike got up close towards that door in halls, and they had no idea. And right now, they're going to continue pushing him, and Mike has some help from his forehand, and Meister, as Interlace finally gets taken out, but Meister and Mike still being the demons of halls right now. All left down to Pugstar in a 1 versus 3.
I feel this is what happens. Yeah, this is pushing it. Pugstar is now going to fall to a 3K, and I feel this is what happens when you don't eat Mike and Ikes or anything. Maybe there's Mike and Mikes out there, right? This is them saying, look, if you're not gonna do that, we are going to force you to do so. Multiple kills so far between the 2 of them. They have netted 16 here in 6 rounds. It's been fantastic to watch the entirety of the squad play it out, and so far they are taking fairly good control. Sturdy Warriors sitting down again in the low eco. Jet, of course, buying up and rightly saying maybe that's not the right call. 4 hand cannons is all you want to talk about. The Sheriff's gonna hopefully do work.
And see, the Sheriff rounds, I personally don't dislike, because I mean, we've all seen some ridiculous Sheriff plays, and anything can happen, especially with the Sheriff. So I wouldn't count them completely out, but right away Valkyrie gets that opening pick again, and one is spotted towards bottom mid. Meister still holding, does know there are some towards elbow, as Pugstar just lurking out mid, away from elbow, holding at angle. Doesn't really get anything to connect, but Meister still playing it passive. They understand they have that man advantage. They don't want to over aggress here. And right now, Sturdy Warriors, they just don't really have anything to work with.
They really don't. Not as sturdy as they were hoping to be. And Mikester is able to find Jet running away. A little bit of shots left and right, and honestly, it took a little bit longer. Mikester even going, yeah, that didn't look good on the highlight reel. Maybe that's for the fail clips itself, but they still come out with the round that they need. 5-2 is the score, 5 in a row. Sturdy Warriors are hoping to break that up here. If this is a win for Valkyrie, they will be sitting on 6. That magic number to feel real good about the half. And Sturdy Warriors don't want to give it up too quickly.
And here's the thing, right? They're up 5-2. And it looks like they're going for that 6-2 right now. And Interlaced has not gotten a kill yet. So imagine when he starts popping off.
Let's play.
Crazy to think about, right? The fact that someone still has gotten a kill. To that extent, Mikester opening up with a few quick shots is trying to snap onto someone. I think was able to tag out some shields, but that was about it. Nothing else to call for. Sturdy Warriors know that there's only one ulti down, 2 more still to go. And of course, with the 2 of the forest, Lucas hoping to get some value out of that one.
Get Aldrin going towards that B side. Pugstar just gonna run in, create that space, but instantly gets taken out. And here comes Interlaced, able to get one and also destroy that ult, but he's still holding that site. He's still holding it. Jet finally able to take him out. Lucas as well getting one. But Smalls is there with a headhunter, and he's just gonna hold the angle. He understands that, hey, they might not be necessarily committing, but he is all aware as Bomb is down sight, and Mikester, a little bit of a bait and switch with Smalls, and they're able to clean up that round. And now they get that 6th round that we were mentioning.
You know what? I give Sturdies a lot of respect there, right? They fought it out very, very well at the beginning. Taking Valkyrie down to a 2v4, 2v3. It was just at the very end, right? A couple mishaps here and there, got into 1v1s that they didn't feel confident winning and fell to the ground. So down into the buy round once again. You can see they are buying up very well. A couple members zeroed out here. Interlaced still second it up. Got a lot better this time. Didn't take 4 times to try and figure it out.
Now he didn't have to wait till the freeze time was over this time.
I know. It's great. Taking a look here, we are getting a chase. That's going to be a blind out, and Interlace said, not today. I'll take one to the grave with me. It's a hard chase into A as Valkyrie give up ground quickly. Sturdy Warriors able to steady themselves here. Get the plant. Poison is out, and it's going to be a large one. So, lot committed here for Sturdy Warriors to try and take a round back.
Viper's Pit is active, and oh my goodness, Mike had no idea Vax was up close, but his partner in crime, Mikester, there to trade things out, and there's Isaiah. He has those Vipers, snake bites, and that's gonna help this post-plant situation, but the issue is the Viper's Pit is now gone. The second snake bite's coming in, but oh my goodness. Jet came in from the side, and that's just gonna very well do it. They're gonna secure their 3rd round. That late flank really just hurt Valkyrie, as they had no idea that was gonna be expected.
Yeah, it took him a little bit of time, but of course it worked in the end, and that is again what we saw all the way back at the beginning as well, right? Sturdy Warriors, when given the time to prep and kind of set down at their own pace, they are able to make these plays. They are able to properly set up. You saw the positioning of the spike, very, very well placed. Gave them ample opportunity, even with that, even with the Viper's Poison going down. The problem is that Valkyrie are not letting him do it nearly as often as they need, right? Valkyrie are consistently playing aggressive and consistently taking out players. Smalls with a back-breaking shot with the op through a corner is able to sneak away Lucas's life.
You can see after they get that opening pick, they don't overextend. They don't let Sturdy Warriors get any type of information back in, except for Mike. Maybe I spoke too soon. Mike got a little bit overzealous there. And you can see this time around, Sturdy Warriors, they're getting these picks, evening out the situation, and they're just taking it easy. They're not instantly pushing a site. They're cutting noise. They're making Valkyrie kind of hesitate and gamble a little bit as to where they're going to end up hitting. I mean, they did pick up that orb, gave away us a little bit of a sound cue. And Jet able to get interlaced, which is a huge pick. But Maltreat is there. Doesn't matter if there's a recon dart. He's going to go ahead and finish 3 of them and it's all down to Pugstar.
What a brutal one to have. I mean, Maltreat has been... It should have a malpractice claim against him. This is out of control right now. Maltreat with 3. Technically 4 if you want to get into it. Getting a down member. Small is able to finish it off. And then Valkyrie with 7 on the board. Already cresting over. The best they can do is 9. And I mean, we know about the curse, Endless. We know what could possibly happen. But at this point, you'll take every round that you can get.
We know it's there. I don't want to say what's going through the players' heads right now on the side of Valkyrie. Did they lose one on purpose? I don't think so. I think they don't believe in the curse. I think they're just gonna go for, like you said, as many rounds as possible. And look at this cheeky boost coming from Smalls. It's gonna be a one-off angle that no one's gonna expect, but ooh, that suppress comes in and Smalls has no choice but to back up.
And they're going to give it their best shot, and you'll glance as best as you can. Smalls, though, with a great snipe to take out the Owl drone. No real information given. But Smalls is ready. Smalls is going to reload. A little bit of a blind. Pugstar gets 1. Interlace takes on 1 as well. And it's going to be the pistol in hand. Smalls go at it. Smalls take him home. Interlace takes another with a headshot. A little bit of a snapshot. Nothing really given. Interlace able to make it a full house of frags. Valkyrie, little bit of a tumble there, but able to finish it off. 8 rounds to their name.
Lucas really didn't want anyone to see that one. I mean, Smalls absolutely popped off with the headhunter here. Then it switches to a POV of Lucas shooting at him for a solid entirety of his clip and doesn't get the kill. And eventually he gets taken out. But man, what a play from Interlace and Smalls. They hold that A site, and now Sturdy Warriors are hesitating. Why would they even try to take this B site? And look at Pugstar instantly gets removed from the equation as Mike just being all aware and spamming the right areas.
I mean, that was, of course, that was just to run it back. So Pugstar is able to make it 1. That's 1 less than you were hoping to get. Interlace gets Lucas with the poison. Got him with the poison, and Maltreat able to take out Vax. Valkyrie getting a lot of utility kills here so far and feeling real good about it as well. Mike gonna take a swing here. Some runs along the side. Can they find the last 3? Sturdy Warriors want to take this round, at least enter into the next with on a win round. Jet able to find Mike's life. Very, very nice shot. Jet ready with some information. Interlace around the corner, not getting picked up by that sonar dart. Recon Bolt can't do too much. So Sturdy Warriors saying, hey, it's not safe here. We're going to try and rotate back. 35 seconds, plenty of time to make it to A.
See, now what's going through Valkyrie's head right now? Are they looking to win this round? I mean, they're bringing it awfully close. Isaiah able to trade that kill out. And right now, all the noise and info is going towards this A site. Smalls already on that rotation. Does have the tour de force out. But can he capitalize? He does know they're already in sight.
10 seconds left.
Does he wait for his teammate? No! He almost gets 1.
Oh!
But Jet's up close. Yellow already gets the trade and interlaced all down to his lonesome in a 1 versus 2. But Isaiah is down to 10 health. But will he expect Jet right here? He does. Down to a 1 versus 1. He has the full advantage here. And Isaiah tries to go for the jump.
That's going to be a snap. Can you get it? I think he got plenty of time. And Interlace happy about that round. 9-3 is the score.
The curse. Orbital, the curse.
Oh no. Oh no, it's happening again. It hasn't happened the entire night though. I will say that so far. It has not happened the entire night.
It hasn't happened yet. You're right. It hasn't happened yet. The team that's up 9-3 usually dominates, but I mean, that was the first round of tonight's tournament that we saw the 9-3, right? So being the round of 16 now, things might be a little bit different.
I mean, there's a possibility. I say still though. I mean, Smalls and Mike have looked so good. 13 and 12 kills to them, and their composition again with the agents that they do have. It's The entries might be a bit difficult, but we'll see what they can do. Of course, Mike is going to be the big one to watch. The duelist will be trying to make space here. That's going to be a suppression used. Catches Pugstar on the rise and gives some decent information. Look at the lurk, though, on the far side of B. It's going to be a question mark. We do see that chamber pull out the stops. It's a hard flank. Smalls wants to get this kill, is in prime position if no one peeks. Valkyrie, though, prepped and ready to go for this A site. They're going to give it their best shot.
Well, I mean, we all know who these halls belong to. And it's by the name of a man named Mike. And, I mean, he's been owning the halls throughout the whole defensive side and now going to look to translate it to the attacking side. But Pugstar has something to say about it on the flank, but hey, doesn't matter. Smalls had a bigger lurk. And right now, Valkyrie, I mean, they're falling off. Ooh. They're going to go B.
I mean, I think it's the right call, right? You go ahead, say, hey, can't get much further than that. Let's go ahead, give it our best chance. Here on B, 2 members holding it down. Viper and the Sova. Poison is up, though, and with an Aegis suppressed, they have a good chance at taking the site. Good shock bolt lands, though, and it's going to take a chunk of HP out. Sturdy Warriors not lining up correctly, though. Meister with 2. Meister looking for a third is going to swing around the corner and get taken out in the back. 3K for the Meister, looking for one more. Where's the spike, though? Spike needs to go down. Meister plants it in the open sight, and a couple shots go out. It's not going to work. Vax, though, down to a 1v1. Be a little bit of suppression. It's going to work. Meister going to be slowed down. No abilities to be used. All down to the pistols. Ghost versus Ghost. HP versus HP. 45 versus 40. And ring around the rosy they go. Carousel sending them in circles. But Meister, back his turn. Oh, no. This could be dangerous. Who do they get? Pop out of the weapons. Did they hear each other? And this is the problem. Meister knows that the spike has to be gone for. Just wait for that sound. Fake defuse. Vax knows it's going to happen. And they'll swing and look, and it's a one-tap. Meister makes it a 4K. The quiet player. Oh, my lord. 4K to push to double digits.
It was the timing throughout that entire 1v1 situation. And then on top of that, Meister's recon dart wasn't even going to reveal the bomb. So had he have stuck it, Meister would have had no idea. But obviously, being the player he is, he's going to peek off of it. And man, oh man. At first, I was thinking, you know what? It's a 1v2 against Mike and Meister. There's no way. You can't beat that duo.
Oh man, this is going to be a challenge. Jumping in here, Valkyrie. Still being the aggressive fronts, and 1-1 so far between the two teams. They try A, and honestly, Sturdy Warriors have done very well to contain that A site. It's made it difficult for Valkyrie, right? This is the second time they've attempted A, and second time they've been rebutted and said, okay, we can't really do that. We got to go somewhere else. This time around, there's only one defender, though. Isaiah, the only one winning round, fan in hand, ready to give themselves a little bit of breathing room. Are they gonna get it though? They jump up. They are spotted out on the back end. Sova gonna be hard rotating. In goes the Owl Drone, just trying to give information. Messiah spotted, running to the side. It's gonna be the swing shots go out. Smalls able to make it happen. It's now down to a 3v4. This was only in hand for the side of Sturdy Warriors. We know how this song and dance goes, and it's one I don't think the Warriors are gonna enjoy very much.
It doesn't look like they have much to work with, especially having 3 members. Make that 2 against 4 on this retake, both coming in from the spawn side as Jet trying to get anything to happen, but Meister there. But Lucas finally hitting a shot with that headhunter, but a little bit too late as Smalls holding that angle towards half wall.
2-11. This has been... We were curious how it was going to go. Valkyrie and Sturdy Warriors was... We were interested, and again, Valkyrie showing us that they have been an absolute force to be reckoned with here in the POV. Engaging and very, very entertaining to watch every time we get them on stream, and we hope to see them even more right now into this bonus round. Hot guns in hand for the Valkyries. A little bit of a weaker side purchase for the Sturdy Warriors. This is going to be a challenge for the Warriors themselves.
Right now, Valkyrie, they know Sturdy Warriors are on that save, so they're just going to stomp through that site. already getting 2, but did get traded out for 1. But 1 is just simply not enough for Sturdy Warriors, especially being on bonus guns. But Isaiah has something to say about that. Gets another. Make that 2. And now, just like that, down to a 2v2. Make that 2v1. But again, there's the man named Mikester up and alive, along with his buddy Interlace. Oh, man. Jet almost clutched things up. But hey, that's a huge round for Sturdy Warriors. Despite losing it, they were able to get 4 members down. But it doesn't really matter at this point.
What an absolute mad lad play right there. That was Jet going for it. And I say the mad lad term with all respect because it was, I don't know if you saw, the model of Jet was pointed in the other direction, swung and one-tapped Mikester. Mikester was ready to go, but it was a single shot. That's all that it was. And now buying in here, Valkyrie on 12. One more round to go. Sturdy Warriors buying up hard, hoping that this is going to be enough. Isaiah, this time with op in hand, says, hey, you don't get to enter as quickly as possible, but a nice Jet play is going to bring it around. Mikester with the Hunter's Fury is able to snipe one out and brings it to a close, but Pugstar with the hard swing on the Hunter's Fury is going to be fought right back. 2 for 2 so far, make it 2 for 3 as small signs Lucas. And Sturdy Warriors not ready for the fast-paced aggression. Jet able to find Interlace hiding in a corner. Down to a 2v2. Everyone fairly healthy. Jet able to find Mike. And it looks like Sturdy Warriors might have found their opportunity. Swing hard. Get the kill. Smalls able to make it happen. Half of the defusal is going back. Looking to try and play it out, but gun not out. Vex said thank you very much for the free kill. 4 rounds to Sturdy Warriors as they are looking to have a perfect reverse on the game.
I mean, that's where this curse begins, right? You have to get to the absolute maximum rounds, and that's where it starts to right itself. And honestly, that round, Sturdy Warriors did an excellent job in getting that full elbow control and get that fast flank towards that B side, because Interlace, after he planted, he had no idea and was not even remotely expecting anyone to be coming B main late behind them. And right after he got that bomb down, he kind of just got wiped out.
Poison is out just to lock down that area. Sturdy Warriors, it's a well-known concept, and it's very nicely done. Valkyrie, of course, ready to go. 2 to Force is ready, and Interlace is able to find 1. Mikester finds Isaiah. Pugstar running it up, but can only get so much with that run it back. Now down, taking a look at how things are playing. Sturdy Warriors have 1 down on the ground, but Lucas is able to get the revive up. Pugstar able to make more. Pugstar with the 3K. Break it down, will you? You are sturdy. Small says maybe not so sturdy, but it is. In the middle is all you want. Smalls brings it to a close. As sturdy was, Pugstar makes it competitive here in the 17th round. Valkyrie down to 2. Sturdy Warriors at 2 as well.
Man, that was such a big play from Pugstar, but I think he still got a little bit overzealous, putting it back into a situation of a 2v2. And Smalls, he just heard the rotation. Now they understand, okay, A should be clear completely because I just heard him rotate towards spawn. So they know that they're split up. They know they have the entirety of A site. They just don't know
30 seconds left.
whether or not they're holding from spawn or not, but it doesn't seem the case. Meister gonna go ahead, fake plant just to be safe. Allows Smalls to walk a little bit closer towards the spawn. And just like that, bomb is down. Smalls instantly takes out Vax. It's down to a 1v2, and Smalls with a huge 4K to send Sturdy Warriors home this week as Valkyrie take this match 13-4.
What a way to end it. That was a fantastic show by the Valkyries, one that we may not have been expecting as much, right? Taking a look at how they were playing, it was, you know, we saw this matchup and we're like, hey, we hope it's going to be a good one. We hope to see these teams show up. And they both did. I give huge props to both teams. Sturdy Warriors, they fought it well. We saw at the very end, right? Pugstar tried to fight it out. But my gosh, were Mike and Mike on it right there, and were Smalls on it. Valkyrie came to play. They came into this with a vengeance.
Honestly, this is one of those matches that, even despite the score being 13-4, so many of these rounds seem to come so close. And even that last round, just breaking that one down of how back and forth it went, I had no idea who was going to come out on top that round, because one thing Valkyrie started getting all these opening picks. They got 2, I believe, and then Pugstar comes out, gets 3, and dies to the 4th, and instantly just became a 2v2. And man, it just kept going back and forth.
It was so much fun to watch. This is one of those matches that we will say, please go ahead, watch it for yourself. Don't look at the score, go watch it. It was very, very entertaining, and hopefully there is even more to come because we have even more Valorant action coming to you. We have 3 more matches ready to go. It'll be the quarterfinals, the semifinals, and the finals. We will crown our 99.7 champion here tonight. Of course, we will be off the air. It'll be Orbital, not myself, and Endless, but instead it'll be Mick and Infernosis to carry through the rest of the tournament. So don't go anywhere. The Pit of Valor here, 99.7, will continue this Wednesday night in just a few. Don't go anywhere.
To the bank, like, laugh it to the bank, like, I got it in 10s, 20, 50, 100s, 10s, 20, 50, 100s, 10s, 20, 50, 100s, 10s, 20, 50, 100s. Laugh it to the bank, like, pedal to the floor, need no brake lights. In the dark, watch it make light. I'm a star, got no stage fright. Please don't get me mad, I'm a nice guy. My baby say I'm cute, yeah, I'm type 5. I be waking up when you go night-night. In a different zone with the time. Laugh it to the bank, like, ooh, go. Laugh it to the bank, like, in it 10s, 20, 50, 100s, 10s, 20, 50, 100s, 10s, 20, 50, 100s, 10s, 20, 50, 100s. I get it, I flip it and continue. I've been going dumb, I've been going mental. Going up, I'm on another level. All black clothes like a metal. Little this and this, little Ricky Rick. It's my grandmama, I'm her Nicky Nick. I just wanna love, but I've been hit or miss. I might up and leave, yeah, take a pic. Laugh it to the bank, like, ooh, go. Laugh it to the bank, like, I got it in 10s, 20, 50, 100s, 10s, 20, 50, 100s, 10s, 20, 50, 100s, 10s, 20, 50, 100s.
Enough of the code switching. Been hitting my soul, been on the ropes. I'm ready to grow, so get to know niggas. Keep your head up, I want you to grow with me. See this gold on me, want you to glow with me. Yeah, alright, okay. We get it. No contest. Wait. See this gold on me. What's up, nigga? The world been dying, days is number, check the climate. I'm sick of it, fuck the harebrained scheme to get the riches quick. I played a long game with serene scene and I whip this quick. From the back room to the hearts, I'm in the thick of it. I grind too hard for y'all not to see me a star, bitch. I'm raising a bar like they really pay me to talk. My life been in shambles, but I got handles. I'm finishing at the rim. I remind you time and again that I'm really him. Oh, you ain't know? This shit not just for the show, but bet you entertain. Anybody not for me is below me, blow me, you in the way. I live my dreams, I got it locked, the master keeping on me. Back in the field, running audibles with the team. Everything I got out the mother, told my truth. I shake that fake shit, they praise you, then minimize you behind you. Just know I notice you. Stay woke, no joke, it really be the ones you closest to. Had to stop sleeping on myself like I ain't know the truth. Oh, this to me like it's really nobody code is this. And if you disagree, then you jaws and your claim get audited. Who you know do the beating and talking and write the harmonies. I'm really convinced there's nobody out here going hard as me. Wish well the dog that claimed belief in me so he could use me. Look at me now, you chose your route, I know you sick to see it. You talk a lot, all that flop, but that shit not harming us. Capping your status, we back, ain't nobody raws us. To the ones that held me down for the count, look at what growth will do. I'm the kid from the cul-de-sac, feeling double sex with loot they pay to play my shit back. Ain't no way I'm going back until I'm fossil fuel to the flame, just like I'm supposed to do. Enough of the code switching, been hitting my soul, been on the ropes. I'm ready to grow, so get to know niggas. Keep your head up, I want you to grow with me. See this gold on me, want you to glow with me. Been hitting my soul, been on the ropes, I'm ready to grow. So get to know, nigga. Keep your head up, I want you to grow with me. See this gold on me, want you to glow with me. I've been on a job, trying to take it far. I need that ROI, shit I done paid the cost. I'm all in on me, lil' baby she agree, she really been here through the fall. She the only thing I need. I wanna be free, I know that they want me for my ideas so they can line their pockets. Don't hit me to tell me that you give a fuck about me. You don't even know nothing about me, trying to force me on your timeline. You know you need to stop it, I live for more than attention. Might not be your trending topic, put my worth in analytics. I admit that took a toll, I got addicted to scrolling. We know well that get toxic, I got caught comparing me to people I don't even know. They say it's lonely at the top, well maybe then I'll focus on things that's more important and let whoever think whatever and just keep it moving. These niggas won't work on themselves, they'd rather see you losing. You'll never see me losing.
Enough of the code switching. Been hitting my soul, been on the ropes, I'm ready to grow. So get to know niggas. Keep your head up, I want you to grow with me. See this gold on me. Want you to grow with me. Want you to grow with me.
I got problems on problems on problems on problems on problems on problems I solve them. I run through the money, the pressure be calling. Left on my blessings, I feel like I'm falling. The birdie is back. Tell me I'm garbage, I'm going through something, that's why I ain't calling. Phone and progression is all that I wanted. The phone in affection, I summon and dub it. Cause I got problems on problems on problems on problems on problems on problems I solve them. I run through the money, the pressure be calling. Left on my blessings, I feel like I'm falling. The birdie is back. Tell me I'm garbage, I'm going through something, that's why I ain't calling. Phone and progression is all that I wanted. The phone in affection, I summon and dub it. Why you be all in my line about nothing? Why won't you go get you $1 or something? Don't hang with a who line for nothing. I see that we different, you riding, I double. I don't do discussions on bragging about hundreds. Don't go to your places, I know that they sunken. Don't call me your brother, I barely could trust it. I talked to a shorty, she bagging the bugging. And I'ma need all of my dollars on corporate, so hand me the money, I divvy the pie. I'ma give all of my people a portion to build them a fortune on flipping the ride. I can't be mixy when iffy the vibe, and 40 on 50 is really the time. Why are you all on my phone like you want me, like you wasn't pushing the kid to the side? I don't know if you thinking I'm blind. Cross on my crosses and doubt on my eyes. Done with your efforts, I'm dealing with pressures. I know it's a lesson, that's word of the wise. Dubbing the mixes I'm mixing, I know I've been missing. I needed some personal time. All the pictures, dimensions, I don't with your digits. I mean it, I'm staying inside. Cause they got problems on problems on problems on problems on problems on problems I solve them. I run through the money, the pressure be calling. Left on my blessings, I feel like I'm falling. The birdie is back. Tell me I'm garbage, I'm going through something, that's why I ain't calling. Phone and progression is all that I wanted. The phone in affection, I summon and dub it. Cause I got problems on problems on problems on problems on problems on problems I solve them. I run through the money, the pressure be calling. Left on my blessings, I feel like I'm falling. The birdie is back. Tell me I'm garbage, I'm going through something, that's why I ain't calling. Phone and progression is all that I wanted. The phone in affection, I summon and dub it. Coming in, yeah. Flex, I just wanna win, yeah. LA BB, who we running with, yeah. 2, 2, 3, 3, I'm on 10 again, yeah. State your name, big been dope on flame. I just switched the lanes. Damn, he did it again. I just flipped the pain. Stripping and dipping in bass, slab on everything. Swimming, you sinking away, cause I got big racks coming. I put my low racks on it. I ain't skip past losses, I had to get back off it. See the fit lab on it until they whip my coffin. Money clip, I tossed it, I heard it's big bags on big bags on big bags coming. Coming in, yeah. Flex, I just wanna win, yeah. LA BB, who we running with, yeah. 2, 2, 3, 3, I'm on 10 again. Pump up the action. I'm active. If he never heard of Ben Dope, he just napping. Jackson's Off the rapping, keep it on my body, bitch, I'm broke if you ask it. Don't gotta sell a Mosialis, flawless, broken whips as long as it is foreign. Heard you want it cause the yam's enormous. What's in since she isn't gorgeous? Live my life, last name of Morgan Freeman. Trying to touch a forest, do not know when knocking on the door is. Came in, did it like the Porsches coming in, yeah. Flex, I just wanna win, yeah. LABB, who we running with, yeah. 2233, I'm on 10 again. Okay, alright. Coming in, yeah. Flex, I just wanna win, yeah. LABB, who we running with, yeah. 2233, I'm on 10, yeah. Trippin' Aquafina, I'm 715, kept a weapon on me. Flow make digits, I'm on my business, stacks chicken like what it's gon' be. Crew in the cut, hey, you want us, red run when I tell a peace. Love is love. Love is love. Adios. Bendo with the switch again. Boy deliver like he heffinin'. Core with digits, give him estimates. Somersaults for my Benjamins. I got what you need, baby. Skirt the Chevy, make a scene, baby. LABB been the team, baby. Bim Papa, word the G, baby. Look, labs till I'm finished. Had a handful of lemons through the hand. Got a bag, now the hands in the business. For my hand, it's a ticket. Talking Mazda for the biggest. That's a comma and a comma and a comma. Gotta get it. I've been playing with the minutes that they been shoulda gave. And I'm flipping every digit that they been shoulda paid. Had to find a way to get it. No, this isn't what you made. If I ever wanna dip, then I'm brink with the blade. And I'm brinking a blink on the brink of some dumb shit. Watch how I move, cause I know the brink's coming. Watch for the blues, cause I know that they dumping. Nothing in my view, so it's hush on discussion. Hush on discussions, you know what you need to. I keep it in the fam to let you know that I don't need you. Y'all cats be see-through, head out to peace. You been king, I'm regal, got it in my Abisu. Came through trippin' Aquafina, I'm 715, kept a weapon on me. Flow make digits, I'm on my business, stack chicken like what it's gon' be. Crew in the cut, hey, you want us, red run when I tell a peace. Love is love. Love is love. Hold up with it, got my back on Pippin. I'm back in kitchens with the tray. Windows tinted like how black my skin is. Scoop the shorty in it from a J. Swish, she got vision just like any women giving me the kitten. Way before the riches, nothing more to mention. I could light a block of powder or a glisten. Foreign on my body, that's Agora linen. I came through trippin' Aquafina, I'm 715, kept a weapon on me. Flow make digits, I'm on my business, stack chicken like what it's gon' be. Crew in the cut, hey, you want us, red run when I tell a peace. Love is love. Love is love. Adios. Love is love. Love is love. Adios. Love is love. Love is love. Adios.
I got money busting out the money clip. Make a call and hit another lick. Yeah. Turn a 10-piece to a 20 quick. I got money busting out the money clip. Make a call and hit another lick. Someone get the money counter, I can keep on thumbing it. Turn a 10-piece to a 20 quick. I got money busting out the money clip. Make a call and hit another lick. Someone get the money counter, I can keep on thumbing it. Okay, I'ma hit for 20 off a laptop. In a Zoom meeting, making money is my backdrop. Ballpoint base hit harder than a slap shot. Flew out my baby, told her rub me like I'm Epcot. Whoa, I've been doing road on the go. Get a bag and flip it, that's for sure. Yeah, for sure. That was never talk about nothing. Turn it down and go get you some money. Turn a 10-piece to a 20 quick. I got money busting out the money clip. Make a call and hit another lick. Someone get the money counter, I can keep on thumbing it. Turn a 10-piece to a 20 quick. I got money busting out the money clip. Make a call and hit another lick. Someone get the money counter, I can keep on thumbing it. Eyes on the money, my brothers got my back. Streets moving funny, so I been holding strap. Not playing defense, we been on the attack. Plotting and scheming, how we gon' get it back. Designer all on you,
but you can't buy the swag. No Miris, those fufu, I can see the tag. You can bet if I spending this cause I get it back. I'm 5G, your dollar, I can see the lag. All I ever wanted was to have it all. Got close, never froze, had to risk it all. As a little boy, I wish I was a little tall. Never made the league, I found other ways to let me ball. Turn a 10-piece to a 20 quick. I got money busting out the money clip. Make a call and hit another lick. Someone get the money counter, I can keep on coming in. Turn a 10-piece to a 20 quick. I got money busting out the money clip. Make a call and hit another lick. Someone get the money counter, I can keep on coming in.
Tell them run it all. I wake up. Yeah. I wake up. Flex. Thumb down that. Check. No drip this. Wet. Tell them run it up. No sleep, no rest. Might crash, might wreck. But first I stretch. Tell them run it up. I wake up. Flex. Thumb down that. Check. No drip this. Wet. Tell them run it up. No sleep, no rest. Might crash, might wreck. But first I stretch. Tell them run it up. 9 out of 10 roll through my hands, I'm by my lonely. Turned to a savage, now my baby wants to hold me. I love my fans, don't need no friends, I got my homies. Thought I could trust you, I find out you tried to zone me. I'm number one up on that court, I'm Nick McGrady. The first one in, the last one out, can't call me lazy. Put in my hours, send the invoice and they pay me. I need 6 rings like MJ and Tom Brady. I wake up, flex, thumb down that check. No drip this, tell them run it up. No sleep, no rest. Might crash, might wreck. But first I stretch, tell them run it up. I wake up, flex, thumb down that check. No drip this, tell them run it up. No sleep, no rest. Might crash, might wreck. But first I stretch, tell them run it up. Y'all gon' make me take that trip way out to Europe. I call up Nigeria, come through in a hurry. Those London boys don't come to play, you should get worried. One false move, find yourself, they're getting buried. Dance with the devil, used to love playing those games. Made some bad decisions that brought my mama pain. I made a promise to her, swore that I would change. I'm on the come up, bet I live up to my name. I wake up, flex, thumb down that check. No drip this, tell them run it up. No sleep, no rest. Might crash, might wreck. But first I stretch. Tell them run it up. I wake up, flex, thumb down that check. No drip this, tell them run it up. No sleep, no rest. Might crash, might wreck. But first I stretch. Tell them run it up.
Hit for my wins, I need my hands. This life is real, and play pretend. Came off the bench, I get it in, I get it in, I get it in. Hit for my wins, I need my hands. This life is real, can't play pretend. Came off the bench, I get it in, I get it in, I get it in. I'm on my job, I get it done, but you should know that. Shine like a sun of 101, you should know that. I get the front and in the back, you should know that. No need to stun, it's never cap, you should know that. All I know, 10 toes, never fold, bang roll, on the go, ice wall, ice wall, ice wall. Hit for my wins, I need my hands. This life is real, and play pretend. Came off the bench, I get it in, I get it in, I get it in. Hit for my wins, I need my hands. This life is real, can't play pretend. Came off the bench, I get it in, I get it in, I get it in. I miss my baby, so I hit them on the FaceTime. I need it all for them, so no, I cannot waste time. Facing these oceans, feel the water on my waistline. We trust the process, and I only know it takes time. You can get it. Got no worries, I'm gon' make mine. Going global, I'ma get it out the state lines. Paying taxes at a more than what you make now. Different bracket, eating off a different plate now. For my wins, I need my hands. This life is real, can't play pretend. Came off the bench, I get it in, I get it in, I get it in. For my wins, I need This life is real, can't play pretend. Came off the bench, I get it in, I get it in, I get it in.
Yeah. Talking to my mirror like I love you so much. Curving on my critics like I heard you, so what? You can't kill my confidence, I think I'm the man. Tally all the I ever gave on my head. Lately I've been living like I can't take a loss. They ain't wanna help me, that's what made me a boss. You can't kill my confidence, I think I'm the man. We don't give a that's what they don't understand. Back again like flu season, I broke records while loose leafing. I'm coming down my roof, leaving, don't give a I don't care. Did the by my lonesome, no wonder now I'm on one. No shortcuts on that long run, all I really want is my share. Get on my God, I told him it's nothing. In the discussion, go them feelings, I throw all my pain on percussion. It's disgusting, I hear them bragging about that they did, and it do not move me, not in the least. They ain't been dropping no seeds in the soil, but swear that you on my spot at the feast. I've been on go mode, showboat, rowboat, wave ride. Cool shorty, too naughty, pool party, wet for the face ride. Annie up, penny down, hand me down, thrift store, old drip. New money, too funny, old shorty, talking about old. I'm on they now, can't get a pass now, I'm a cash cow, keeping it brash now. It's trash now, I'ma spaz out. I've been killing my lows and living on highs. You see in the sky's the proof. You could just see in my eyes that there is no lies. I cannot disguise the truth. I've been duck dog getting to my new merch, color duck sauce on the new couch with my Chucks on. Get the on with that hate. I'm big cool on the small chat, cause I know now that I'm all that. Got a hawk guy on the ball cat, get the out of my face. Talking to my mirror like I love you so much. Curving on my critics like I heard you, so what? You can't kill my confidence, I think I'm the man. Tally all the I ever gave on my head. Lately I've been living like I can't take a loss. They ain't wanna help me, that's what made me a boss. You can't kill my confidence, I think I'm the man. We don't give a that's what they don't understand.
To the bank like laugh it to the bank like I got in it 10s, 20, 50, 100s, 10s, 20, 50, 100s, 10s, 20, 50, 100s, 10s, 20, 50, 100s. Laugh it to the bank like pedal to the floor, need no brake lights. In the dark, watching make light. I'm a star, got no stage fright. Please don't get me mad, I'm a nice guy. My baby say I'm cute, yeah, I'm type 5. I be waking up when you go night-night. In a different zone, what's the time? Laugh it to the bank like ooh, go. Laugh it to the bank like in it 10s, 20, 50, 100s, 10s, 20, 50, 100s, 10s, 20, 50, 100s, 10s, 20, 50, 100s. I get it up, flip it and continue. I've been going dumb, I've been going mental. Going up, I'm on another level. All black clothes like a medal. Little this and this, little Ricky Rick. It's my grandmama, I'm a Nicky Nick. I just wanna love, but I've been hit or miss. I might up and leave, yeah, take a pic. Laugh it to the bank like ooh, go. Laugh it to the bank like I got it in 10s, 20, 50, 100s, 10s, 20, 20, 50, hundreds, tens, 20, 50, hundreds.
Enough of the code switching. Been hitting my soul, been on the ropes. I'm ready to grow, so get to know niggas. Keep your head up, I want you to grow with me.
See this gold on me. Want you to glow with me.
Yeah, alright, okay. We get it. No contest. Wait.
See this gold on me.
What's up,
Want
nigga?
you to glow with me.
The world been dying, days is number, check the climate. I'm sick of it, fuck the harebrained scheme to get the riches quick. I played a long game with serene scene and I whip this quick. From the back room to the hearts, I'm in the thick of it. I grind too hard for y'all not to see me a star, bitch. I'm raising a bar like they really pay me to talk. My life been in shambles, but I got handles. I'm finishing at the rim. I remind you time and again that I'm really him. Oh, you ain't know? This shit not just for the show, but bet you entertain. Anybody not for me is below me, blow me, you in the way. I live my dreams, I got it locked, the master keep it on me. Back in the field, running audibles with the team. Everything I got out the mud that told my truth. I shake that fake shit, they praise you, then minimize you behind you. Just know I notice you. Stay woke, no joke, it really be the ones you closest to. Had to stop sleeping on myself like I ain't know the truth. Oh, this to me like it's really nobody code is this. And if you disagree, then you jaws and your claim get audited. Who you know do the beating and talking and write the harmonies. I'm really convinced there's nobody out here going hard as me. Wish well the dog that claim belief in me so he could use me. Look at me now, you chose your route, I know you sick to see it. You talk a lot, all that flop, but that shit not harming us. Capping your status, we back, ain't nobody bras us. To the ones that held me down for the count, look at what growth will do. I'm the kid from the cul-de-sac, feeling double sex with loot they pay to play my shit back. Ain't no way I'm going back until I'm fossil fuel to the flame, just like I'm supposed to do. Enough of the code switching, been hitting my soul, been on the ropes. I'm ready to grow, so get to know niggas. Keep your head up, I want you to grow with me. See this gold on me, want you to glow with me. Been hitting my soul, been on the ropes. I'm ready to grow, so get to know nigga. Keep your head up, I want you to grow with me.
See this gold on me. Want you to glow with me.
I've been on a job, trying to take it far. I need that ROI, shit I done paid the cost. I'm all in on me, lil' baby she agree, she really been here through the fall. She the only thing I need. I wanna be free, I know that they want me for my ideas so they can line their pockets. Don't hit me to tell me that you give a fuck about me. You don't even know nothing about me, trying to force me on your timeline. You know you need to stop it, I live for more than attention. Might not be your trending topic, put my worth in analytics. I admit that took a toll, I got addicted to scrolling. We know well that get toxic, I got caught comparing me to people I don't even know. They say it's lonely at the top, well maybe then I'll focus on things that's more important. And let whoever think whatever and just keep it moving. These niggas won't work on themselves, they'd rather see you losing. You'll never see me losing.
Enough of the code switching. Been hitting my soul, been on the ropes. I'm ready to grow, so get to know niggas. Keep your head up, I want you to grow with me. See this gold on me. Want you to grow with me. Want you to grow with me.
Blah, blah, blah. I got problems on problems on problems on problems on problems on problems I solve them. I run through the money, the pressure be calling. Left on my blessings, I feel like I'm falling. The birdie is back, tell me I'm garbage. I'm going through something, that's why I ain't calling. Phone and progression, it's all that I wanted. The phone and affection, I summon and dub it. Cause I got problems on problems on problems on problems on problems on problems I solve them. I run through the money, the pressure be calling. Left on my blessings, I feel like I'm falling. The birdie is back, tell me I'm garbage. I'm going through something, that's why I ain't calling. Phone and progression, it's all that I wanted. The phone and affection, I summon and dub it. Why you be all on my line about nothing? Why won't you go get you $1 or something? Don't hang with it who line for nothing. I see that we different, you riding, I double. I don't do discussions on bragging about hundreds. Don't go to your places, I know that they sunken. Don't call me your brother, I barely could trust it. I talked to a shorty, she bagging the bugging. And I'ma need all of my dollars on corporate, so hand me the money, I divvy the pie. I'ma give all of my people a portion to build them a fortune on flipping the ride. I can't be mixy when iffy the vibe. And 40 on 50 is really the time. Why are you all on my phone like you want me? Like you wasn't pushing the kid to the side. I don't know if you thinking I'm blind. Cross on my crosses and doubt on my eyes. Done with your efforts, I'm dealing with pressures. I know it's a lesson, that's word of the wise. Dubbing the mixes I'm mixing, I know I've been missing. I needed some personal time. All the pictures, dimensions, I don't with your digits. I mean it, I'm staying inside. Cause they got problems on problems on problems on problems on problems on problems. I solve them. I run through the money, the pressure be calling. Left on my blessings, I feel like I'm falling. The birdie is back. Tell me I'm garbage, I'm going through something, that's why I ain't calling. Phone and progression is all that I wanted. The phone and affection, I summon and dub it. Cause I got problems on problems on problems on problems on problems on problems. I solve them. I run through the money, the pressure be calling. Left on my blessings, I feel like I'm falling. The birdie is back. Tell me I'm garbage, I'm going through something, that's why I ain't calling. Phone and progression is all that I wanted. The phone and affection, I summon and dub it. Coming in, yeah. Flex, I just wanna win, yeah. LABB, who we running with, yeah. 2233, I'm on 10 again, yeah. State your name, been dope on flame. I just switched the lanes. Damn, he did it again. I just flipped the pain. Stripping and dipping in bass, slab on everything. Swimming, you sinking away, cause I got big racks coming. I put my low racks on it. I ain't skip past losses, I had to get back off it. See the fit lab on it until they whip my coffin. Money clip, I tossed it, I heard it's big bags on big bags on big bags coming. Coming in, yeah. Flex, I just wanna win, yeah. LABB, who we running with, yeah. 2233, I'm on 10 again. Pump up the action. I'm active. If he never heard of been dope, he just napping. Jackson's off the rapping. Keep it on my body, bitch, I'm broke if you asking. Don't gotta sell it, most of y'all is flawless. Broken whips as long as it is foreign. Heard you want it cause the yam's enormous. What's in since she isn't gorgeous? Live my life, last name of Morgan Freeman. Trying to touch a forest, do not know when knocking on the door is. Came in, did it like the Porsches. Coming in, yeah. Flex, I just wanna win, yeah. LABB, who we running with, yeah. 2233, I'm on 10 again. Okay, alright. Coming in, yeah. Flex, I just wanna win, yeah. LABB, who we running with, yeah. 2233, I'm on 10, yeah. Drippin' Aquafina, I'm sippin' 15, kept a weapon on me. Flow make digits, I'm on my business, stack chicken like what it's gon' be. Crew in the cut, hey, you want us, red run when I tell a peace. Love is love. Love is love. Adios. Been dope with the switch again. Boy deliver like he happening. Core with digits, give him estimates. Summer sauce for my Benjamins. I got what you need, baby. Skirt the Chevy, make a scene, baby. LABB been the team, baby. Been Papa, word the G, baby. Look, labs till I'm finished. Had a handful of lemons through the hand. Got a bag, now the hands in the business. For my hand, it's a ticket. Talking Mazda for the biggest. That's a comma and a comma and a comma. Gotta get it. I've been playing with the minutes that they been shoulda gave. And I'm flipping every digit that they been shoulda paid. Had to find a way to get it. Know the season what you made. If I ever wanna dip, then I'm brink with the blade. And I'm brinking a blink on the brink of some dumb shit. Watch how I move, cause I know the brink's coming. Watch for the blues, cause I know that they dumping. Nothing in my view, so it's hush on discussion. Hush on discussions, you know what you need to. I keep it in the fam to let you know that I don't need you. Y'all cats be see-through, head out to peace. You been king, I'm regal, got it in my Abisu. Came through drippin' Aquafina, I'm sippin' 15, kept a weapon on me. Flow make digits, I'm on my business, stack chicken like what it's gon' be. Crew in the cut, hey, you want us, red run when I tell a peace. Love is love. Love is love. Hold up with it, got my back on Pippin. I'm back in kitchens with the tray. Windows tinted like how black my skin is. Scoop the shorty in it from a Jay, swish, she got vision just like any women giving me the kitten. Way before the riches, nothing more to mention. I could light a block up high the aura glisten. Foreign on my body, that's a Gora linen. I came through tripping Aquafina, I'm sipping 15, kept a weapon on me. Flow make bitches, I'm on my business. Stack chicken like what it's gon' be. Crew in the cut, hey, you want us red run when I tell a peace. Love is love. Love is love. Adios. Love is love. Love is love. Adios. Love is love. Love is love. Adios.
I got money busting out the money clip. Make a call and hit another lick. Yeah. Turn a 10 piece to a 20 quick. I got money busting out the money clip. Make a call and hit another lick. Someone get the money counter, I can keep on thumbing it. Turn a 10 piece to a 20 quick. I got money busting out the money clip. Make a call and hit another lick. Someone get the money counter, I can keep on thumbing it. Okay, I'ma hit for 20 off a laptop. In a Zoom meeting, making money is my backdrop. Ballpoint base hit harder than a slap shot. Flew out my baby, told her run me like I'm Epcot. Whoa, whoa, I've been doing road on the go. Get a bag and flip it, that's for sure. Yeah, for sure, show. That was never talking about nothing. Turn it down and go get you some money. Turn a 10 piece to a 20 quick. I got money busting out the money clip. Make a call and hit another lick. Someone get the money counter, I can keep on thumbing it. Turn a 10 piece to a 20 quick. I got money busting out the money clip. Make a call and hit another lick. Someone get the money counter, I can keep on thumbing it. I was on the money, my brothers got my back. Streets moving funny, so I been holding strap. Not playing defense, we been on the attack. Plotting and scheming, how we gon' get it back. Designer all on you, but you can't buy the swag. No Miris, those foo-foo, I can see the tag. You can bet if I spending this, cause I get it back. I'm 5G, your dollar, I can see the lag. All I ever wanted was to have it all. Got close, never froze, had to risk it all. As a little boy, I wish I was a little tall. Never made the league, I find other ways to let me ball. Turn a 10 piece to a 20 quick. I got money busting out the money clip. Make a call and hit another lick. Someone get the money counter, I can keep on thumbing in. Turn a 10 piece to a 20 quick. I got money busting out the money clip. Make a call and hit another lick. Someone get the money counter, I can keep on thumbing in. Tell them run it off. I wake up. Yeah. I wake up. Flex, I'm down now. Check. No drip, this wet. Tell them run it off. No sleep, no rest. Might crash, might wreck. But first I stretch. Tell them run it off. I wake up. Flex, I'm down now. Check. No drip, this wet. Tell them run it off. No sleep, no rest. Might crash, might wreck. But first I stretch. Tell them run it off. 9 out of 10 roll through my hands, I'm by my lonely. Turn to a savage, now my baby wants to hold me. I love my fans, don't need no friends, I got my homies. Thought I could trust you, I find out you tried to zone me. I'm number one up on that court, I'm Nick McGrady. The first one in, the last one out, can't call me lazy. Put in my hours, send the invoice and they pay me. I need 6 rings like MJ and Tom Brady. I wake up, flex, I'm down now. Check, no drip, this wet. Tell them run it off. No sleep, no rest. Might crash, might wreck. But first I stretch. Tell them run it off. I wake up, flex, I'm down now. Check, no drip, this wet. Tell them run it off. No sleep, no rest. Might crash, might wreck. But first I stretch. Tell them run it off. Y'all gon' make me take that trip way out to Europe. I call up Nigeria, come through in a hurry. Those London boys don't come to play, you should get worried. One false move, find yourself there getting buried. Dance with the devil, used to love playing those games. Made some bad decisions that brought my mama pain. I made a promise to her, swore that I would change. I'm on the come up, bet I live up to my name. I wake up, flex, I'm down now. Check, no drip, this wet. Tell them run it off. No sleep, no rest. Might crash, might wreck. But first I stretch. Tell them run it off. I wake up, flex on.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Pit of Valor. My name's Infernosis, joined here by my great friend Mick. Two different casters, but definitely not two different teams. Valkyrie's back on the chopping block, and we've got them facing off against G-Non.
Yeah, two teams that I personally haven't really seen. Saw a little bit of Valkyrie in that last game, but we didn't get to see too much of them considering how fast that match really went by. So, I mean, obviously on the map of Breeze, it's going to go ahead and make things trot a little bit. But unfortunately, that's not where we're going around this time again. We're moving to the likes of Haven, the 3 sites. You get what you get. You don't throw a fit, but me, I definitely don't want to at some points here and there, but you get what you get, all things considered. But I mean, overall, Haven, map, Valkyrie, great team. We're going to get ourselves hopefully a good little matchup as well, considering we're now in the quarterfinals here of tonight's Pit of Valor.
Now, Dallas, I don't know if you know this, but this is the first time I'll ever be closing out a Pit of Valor. We're always first. We're always the first 3 games. So I actually get to see the conclusion. I actually get to see the final. Right. And because of that, I'm expecting my usual result of seeing Haven and it being like a 13-3 scoreline. I'm expecting that not to hold out here. I'm expecting now that we're getting to the middle of the bracket and even beyond that, to this latter half, these teams are going to be quite solid and aren't going to be facing off against each other and having such a lopsided scoreline go against them. So hopefully Haven's close. 13-9, 13-10, 13-13, going to overtime, push it all the way. We'll have to see how it goes down, but I'm super excited for it.
Yeah, and I was even thinking about that honestly earlier because you and I have opened up a couple times. I've had a couple other casters here and there. I remember during my entire first year it felt like in the Pit of Valor doing nothing but closing nights, where it actually was a best of 3 for a while there. You weren't going to bed until about 1 o'clock in the night, which is a little bit annoying, I'll say, but that's when we change things up. And I think it's a much easier introduction. We're throwing you in the kiddie pool before we really throw you in the deep end, but all things considered, though, I mean, I'm kind of with you there. I'm hoping the matches get a little bit closer. We have had those earlier rounds here recently. And, I mean, sure, we get ourselves some good squads. We even see, I mean, the winners here and there. But we don't really get a good grasp of what they're made of. We get their warm-up games, their warm-up rounds, the initial when they're starting to build up momentum. This is when they really become those threats, when they're starting to feel the heat, when their hands are feeling hot, when they have themselves just kind of getting comfortable where they've been. And we're going to see the best of the best right here and right now.
Yeah, it's sink or swim at this point in time. Dallas put on those GLG branded kitty floats. We may not have those, but we definitely have GLG branded socks. So if you want to try those out, do ! Socks in the chat. Pick up yourself some one. Ben, we want floaties as well. Please have it be done. But sink or swim here for the map of Haven, and we're already seeing what these two teams are looking to bring to the table. Fade is a must pick at this point in time in the meta. You're just going to have to bring her out of the board. Omen as well with that control of the smoke, the ability to use the paranoia. It increases in size by a small margin the farther it travels, meaning it's only going to get more effective in its range the farther back you throw it, and the more skilled you are and where to send it and that lineup. And then, of course, speaking of lineups, you cannot be outdone by the chamber. So they did receive quite a substantial nerf, a little bit, but I mean, still a must pick out. You still got to bring the chamber on the map, right?
Yeah. I hate it, man. I don't know what they can do to him. I think they got to replace his headhunter for like a water gun or maybe a little pool noodle, something. It just needs to be balanced, whatever the heck it is. And I mean, I will admit though, recently here we've seen a lot of differentiation when it comes around to the chamber of these pistol rounds. A lot less headhunter buys, a little bit more ghosts here and there, as you can already see Burnham going and opting for that option specifically, saying that, you know what, maybe, I mean, I get the one headshot anyway, so why not offer a gun to where I can carry that gun over, and then I can still buy a gun just like everybody else in the following rounds. There's really no big difference. I only need to break out that headhunter when it comes around to these save rounds, these rookies we're trying to finesse. So I feel like he has been evened out a little bit. Things have started to kind of level the playing field, but let's talk about the playing field. We're finally here on the field, here getting to this round one where Valkyrie's gonna be starting on the defensive side with a Sage. That's the one difference we're gonna see. We're not seeing a Sage on the side of G9, but then maybe that could provide a lot of info and a lot of utility. But speaking of utility, it opens up on Mike.
Wombo combo, the tether and paint shells, and they work in tandem so well. Already first blood netted to the defense of Valkyrie. That Sage should be quite influential to deny entry towards B. From the looks of things, G-Nod still want to push towards the A site. The most retakeable objective in all of Valance. It's none too shocking to see, but note that they did have initially a lingering player hoping to maybe cut someone off. They do not like what they've seen on the A side, however. Take a step back, retreat, at least fake it, maybe head over to another site. C's up for the takings. There is still still the Omen for the side of Valkyrie that can rotate between B and C quickly.
Yeah, this is one of these situations where I really start to say, you know, obviously Bridge is a great selection. Just across the board, he looks to have a lot of versatility, and he has a lot of diversity in terms of where he can make these approaches. But good God, man, you're missing on these heals, which you can tell that G-Nod really need right now. They're going on that rotation. They're running into interlace, and he's going ahead and spoken himself up, actually. So still a very easy pick for Vroom, so long as, you know, he really swings out, but that's not the case. They're giving up the site, they're playing for the retake, and I like the move, even though you got to consider the timer. All this utility that's going to be available, the heals, the stuns, whatever it may be, you give it a couple seconds, it'll all be back up.
At the battle of attrition, you've got more HP, you've already got an increase in man count, like you are well equipped to come out here. And the problem is they're meeting you at the gate. Ricky and Vroom each find one, but they'll be capped back in return for the stage of Meister. Interlace steps out of garage and falls victim to Daryl Song, and now they'll find 2 on the process. Meister's good for a 3K, make it a 4K. Denied the ace from the paint shells at the very beginning of the round, but I don't think Valkyrie is none too worried about it. Great round for them. A phenomenal retake from Meister.
A little bit shaky there on the retake, especially because in that entry, they had themselves a lot of even exchanges across the board, especially for it to be, what, a 5v4 to go down to a 1v1. Gmod had themselves a very, very impressive extent to their battling there towards that C area, but it's just not enough when you look at the utility. And as I mentioned, all the stuff and all the time that they've really bought themselves, considering that when you have the site and you're not setting up for a post plant or for a retake of the site you already have, it's going to be a very, very difficult adventure. So already the force to come out a little bit, some extra money that could be really funneled in here, and more importantly on the side of G-Nod as well. I mean, a lot of fixtures that come through with Stinger, half shields, you name it, they're buying it, they're invested.
You said extra expenditure, and they took that to heart, Dallas. They're sending it. Go ahead and sending the tether to the back corner as well. Interlace is in a very cheeky spot, not caught yet. Will finally be dealt with by Room, but it's too late. They've lost Khan in the process. They are up a man. G-Nod's done successful with the swing out. They're attempting for a second, make it for a third, but Master L beats them once again. What a great round for Valkyrie. The spike may go down, and G-Nod may get a little bit of credits, but ultimately you're losing that round, and Valkyrie will still stay on top.
Yeah, you're losing a little bit more than expected as well because you invested so much. You're kind of going ahead and investing into the surprise card, the ace up your sleeve to say, we're going to grab ourselves around, we're going to flood in on to B, and they're not going to expect us to have these specters. And I got to say, Interlace definitely did not expect it, and he was probably saying, these kids are weird. But, I mean, they still end up losing the round, so it's not as weird as to really expect. We're seeing a normal little split in terms of rounds, a 2-0, and even then, more importantly, money going to the side of Valkyrie. More importantly, you can already see Meister looking outstanding as well. With these 5 frags on the board, compared with the 2 rounds and defuses that go under his hand as well, I mean, he is darn near close. 1 ult point specifically off from a resurrection. So that could be the big thing to turn the tide, really give them the favor in these rounds. That is on this 3rd round, but G-Nod, they've already kind of set themselves in that stone to lose this round, I would say, unless they couldn't finesse the Thrifty. But, I mean, if they couldn't win that Spectre on the last one, I mean, they most likely can't win something like this, but we'll have to see.
What timeline are we in? A resurrection by round 3, and it's up. There it is, guaranteed. Meister cuts down Flaming. Vroom met their maker inside short with a quick swing out by Valkyrie again. It's just an oddity. You would not expect to ever see a resurrection up by round 3, even round 4, even with total losses and a couple kills in between. This is a really impressive performance right now by Meister. We'll have to see if that will continue. Seemingly will be the case, how dominant they have been. Proud to finally find first blood from the side of G-Nod, cutting down the player of Interlace, losing the Omen, the controller for the side of Valkyrie, but I don't think they're two-faced. Look at the way that they retreated back from map control. The defense is now on the attacking side, and they can push this objective to retake.
I love these little wraparounds. I love these exchanges to sides. You play Ring Around the Rosie the entire map. It's like a RAR XD, except for it's ROR, Ring Around the Rosie, or RAR. I can't spell. We don't do math, nor do we letters either. It all comes down to just telling and what the game is. And we're seeing somewhat of an exchange, but not enough to really warrant the rest of the round. The Vandal still stays in the hands of Valkyrie. So does the Resurrection, because that's not invested here either. And we also have a Nightfall to go into the next one as well. So Valkyrie not only give themselves plenty to work with in terms of the arsenal, but more importantly, the utility is in full force as well.
Talking about the successes Valkyrie have seen, I was going to mention the kind of mind game that goes on early towards the A side of Long. You're going to send either your Sage to try to secure that ult orb with the barrier, or you're going to send your Raze and your Fate, and that's what we've seen Valkyrie do. They're going to leave their Sage over towards Garage and towards B. They can use the barrier orb to slow things down in Garage double doors like you saw just last round, or they can send it over through the gates of B to stop them from pushing towards the site. They don't have to worry about using the barrier orb on Long to get that ult orb. They're winning the fight with the tether and the paint shield. They're hitting it every single round, and the ultimates are getting charged so fast because of it.
Yeah, and I love that. They're playing aggressive. They're fighting for, as you mentioned earlier, this war of attrition, this war of land. They need to make sure that they can force themselves up A, because that's what we're seeing. 90% of teams really force their way into the spawn on this defensive side of Haven. They always have to go for A, because it's a split. You can always find ways to kind of alleviate the attention to one side, find a pick towards the other, whatever it may be, and even then that site still is very, very, very small and contested once you really dig down into it. As you can already see, the rotation is going to be forcing out of there. You see Mikester trying to go ahead and say, all right, you know what, we'll give up B. We have the trademark placed over there, and we have a little bit of a double down towards Garage and C long. We're not concerned about that. We hear utility over towards A main. That's what we want to keep the lockdown on. And Mikester even then doesn't have that wall anymore. That's already messing as well. So you're saying, well, what's the deal? What do we have to work with? Well, plenty if you're on the side of Valkyrie still. You just need to make sure to wait out your turn, see what kind of info's given up, because there's not going to be much of that A site because the rotation's going through once more. C is where the hit's going to be.
Notice what Interlace has been doing this entire time, Dallas. He's been sending his smoke all the way over towards A ramp and keeping them at bay even further if they pushed it. The problem is now they don't really have enough smokes. They have to wait for that timer to come back, and there's still 20 seconds left for the second one. They are hiding within the first, within that garage door right now, but Spike's gone down for Gina. They put themselves up quite nicely and have gained first blood. Interlace still working within garage. Unfortunately, their doppelgangers all the way over towards Rabbit working through B. This could be the flank that kind of gives Gina that extra bit of effort, but there's Interlace, good for 2. Almost a third. Broom was 1 HP, but they still find the kill with the Headhunter. Nerfy nothing. Ricky will swing out, falling victim to Mikey, and now we've just got Broom trying to hold the long angle. Misses the shot. That could be the end if Daryl Song can't save them.
And even then, I'm trying to figure out what's going on with this double down right now. I mean, you know that Mikey is there. He's looking for the frags. He doesn't have very much time. He has to stick this out. He has the paint shield to give him the coverage and the Radiant crate, but it's just not enough. That's going to be the first round on the board for the likes of G-Non. And sadly, Song is not going to sing for another round, at least with an operator in hand to carry over. So a very, very expensive investment in that last round, but still, it pays off. You get yourself on the board. The problem is, and the question is, at what cost? And honestly, when you have yourself a Torty Force to work with, you're not really too scratched up about it. But the one thing that will be scratched up is your armor, because you only got half of it in this round for 3 players on the side of the team.
You are pulling together the scraps, Dallas. You have just every minute amount of credits that are in your pocket. You're just begging that it will actually find you some success. Delasong does have full armor and a rifle, and they've got the Tour de Force to pop, and they've go ahead and decided to do that, so you don't have to worry about spending the last bit of credits that are in your chamber's pockets, but they still have to find success. And for the side of G-Nod, they've been leaving their chamber over towards C-Long to duel against Broom. Sorry, Broom is the chamber for G-Nod. They've been trying to duel against the chamber on Valkyrie's side, and it hasn't worked out. They've been a little bit too hesitant, too scared, I would say, to try to fight that chamber-on-chamber duel. Unfortunately, for the side of Valkyrie, that's not what the chambers are fighting this time. He's watching the flank. He's praying for you to get greedy. It just hasn't happened yet.
Yeah, there's a lot that really comes down here. Mikester, if you're lining up against him, just get out. Get out. I mean, easy as that. Just be scared. If you see Sage, you're like, oh, it is the demon behind the woman. It's just, you see her, you're just captivated. You're like, wow, what an angel. No, that's a devil. She's sitting you 6 feet under, and she's going to look for the rest of the map as well. So Mike's still alive and well with that resurrection in hand, but not even really having to use it, considering that pressure hasn't really been brought too much just yet. You see the pressure going towards the A site, though, now, where you already see full preparation by Valkyrie. They have themselves a hold, a triple hold on, but whoa, down.
30 seconds left.
My goodness, Khan was waiting for the hop and skip. It comes up. Mikester does find the head of Ricky. Khan will find a second shot to connect, dealing quick work. We always called Mei and Overwatch the devil. I guess the Ice Queen, so to say, of the Sage and Mei combo is always going to be joined. A little less irritating, to say the least. G-Non get greedy once again. They know the man disadvantage. They'll equalize things up. Khan's good for now 4. It's just Khan left standing for 1v1, and the ace will be gained. Coming alive in a much-needed round for the side of G-Non. They'll make things a little bit closer to the scoreline now, 3-2.
Yeah, forget about that Ice Queen. Khan's the one who's cold, at least with the 4th round. And I mean, that's going to be enough to go ahead and get that second round on the board. That's what you need. You need a hero player, considering that we did talk about that armor and how G-Nog really didn't have very much to work with. But, I mean, going forward now, they're going ahead and making sure this game looks a little bit more interesting. They're kind of keeping us on our toes. I mean, I'm the one standing up right now while casting. I got to say, I'm really starting to shake back and forth. I'm feeling the energy now. I mean, G-Nog is really going ahead and captivating that, and they're just radiating that energy. So they have to bring that energy somewhere. They have to get antsy with it. They're already doing that towards C. They get a little bit of a peek out from Interlace. They take some damage in the meantime, but no kills really come out yet. We're just seeing a very, very interesting round that's going to have to unfold with these sheriffs in hand.
Good information. Interlace will actually manage to escape using their shrouded step over towards Defender's spawn. Going over towards that link. Mikester's trying to bring Interlace back up to full HP. They'll have to get a little bit closer to do so, but they will succeed. I think at this point, Valkyrie's playing for maybe just exit frags. They're trying to line themselves up. I don't think they're trying to go for anything too greedy as of the current moment. Only Sheriff's in their hands. Neither side truly getting the upper hand at this point. The Genon know they have the better weapons, the arsenal to work with. Mike will swing out past some assistance by Small, but it's too little too late. Ricky is good for 2. Interlace managing to find one through the smoke, but it's short-lived for their success. The rest of Valkyrie will fall, and it's red in the feed for Genon. They'll equalize things out 3-3.
I gotta say, when you're in a 5v5 situation, I don't blame Valkyrie. They're not going for exits. I mean, you don't know what kind of avenue they're gonna take to get off the site. They'll probably go back towards spawn. You don't have any players allocated back towards that spawn area. And you know that the headshot ratio, the distance that it can really go to be that one-tap threshold, isn't all that far. It's only 30 meters and it drops up to 145. Sure, when you're squad shooting, that's not much of a problem. But you're not playing for trades. You're not working off each other in these sheriff rounds. You're just trying to get scrappy and really manage what you can. It's every man for themselves in those kind of situations. But I mean, every man also is sitting on the same amount of rounds on the board right now. 3 for 3. Things have tied up. Valkyrie has kind of gotten a little bit of a bite, a little bit of retaliation to be brought out of Genon so far. And even ultimates on the field as well. Sure, we have a From the Shadows on both sides. You can go out 1 for 1, but talk about 1. It's already come out the showstopper to go ahead and get some pressure on the site, opening up beef for the rest of the squad of Genon.
Hey, maybe a waste of element, but you cleared space. That's a lot of value gained from that. The problem is they didn't like what they saw on B because they already had their chamber on the C site. Khan will get an execute there onto Mikester. Interlace did a good spot, maybe cut down room, but now they have assistance for 2 more. Swing out for the opposing side. They look away, and Flaming gets the kill. Smalls will join them on the kill feed, taking down the ace player of Khan from a couple rounds previously, but from at this point, it's still down to the 2v2, an equal series. They're trying to find some success. This util dumped by Ricky out through the garage. They manage to find 1 kill, make it 2, and Ricky comes alive at the most needed time. The great start for Valkyrie, falling apart as Genon take the lead.
Man, Ricky is really feeling himself in this game. I mean, sure, Song is going 7-5 so far, but Ricky has really had these impacts in the rounds. I mean, really having now the second Rolling Thunder available to him. You're seeing these multi-kill frag rounds, or sure, you're saying that, I mean, Daryl's Song is kind of getting these frags in rounds, making sure this game stays even, where you're having to invest in these rounds even if you do win them. Ricky's the one who's just putting the law down, saying, if I'm going to be getting these multi-kills, we're winning the freaking round off of them. Plain and simple. That's what I'm spelling out for you, and you better make sure to really buy back up if you're going to really do anything, and that's exactly what Valkyrie's doing. They have themselves a little bit of investment here. They even have a tour de force to work with as well, but that's me stationed up towards A. The rest of the team really scrapping together and even then get some good damage off towards that window.
The lack of a stage may be working against you now, Genon. Not the right idea. Look where Malphite's hiding. Great spot. Good for 2! The Sheriff is nice to see, but Ricky's right back at you. 2 more to their scoreboard. Not liking the lack of success they had early, Dallas. They're clapping hard here for the latter half.
Still, that's a hell of an attempt, considering that you have guns there in the back, and we're not even seeing a rotate for him on lead. Now, if we're not seeing a flank come through, we're going just right down the middle, trying to contest for sight with these sheriffs, saying, you know what? Let's break out the Hey, I can grab 1 kill, but that's about the fullest extent I can go to. That's another round for Genon, and they get themselves the first lead they've needed in this game thus far.
It's hiding somewhere, and Valkyrie's doing their best impersonation of Cassie. It's just not working out. It's not happening. This is a major spree for Genon. They're now on a 5-round uncontested streak, and Valkyrie's had 2 of those be eco. That's the problem that we're seeing. They've been trying to save up. They've been trying to put their scraps together, but we're seeing a huge lack of emphasis from their chain. Smalls has been losing most of these early engagements. And I'm not just saying that because we see the scoreboard, and they're sitting 2 and 7. The problem is you've got to find impact. You're not getting information off the back of your rendezvous. You're not managing to escape. And even when you do, you're not finding a kill first, and that's the problem once again. That C site now taken Dallas completely.
You're not finding the important shots, but thankfully Mike's there for at least 1 to go ahead and close out Broom. And it was an investment of it all, but you got 3 more available still. From the Shadows, a Resurrection, a Nightfall, and that Nightfall I think is definitely warranted for this kind of round. You see the spike go down. Why are you waiting, Chief? You need to get it down when you know players are on the side. As soon as you hear that sound or use it retaliation, you know the Rolling Thunder came through. Where's the answer? It is dead. It's 6 feet under because Maltreat got popped in the back of the head. It all comes down to the rest of the squad looking for somewhat of an answer, trying to find a rotation, but they're met by nothing but utility. They can't push anything. Daryl was on Khan. They both get themselves a taste of blood. And I mean, thing is, Ricky's still alive too. He wants a taste, but he's gonna find it right to the conclusion for the round to get 5 here.
You've gotta be swift stepping out from defender's spawn, Dallas. You're gonna think of it like a horse race. The second that gun fires up in the air, they take off. They're out the gate. The Sturbs are running. The problem we're seeing right now with Valkyrie in that retake, they didn't push out. They felt the utility being used against them as a paranoia scent. They tried to wait out the smoke. They had to deal with all of the breach kit, which just slowed them down even further and blinded them in the process. And they just didn't push. They weren't the stallions they needed to be. They just felt weak. They had to be put down, and Gnon did exactly that, and that's what the problem has been. Not enough confidence to get those early kills because they're not finding the first bloods, and we're back to another ego for them.
Yeah, we most definitely are, and even though they don't really have much to work with, I mean, they have a couple ultimates, but they're not really impactful in terms of the damage facility, I mean, the damage department, but there it is. Smalls finally looking for those impact kills. Sure, it's on a 13 round, but, I mean, hey, he's starting to warm up a little bit. Give the guy his credit.
Yeah, we were talking about cold earlier. I think the only cold player at this point has been Smalls. It's just not been, I guess, heating up the kill feed. They've been on the wrong side of it, so to say. We've seen them there so consistently, but they need to be on the left of it, not the right. And that's a big problem. Notice, though, the patience we're seeing from Gnon, they know they have a man disadvantage, so instead of just saying, all right, we've got the guns, sprint out and push them, let's play slow, let's play smart, and try to kind of catch them off guard before taking a step out. Unfortunately, though, Mikesters up, Nate that too disgusting. Ricky there is Smalls! He's come alive! A 3K with the Headhunter! And exactly when Valkyrie needed him, he will wake up.
Finally, Smalls with a big play and a big round for the rest of the squad, saying, you know what? We didn't need much there, but god darn it, that's exactly what we needed, was just something at all. There were all these really rough rounds. We mentioned it earlier, 5, 6 rounds in a row, all uncontested. We had to see some life in this, and sure, if it takes a player to wake up, you are thankful as heck it's the bottom of the leaderboard, because Mike's just going to keep those kills going. He's not a concern. Mike also is not a problem either. He's keeping those kills consistent. Smalls is the one you want to wake up, and that's what he did right there. But he's on the opposite side of the map. Can't really keep the momentum going because you see the rest of the squad of the side of Gnon possibly setting up for the seaside push.
Valkyrie, they already have their fade with ultimate. They don't need to worry about that. The showstopper's nowhere close. At best, I'm going to get that, I guess, tour de force up and running, or if you're down, tour de force. I was dogging you for that one. So they're kind of lock down that A-long position and stop Gnon. We can go into this all day, brother. Get Gnon and keep him slow, make him over towards the C or at least the B side, and that's what we're seeing. No one's even teasing towards A. Use of information. Daryl Lasong won't tease it. He'll send it. That's the ultimate use, but it's falling short. Mike is there.
Most definitely is. I mean, there for almost an instantaneous answer. I mean, not only just that, the capitalization, the very start of the sentence, the first impression that you get. And it has to be a little bit of follow-up, but it's just not there. Vroom is able to go ahead and find even a little exchange, but interlaces in one of these super power positions. So not only able to get a kill, but a good bit of damage onto Ricky as well, which is just outstanding, all things considered. But there's still a man advantage on the side of Gnon, or, I mean, excuse me, Smalls wants to have something else to say about that. Finds a shot. You know that Ricky's still dinked up. Mike, if you're in my position or if I'm in your shoes, you got to get aggressive with this because Smalls is now picked off and it's a 1v2 situation. You got to get killed, but you get traded out right there to go ahead and get 6 for Gnon. That's a guaranteed even half.
Now, listen, I'm just going to say these are already past your shoes. He at least got a kill in that position. Not enough to really save the day, and that will guarantee Gnon go positive at half. Last time before the half does finally conclude. The best case scenario for Valkyrie, they pick this one up, and it's only a 7-5 scoreline. Worst case, and they're going to be at half the total round count of Gnon after their very successful start where they took 3 in a row, which is shocked in the first place. It's expected to go 2-1 to get things going, and they took the third, but since then, a drought. Only 1 collected. I guess we need to see a little bit more from the Valkyrie side in general. I'm hoping the attack will be where they find success. Interlace has been really good about the utility expenditure. I'm expecting them to be able to follow up really well with Mike and having Maltreat, I mean, follow them through because they've been so good with that tether and the paint shell combo. I'm assuming it'll also be just as good on the attack, but they can have a bit of a better lineup to cut down those defenders hiding behind.
Overall, I mean, there's just a lot of things that have to happen right here, right now. And more importantly, for the side of Valkyrie, I mean, it's only one more round that you have left in the half. I mean, 7-5, honestly, you're not really too beat about that. You're thankful for it, quite honestly. I mean, they created themselves such a proper cushion towards those first 3 that, I mean, you're kind of sitting fine and dandy. It's actually pretty impressive how much that third round can really carry weight over the course of an entire half. That's all it really comes down to. But, I mean, it comes down to Gnon, more importantly, the exchange they've had. We've seen Ricky really come to life. Daryl's on just kind of playing almost a role like Marv, like the actual controller, having an impact on sight, but not really being upfront and aggressive about these kills and these exchanges, saying, I'm gonna kind of work in some damage here and there, probably a lot of damage per round, but not too many kills are really followed up, and that's what we need to look for. But that's gonna have a huge influence on the defensive side. We're gonna have to really see that. That's gonna be something Valkyrie's really gonna have to look out for, because these controllers that get across the map really start to lurk extremely efficiently, where you're having to check every single corner because you're scared of what's gonna come around. That really makes your job very, very difficult when you're always paranoid about what could be going on. No pun intended.
I mean, the paranoia, I mentioned it earlier, it increases in size, and it really is reliant on your Omen knowing where to send it, the right timing to do so, what angle to have it. And for your smoke, I guess you can kind of literally see where it's going. You can place that on a dime. It's right there and ready. You're following it as it goes. It's not the same thing for your paranoia. It's almost kind of you have to know what you're doing. And I know most of the time YouTube videos are for Sova mains, trying to find the perfect lineup, but I know there's a couple Omens out there that are doing the exact same thing to try to find the perfect spot where it's at just the right size to catch anyone that's lying around that corner. And I think from what we've seen from Interlaced, Valkyrie have been doing really good. Not with the paranoias, though. It's been the smokes. Cutting down those sightlines, making things difficult. The problem is, even with that really great congestion they're creating over towards Long, we're not really seeing Long get pushed on A. Instead, it's been C side. And once they have control of that site, the Breach is just outplaying you. That's what it's coming down to. You're getting done and dusted by the fact you can't step out the gates because you're getting dumped by every piece of utility in history.
Yeah, and that's the crazy thing to me is we've already mentioned C long and how it's been hit so much. You have to typically make adjustments by this point in the game. I mean, you're at the very last round of the half, and I gotta say, it's in a single flank come out from Valkyrie. They haven't pushed towards spawn at all. They haven't made sure to slow down that approach, because that's going to be the biggest weakness when it comes down to a lot of these teams. If you see a double initiator or triple initiator is what we're seeing even nowadays, because duelists are not dead, but they're definitely starting to be a little bit of a more a smaller demographic now. They're definitely kind of dying off a little bit, thankfully. But I mean, still, you have to find ways to slow down these players. And if you are making them constantly turn around and like kind of check the rear, make sure, okay, I don't want to get shot in the back of my cranium. You need to make sure that you're just slowing down your approach and really second guessing everything. We haven't seen Valkyrie really force that out, but they don't need to, because when Mike wins initial gunfights like that, you really go ahead and create a little bit of a stall and make sure to put him on a crutch.
Yeah, now you're gonna have to let them come to you. That's exactly what we're seeing. Nobody's directly pushing Mike just yet, but they don't know. They do not care. Ricky falls short, their head lopped off their shoulders. Smalls is a great spot. They pull out their headhunter, and it is good for one, but Khan is still up on the line. They do have one player to assist them, but Daryl Lasong is already playing the slow game, the long con, the flank essentially, because now they're leaving Valkyrie trapped in that corner. They're not aware of the flank here, Dallas. Resurrection does go out. Nightfall will be sent. It's perfect, but they can't get it down. Mike with the turn. Good for 3. And now it's up to Valkyrie to try to recover off the easy flank that G-Not had initially had. Quick send out. There goes the showstopper, and Mike gets there 4.
Signed, sealed, and delivered. And there you go. That's a half done and dusted for Valkyrie to get themselves to 5th. And we saw it earlier. I mean, G-Not obviously had guaranteed themselves an advantage, but that's all Valkyrie was really fighting for, to slow down that gap, to make sure it doesn't get any larger than it needs to be. So 2 rounds, you're more than happy to see that. But the big differential now is Valkyrie switching things up, going to the attacking side. This is where they're supposed to excel. But, I mean, you got that double Sentinel, but one's a chamber, and it's small. So he's starting to wake up, because he was on the bottom of the leaderboard earlier, now sitting at 7 and 10. You're thankful he's waking up. He's here to play with the rest of the squad. He can't be your entry, but he can definitely be a very, very reliable flank watch if we do see G-Nog going for that option.
I mean, impact player for the second half, right? We saw the impact come through. Ricky came alive really solid on the side of G-Nod. But defensively, you're mostly a retake player, right? When you're playing your breach, you don't really have the ability to entry in as quickly as you did before. But we've also seen them being quite good at defending when it came down to the close plant for their attacking half. And I would like to think that if we see Valkyrie take a little bit more map control, it'll work against them, because they'll be cut short by G-Nod, and more specifically Ricky, watching that flank quite well and knowing where to use their utility. I say keep an eye out for Ricky for the side of G-Nod, and the side of Valkyrie, I think Smalls would be a great way to open things up if they isolate them towards C-Long to go for the one-on-one fight.
Yeah, most definitely could be if
you knew it was going on too, right? Like,
yeah. Well, looking at the screen that I got, I'm not gonna look at the screen that I got. Is this? We recently opened up a Minecraft server, right?
Quite blocky, yeah. Actually, any moment now we're gonna find diamonds, right? Like.
Maybe Mikester, that's the diamond pickaxe he's working with.
Oh my goodness.
A little bit of a reskin. You know how Ride Up charges things like that, but doesn't matter. regardless. So what we can tell is that even then, the first blood has already gone down for the side of G0. We're just looking at lurks across the map. We're seeing it somewhat of an exchange. We're seeing the pressure try to go towards that B site, but I mean, Valkyrie, they're not really too stressed about this. They know they're a player down. They know that G0 has the pressure on the map, and they're looking for that, but they're doing it extremely slow for pistol round, all things considered.
You know that TikTok filter where it's like
yes,
totally normal and
you
then
know,
they just appear out of nowhere?
It's like life glitching out.
Yes, that's exactly what this looks like right now. It'll just be still for like a single moment, and then they'll slightly move, and it's still like a fragment of that history there. So interesting to see. Valkyrie not having the best of time as of the current moment. They've lost 3 on the entry towards site. Looks to be B will be their point of emphasis. They've already lost another. Spike has not been managed to get down. Smalls will attempt to go for the plant, but there's a player flanking from behind, and they have another one coming from Link. This should be a done deal for the side of G0. That will be the case.
Oh.
They'll go up yet another round. Great one for them. We definitely saw all of that one.
You know what? I'm gonna lap around back to that point though, where you talk about the glitch thing. I actually meant to send you one of those. And so where it was a play, it was a dude touching grass, and then
it goes to balance screen.
It cuts to the Destiny 2 title screen where it's green. I was like, it's the greatest
No, yeah, I've seen
It's
that
like
one.
a constant loop, but it is what it is. We're stuck in a constant loop, a little bit of a tech pause right here. Don't really know what happened there. Apologies for that nonetheless, but regardless though, we can go ahead and put a little bit more influence on the game. We saw the result of that match. We saw really what it came down to. We saw Valkyrie getting that round more importantly. So, I mean, that's good for him. They said things are actually, no, excuse me, it was G0 because they're on the defensive side. A little bit of a switch up there. But, I mean, making that differential now, going up from that 7-5 to 8-5, that's where you needed Valkyrie to really step up their game. That's where they had to really just double down, quite honestly. I mean, you're losing your Omen initially. When that's your first player getting lost as interlace, you got to say, why is Omen overextended like that? Why is that our first player getting picked off as our controller? It should be our duelist, or at least an initiator. Somebody who's on those front lines, because we have to be making a push. Because you saw as soon as those smokes left the game, all the confidence went out the window as well, because we saw a huge slowdown in Valkyrie's approach past that point where they waited till like the last 20 seconds to get on B side of all places.
Ugh. You can't be too scared, right? Like I said before, you got to be a stallion, a Mustang. You got to be ready to push out. Once the guns are blaring, once they send you off, you got to go. If you're going to be lame horse and hide back because you're scared of the smoke, well, you're not going to get anywhere. You're not winning any races. And at this point, it's not much of a race. You only got to get to 13. This is only a BO1. The race will end as soon as it starts. You got to start getting and going. Valkyrie will lose that one, an opposite result from what we saw in the first half of the pistol rounds, where they took not just the first and second, but the third as well. We also remember what happened. A huge drought, a spree of, what was it, 7 or 8 rounds where they didn't find a single thing. Or not 7 or 8, 5 or 6 rounds where they didn't find a single round in return. Come on, right? That can't not be allowed in return. I think I got to give the nod to G0, no pun intended there, to close this one out. But Valkyrie, if they pick up the pace, we know they can contest. We saw their first 3 rounds and the way they positioned themselves. I think they still have a good chance.
And you saw the way, more importantly, where they found initial kills. It was a retake. That was a real problem for them. So honestly, you got to consider that this half should be easy for them. If they get onto a site, they just invest at least half their entire kit just to get onto the site and get the spike down. They should have the easiest time in the world. Consider that even then, if their Omen is alive towards the rear end. But I mean, that's the problem, though. We have to see that exchange come through. We have to see them setting stuff up. We have to see this game really start to go for their favor. So, I mean, if they can really play this thing out, if they can find those right setups, if they can get there initially, that's where they can really start to excel. But, I mean, Valkyrie, that's the whole thing, though, is making sure that you don't have these overextensions, that things don't really start looking too bad for yourself. Because, I mean, it all comes down to first bloods. That's really it, tried and true.
I think Valkyrie hit the GLG router so that we couldn't see them lose the map. Is that the story we'll go with? I don't think that's the case. I think Valkyrie have it in them to win this one. I think they're just trying to get the confidence under their belt at this point. It's all on GLG. Let's blame it on us, Dallas. More specifically, you.
Yeah,
I think that would be.
Of course. Yeah. I mean, it's totally fair.
Yeah, it just takes so much bandwidth to get that nice camera all the way back over to the GLG lounge and produce it. It's just taking a
I don't know if it's the camera that's taking up all that bandwidth, but we'll see what else it is taking up a little bit there. It all comes down to the pressure is what I'm seeing right now. We're still moving on towards the C side. Things are starting to smoothen up a little bit, and I can see clear as day that the spike is going down, and we're going to see a 4v3 retake on our hands, and it's slow and steady. We're seeing the likes of G0. They want to be taking control of this once more. Valkyrie, they're trying to hold things up, and they're playing for the shorter angles, which I got to really give them props for because they have the guns to it.
Quick send out. This is exactly what you want to see if you're Genon. They made quick effort to get towards the site. Unfortunately, a retreat by Valkyrie over towards Garage has been their undoing.
Wow.
Paul is able to find one more, but Vroom and Derlisong equal out the odds just before. It's now down to the Doppelganger fight for the Chambers. Vroom's tagging the Defuser, sticks it to half, has the angle, has to pull up the Headhunter. Most Knights scrambling, but Smalls comes out on top, and Valkyrie will manage to find themselves a round win.
How big of a Spectre magazine is that? I would have to reload 5 times. This man put a drum mag. It's illegal modifications. I don't even know. We're not going to worry about it. Instead, we're going to see the scoreline, and we're going to see that. I mean, regardless, we're going to give it to what it is. That was a hell of a round by Valkyrie. I love the way they kind of flipped themselves around. They respawn once more. We saw them kind of put the pressure out. And even then, you got to start to question why Genon was putting so much influence out towards the area, really getting aggressive with it. But still, nonetheless, Valkyrie, a really good job there, retaking that and making sure this game can stay as close as possible. That's what you really need. But, I mean, it all comes down to another round like this. Economy's all over the place. We see that finally Genon, they have a little bit of a bye on their hands. This could really be the thing to set the tone here for these next 5 rounds. We saw them have success last time.
We're watching Val, but I think Smalls is playing Modern Warfare 2's beta. He's got the gunsmith. He's already kitted out his Spectre, right? This is ridiculous. I wish too. Brother, no way. Quick run out though. Look what Derlisong is. Cheeky lines up one, can't get the second. You gotta hit those shots, and because of that, they'll find 2 more on the top. The man advantage back in favor of Valkyrie after somewhat cheeky kill to start things off.
I mean, that's happened like 3 times now. A little bit of alert. You don't check your corner. They're saying, oh, I'm about to get fucked. I'm about to get 7. There ain't even 7 on here, but I'm gonna kill them all. You hit one shot, and the next one's whiff. It hurts to see.
Look like me, dude.
Honestly, but I mean, regardless, we have a classic that you got to work with now, and now Trick's going to put a very good close to that as Smalls makes a follow-up. Valkyrie get themselves not only a plant, that was a little bit of an exclamation point to the round, a little bit of cherry on top, but also another round to work with here. So we're seeing the score just so darn close, 7 to 8, tour de force out of the here on the field, and tossing over the rifle to another teammate. So I mean, everybody has potential in this round, even then on the side of Valkyrie as well, as you can tell, to where they finally had the money to work with, except for Smalls. I mean, on both ends of the spectrum, we're seeing these operators come into play.
It'll be very interesting to see how Valkyrie will decide to play this one. Tour de force to attack is quite difficult to work with. Genon didn't really make major impact when they brought it out last time. Vroom had to watch the flank, who initially would fight that one-on-one towards C long. Actually left him over to watch the flank on A long instead. Maybe we see Valkyrie try to go for the same thing, then get opening pick maybe towards short, as we do see that the side of Genon, they are trying to linger Vroom over in that direction. Maybe they go for an early peek like they did that last round. But when you've got the eco in your favor now, when you finally have rifles in their hands, you can kind of slow things down. You can talk things through, play a little bit smarter. And I think right now for Valkyrie, they've got momentum from those last 2 rounds, but that's truly all they have. Once proper weapons fall into Genon's hands, it's gonna be a much closer affair. This is truly where this half starts to kick off.
And once even then that momentum also kind of gets cut off when we see that the entire lobby and our whole source that we got going on is also being run off of Flaming's router, because that tapped out for a little bit as well. But now that that's right back into the game, maybe it's a little bit of a wake up, a retribution for him as well, because Flaming is a player that I've seen before. I haven't really seen too much of personally, but I mean, being that raised, we got to talk about that. Genon now on the attacking side, this is where your duelist is supposed to start excelling. Where they're saying, I mean, no pun intended, Raze is supposed to start painting their canvas, really set the picture for everybody else, create that space and work with the rest of the map, and really just kind of paint a picture for everybody else to push right through and create that funnel. But we're not seeing that. We're seeing a very slow approach, and honestly, you can feel the impact kind of weighing down the rest of the squad of Genon. They're saying, we can't really do too much here. We're having to crouch walk right through A main. We know players are there, but instead of taking them up front, we're just throwing utility. That's both Prowlers already out the window before you even touch sight.
He's going to sit back for a moment. They will take down Interlace. Unfortunately, a short-lived success. Maltry pops them right back. An even account, but look now, Valkyrie have managed to put the spike down, putting themselves up quite nicely. Derlisong up in heaven has the option for one swinging out of Cubby. Maltreat's still good for it. They've retreated back over towards her. They're going to hide down in Cubby between. They do have 2 players on site and another one hiding below in hell. Fleming will send the Roomba of Death and maybe try to gather some information off that side wall, but cleared away by Mikester instead. Nightfall is sent. does seem to tag Mikester enough. They're still sitting in a great spot. Quick use now. Valkyrie still finding nothing but success. Maltreat is there, tunning down Khan. You've still got one more player, but it's not going to be enough. The victory will be removed at all odds. Valkyrie will find themselves now a little bit closer.
I gotta say, not only just in terms of that taking an entire round for Valkyrie, I gotta applaud them for not letting Chamber take a single shot of that tour de force, because every time I hear that sound, I tense up a little bit. I cringe a tiny bit inside. So they saved us, all of us, of that exact impact on our minds, our bodies, and thankfully for our mental sake. But going forward now, talking about mental, it's kind of out of the window now. We're at even rounds once more. 8-8 on the field, 3 rounds now in a row for the side of Valkyrie. They're looking outstanding once more, right back to former glory of what we saw those initial 3 rounds here in the entire map. They're starting to feel things out a little bit more. They're starting to get a feel for what the game's kind of starting to pan out to. And G9 is getting a little bit fed up with it. As you can tell, they're fighting for control. They're pushing this bomb with it.
Mikester is getting dumped by every utility in existence, and because of it, Flaming just lines up with their Sheriff. An eco round for G-Nod, and they still find first, now second kill. Ricky's in another corner. They find a third. That's all of the presence, though, on C removed. There is no more defense for the side of G-Nod, but they have the man advantage. They can collect maybe some of the weapons that were dropped in mid-window. They also have 2 players coming from Defender spawn. They should still be fairly well equipped to have success in the round because Valkyrie are too scared to plant. They want to try to equal out the odds at least by 1 more before they go for this post-plant situation. Smalls will have to swing first. A player inside Link. They see them. They'll get the kill, but Khan's got the defender spawn. Prowler goes out. Interlaced is blinded. They're not in a good spot. There's the showstopper. Doesn't kill, but there goes the Sheriff. Great round by G-Nod. What a way to win it.
Waking up once again, and more importantly, Flaming able to wake up here. I mean, that's what we're talking about. Again and again, I swear, it's the opposite effect of Caster's curse today. We talk about Smalls, he says, you know what? You're right, Casters. I need to start getting more kills. You mentioned Flaming, he's like, you know what? I had to just press reset on my router right fast. I'm back in the game getting kills too. It's a nice little wake-up moment because that's what we get. We talk about it again and again to where you've had to do openers over and over again for these Pit of Valors. But this was the time of the day we were saying, look, we've already played 3 rounds. I can't be starting to get a little bit rough and rusty right now. We got to start stringing this thing together. We got to start picking ourselves up, and that's what they're doing. Just keeping this game close, back and forth, round for round, exchange for exchange, blow for blow, kill for kill, shot for shot, and it opens up with the B side.
G-Nod took a page directly out of Valkyrie's book for the defensive side. Pain Shell in Tether combo to guarantee the ult over on 8 long. Khan also now looking to maybe follow those tendrils on the ground to tag out the Prowler. No successes there just yet. That's a lot of information still available there from the side of G-Nod if they decided to push. But with a man down, let them come to you and cut them down on their approach. As of right now, though, Valkyrie are not pushing towards B, which was their initial avenue of approach. Instead, lingering still within Courtyard. Maybe we see Khan find a risky kill over in A main. He's hiding about through the doors. We've seen this before, but it was the Sheriffs previously. Maybe the rifles would be the difference maker now. Interlace ready to swing. His shoulder will be spotted. The barrel's there instead, but Interlace snuffs him out, and Khan will fall.
A nice little opener there to the entire round. You go ahead and say, look, what kind of adjustments can we make now? We just got to push it aside. That's the first thing we definitely got to do. And that's exactly what they're doing. Able to find that control on the inside. You see a little bit of a setup. G-Nod giving that respect over to Valkyrie, saying, this is a 3v5. Last thing we need to do is get a little over antsy with this. But I gotta say, the Rolling Thunder could have definitely been a call, possibly from heaven. The only thing you really have to check is hell, and then, I mean, everything else should be stunned up for a little bit. But I gotta give props to the sides of G-Nod, getting over this time, giving the respect up, saying one of our players has an operator. That's not a retake weapon. We just wait for the next one. We have a little bit of the safety net here. We're gonna have the money anyways for this next round. No reason to go over antsy here. What we have to do is honestly almost treat this as a timeout. Start to figure out, where is this approach coming from? We've seen a lot of hits on A side from Valkyrie. We've seen a lot of pressure towards the middle. We see a lot of kills already coming out. And Mikester, bro, let me finish my point before you start doing this. But, I mean, regardless, it's just outstanding to see the kind of pressure that Valkyrie's doing. It's one-dimensional almost, but it still has a very, very efficient look to it, all things considered, even though this is the first round that G-Nod's given up here in a little bit.
I mean, it does look very one-dimensional. It's a great way to phrase it, Dallas. And like you said, even when it's one-dimensional, it's almost overbearing. It feels strong. I feel like they've definitely taken my whole horse you know, alliteration I was making previously, too, like, true to heart. They're just sprinting towards these sites, and they're really dumping all they can. When it comes to the defensive side, honestly, G-Not have been wasting a lot of utility early. I think Khan's kind of been the facilitator of that. Tendrils go out, they go for the Tether, they then follow over the Haunt, they ended up a Prowler. There's so much being dumped instantly that there's not really much left in the latter half, and you're forced to go guns up. And though we know that Khan can do it, they're the only player to have an ace up in the game. You need some kit behind you. You need some oomph to follow up, and it's just not there. Valkyrie already have control over B site. Showstopper also popped. No one really close by to go for it, though, but it does get rid of the ice ball that's initially placed by your own teammate, might I add.
That's your team. No.
It's gone. I cleared it. Guys, don't worry.
I cleared the ice ball, bro. That's mine, bro. Nah. They definitely. This is like what Rainbow Six. You can do a mid-round swap. We're now somebody's playing Sage now, but the difference is a real big clearer right here. I mean, you can already see the Rolling Thunder come out. An insane shot from Interlace. Didn't even mean to get that. Just a spray with the Rolling Thunder coming in as an influence there. Valkyrie, though, regardless of what happens here, they've stalled for enough time. Khan can push it aside. Brim can do whatever he needs to. But considering it's a 2v1, you just swing out and spray things down. You win out that round and you keep the game tied and as close as possible. Mike's may fall here. No extra stays alive, thankfully, but there you go. The lead, once again, going into Valkyrie. Something they fought so darn long for. After a 5-7 in their first half, they make the exchange. They turn things around. Mike able to go ahead and step things up. Smalls being that nice little side fragger. Meister kind of stepping back, but he did his job on that defense. Being that sentinel, finding those frags, finding those kills, and really being that start, that right foot once you get into this map.
Listen, people want to find whether they're a Mike or Ike guy. I'm a Mike guy, straight through and through, and there's two of them leading the foray right now for Valkyrie. They have come straight out the gate, and they're sending it once again. That's 3 kills. Maltreat assists Mike. They'll find 2 themselves. That was only 2 players left standing for G-Not. Khan's trapped in the back over towards A, nowhere to truly go. They'll try to walk towards hell, but he's sent there instead. And it's just Vroom lying in wait, trying to linger on the flank, but it's not going to matter. Valkyrie with the flawless 11 rounds to their name. That one wasn't even close.
You know, Mike is basically just Mick with an E, which stands for efficiency. I don't have very much of that myself, but that's why Mike has 2 in his name, keep in mind. So that's why he's getting just as many kills to be expected right here. Looking really good. I mean, yeah, even then, I mean, I don't know. I don't know. I can't really think of something for that one, but it seems like G-Non can't really think of anything either, and that's why they're taking a timeout right here. They're starting to slow the game down a little bit, figuring out what exactly is going on. They had themselves an outstanding look for that first half. They really turned things on their head. I mean, even then you could look at the scoreboard and see that big strain of green right across the board. No, that's not the substance that you're thinking of. It is rounds on that other side when they were looking so darn good on the attacking side, just purely off kills. So, I mean, what did they do here? Well, you had to play that same approach. Where's the attacking side? Where's the place for the retake? They're trying to get so aggressive. They're trying to find these initial kills. They're overextending for it. Just sit and freaking spawn for all I care. You did such a good job, Ricky, leading the charge. Flaming just kind of pacing things out. And we haven't even seen that paint shell tether combo really come into influence here. Save that stuff for the retake. You need as much as possible. Let Ricky lead the charge, and even then, let your Fade do their job. Really pan things out. Honestly, Vroom needs to be there just as a little bit of an oracle. If you don't find the kill, who cares? You set up, you go for a flank, you make sure that somebody's not setting up towards another area. Say if it's towards C, you're watching garage, you're making sure rotation doesn't come through, whatever it may be. You need to make sure, though, to keep your opponents contained on that site once that spike goes down. Because, honestly, G-Nod, they just haven't been making too much of a play, and they think they're still on the attacking side.
It's a great way to save the tendrils as well. Sorry, the tether and the paint shells early, Dallas, because I know you mentioned them. Send a player through short. Have them watch that short ramp all the way down. You see they've done just that, but they didn't put anyone over towards the ult pip on A long, which means though G-Nod has switched things up ever so slightly to save some utility, they're not actually gaining anything from it. And instead, they'll lose out on the possibility of charging that ultimate when it's most needed in these latter rounds. Daryl's on a good spot up close and personal to save one in place as well, but not quite deep enough. They're going to use the Nightfall and send it through Garage and on to C. Great flick by Khan, head knocked off the shoulders of Smalls, humbling them in the process. And it's still good right now for G-Nod as Flaming joins them on the feed.
And look at this, finally a hole that we're seeing some relative success come out from the side of G-Nod. I mean, look at that, his swing coming through, slow and steady, but he gets cut off by Maltreat there, who is waiting right behind that crate. But still, this is the hole that you need. It's a 2v3 situation. Valkyrie's trying to push up. There goes Interlace. Doesn't even get a chance to respond or shoot back, but the stun finally comes through. A little bit late, I might add, because if you're doing it on a Meister, you got to time this perfectly. The resurrection comes out, and the exchange comes through. It's a clutch and another round for Valkyrie to get themselves the match point.
Oh, Meister could not have come alive in a better moment once again. This is straight adrenaline pumping through their veins. The Mike Wombo combo has been everything for Valkyrie, and it has not stopped. The train will keep on cheering straight through to the finish line, and they're one round away. This final round, if they take it, could be the decider. And go and take a look at the Nico. The credits left scrambling for the side of Gina. They're looking through the barrels on B side. They're looking behind Gong. Somebody leave a weapon behind here. Is there a penny trapped underneath the Gong? Is there anything nearby? Nope, that's it. Sorry to break it to you. You are scrambling to find anything, and it's just not enough. A straight up ego.
I love what's going on with Room as well. Typically, when you see a chamber going with nothing but a shorty in the arsenal, you're saying they got a 20 force, right?
I mean, yeah, and I got a best friend who's imaginary, but I mean, doesn't mean I can actually, it doesn't mean he can actually help me move out of my apartment. That doesn't mean he can actually, help me out with dinner and go out with me for lunch.
He didn't help you unpack?
I mean, there's just something that, the imaginary can't do. But one thing that you could look for if you're G-Nod is some early picks. You have 3 ultimates to work with, albeit. One of them being a showstopper, a Nightfall as well, so that makes it really good for a retake, considering that you can make that decay go all the way down to 1. Problem is, it just went over towards the B site, and it's a full push towards C.
They're swinging out. They will get a little bit of information. Con dumps out the hot. Will find 1 because of it.
You want to play?
Fall short as Smalls gets the refrag back. Smalls is able to pop their sword of force. They can hope for it on this post plant to set themselves up quite nicely. G-Nod still not looking great as of yet, but Phantom is in the hands of Flaming, a player that you would expect to have some successes.
30 seconds.
Maybe this is the point where G-Nod take control over the map and work towards A. Not the case. Oh, not the right timing either. Showstopper pops, but cut down instantly. Sent to the ground. 1 more on the feed. That's Maltreat. Smalls with them, but Mike ends things off. Them and Maltreat, the last 2 standing for Valkyrie, but a 13-9 scoreline will send us out of the map of Haven. Shade over here to the caster desk.
A nice little, I gotta say, a nice little stressful situation. A very healthy amount of stress coming out for Valkyrie here in this entire game, considering they found themselves a very, very good start. And after what was a very, very long strand of rounds coming out from G-Nod, I mean, I gotta give respect to them, where, I mean, it's due. They found themselves a little bit of a reset. The mental just said, you know what, right back to ground zero on the new half, and we just play the game how we're supposed to. Their defense looked all right. Their attacking side looked outstanding. Even though they found themselves with 2 Sentinels, it wasn't even really that big of a problem because at that point in the game, we talked about the man himself in that first half. Didn't really have too much of an impact, but Smalls in that second half really came alive. Held down these angles, was able to go ahead and play that Oracle, as I mentioned earlier, but for the attacking side, and sure, the Torty Force doesn't have too much of an impact on the attacking rounds, but it was more of just pressure. It was there's a safety net. Once you see that first kill go through, he says, you know what? Screw it. I'm going to pick up a Vandal, and if my teammates already have one, we're going to make use of this myself and hold down these angles, make sure to be more of a road bump or a little bit of a checkpoint here on the road than actually being that gate there to the exit and the destination.
Yeah, you can get slowed down, but you just can't stop, right? Like, your car doesn't just hit the very beginning of that speed bump and just roll backwards. I mean, maybe if you have a terrible car from like 1930s as a truck still barely trying to run. That's not the case. I'm sure everybody at least has a bicycle. Even that can get over a speed bump at this point and just pump those legs. And that's what we finally saw start to come through. Valkyrie started to pump things out. They start to send it. We saw a lot of oddities in the entire game for the map. We saw a player using the COD Gunsmith to have an extra bit of magazine for their Spectre. And we saw Phoenix, even though he wasn't in it, they were running it back the whole dang time, right? That's what you want to see. They did not stop. They kept things rolling. And unfortunately for G-Nod, they'll have to nod themselves out. They lost this one and they're out for the count, but you can always come back next week, especially if you get one of those country club memberships where they're guaranteed an entry.
Most definitely could. Consider it's only $10 for the entire month for one of your teammates, and you get yourself a nice little guaranteed entry to this $250 prize pool. Even if you get yourself to the grand finals in that second place for $50 or whether $200, no matter what it is, it's all brought to you by Community Gaming. And even then, it's could also be brought to you by yourself. You could go ahead and pitch in a little bit, make sure this gets that much more easier to get done on a week-to-week basis, because 100 is coming up here soon, and you could be definitely a part of that and a huge contributing factor, considering that, I mean, all of you lovely fans have been here for the entire of what? Now we're sitting at basically, quote unquote, 100 in like what, 7 weeks already. So we're going to keep it chugging. We're going to keep it going. And more importantly, keep this night going. We got to get ourselves to a quick little break first, because
I need water. Scott probably needs water, and y'all need yourselves a little bit of a break to go ahead and register what happens. We'll catch you in a second.
To the bank, like, laugh it to the bank, like, I got in it 10s, 20, 50, 100s, 10s, 20, 50, 100s, 10s, 20, 50, 100s, 10s, 20, 50, 100s. Laugh it to the bank, like, pedal to the floor, need no brake lights. In the dark, watching make light. I'm a star, got no stage fright. Please don't get me mad, I'm a nice guy. My baby say I'm cute, yeah, I'm tight fine. I be waking up when you go night-night. In a different zone with the time. Laugh it to the bank, like, ooh, go. Laugh it to the bank, like, I got in it 10s, 20, 50, 100s, 10s, 20, 50, 100s, 10s, 20, 50, 100s, 10s, 20, 50, 100s. I get it up, flip it and continue. I've been going dumb, I've been going mental. Going up, I'm on another level. All black clothes like a medal. Little this and this, little Ricky Rick. It's my grandmama, I'm her Nicky Nick. I just wanna love, but I've been hit or miss. I might up and leave, yeah, take a piss. Laugh it to the bank, like, ooh, go. Laugh it to the bank, like, I got it in 10s, 20, 50, 100s, 10s, 20, 50, 100s, 10s, 20, 50, 100s, 10s, 20, 50, 100s.
Enough of the code switching. Been hitting my soul, been on the ropes. I'm ready to grow, so get to know niggas. Keep your head up, I want you to grow with me.
See this gold on me. Want you to glow with me.
Yeah, alright, okay. We get it. No contest. Wait.
See this gold on me.
Surf's up,
Want
nigga.
you to glow with me.
The world been dying, days is number, check the climate. I'm sick of it, fuck the harebrained scheme to get the riches quick. I played a long game with serene scene and I whip this quick. From the back room to the hearts, I'm in the thick of it. I grind too hard for y'all not to see me a star, bitch. I'm raising a bar like they really pay me to talk. My life been in shambles, but I got handles. I'm finishing at the rim. I remind you time and again that I'm really him. Oh, you ain't know? This shit not just for the show, but bet you entertain. Anybody not for me is below me, blow me, you in the way. I live my dreams, I got it locked, the master keep it on me. Back in the field, running audibles with the team. Everything I got out the mother, told my truth. I shake that fake shit, they praise you, then minimize you behind you. Just know I notice you. Stay woke, no joke, it really be the ones you closest to. Had to stop sleeping on myself like I ain't know the truth. Oh, this to me like it's really nobody code is this. And if you disagree, then you jaws and your claim get audited. Who you know do the beating and talking and write the harmonies. I'm really convinced there's nobody out here going hard as me. Wish well the dog that claimed belief in me so he could use me. Look at me now, you chose your route, I know you sick to see it. You talk a lot, all that flop, but that shit not harming us. Capping your status, we back, ain't nobody raws us. To the ones that held me down for the count, look at what growth will do. I'm the kid from the cul-de-sac, feeling double sex with loot they pay to play my shit back. In a way I'm going back until I'm fossil fuel to the flame, just like I'm supposed to do. Enough of the code switching, been hitting my soul, been on the ropes, I'm ready to grow, so get to know niggas. Keep your head up, I want you to grow with me. See this gold on me, want you to glow with me. Been hitting my soul, been on the ropes, I'm ready to grow, so get to know niggas. Keep your head up, I want you to grow with me.
See this gold on me. Want you to glow with me.
I've been on a job, trying to take it far. I need that ROI, shit I done paid the cost. I'm all in on me, little baby she agrees, she really been here through the fall. She the only thing I need, I wanna be free, I know that they want me for my ideas so they can line their pockets. Don't hit me to tell me that you give a fuck about me. You don't even know nothing about me, trying to force me on your timeline. You know you need to stop it, I live for more than attention. Might not be your trending topic, put my worth in analytics. I admit that took a toll, I got addicted to scrolling. We know well that get toxic, I got caught comparing me to people I don't even know. They say it's lonely at the top, well maybe then I'll focus on things that's more important and let whoever think whatever and just keep it moving. These niggas won't work on themselves, they'd rather see you losing. You'll never see me losing.
Enough of the code switching. Been healing my soul, been on the ropes, I'm ready to grow. So get to know niggas. Keep your head up, I want you to grow with me. See this gold on me. Want you to grow with me. Want you to grow with me.
I got problems on problems on problems on problems on problems on problems I solve them. I run through the money, the pressure be calling. Left on my blessings, I feel like I'm falling. The birdie is back. Tell me I'm garbage, I'm going through something, that's why I ain't calling. Phone and progression is all that I wanted. The phone and affection, I summon and dub it. Cause I got problems on problems on problems on problems on problems on problems I solve them. I run through the money, the pressure be calling. Left on my blessings, I feel like I'm falling. The birdie is back. Tell me I'm garbage, I'm going through something, that's why I ain't calling. Phone and progression is all that I wanted. The phone and affection, I summon and dub it. Why you be all on my line about nothing? Why won't you go get you $1 or something? Don't hang with it who line for nothing. I see that we different, you riding, I double. I don't do discussions on bragging about hundreds. Don't go to your places, I know that they sunken. Don't call me your brother, I barely could trust it. I talked to a shorty, she bagging the bugging. And I'ma need all of my dollars on corporate, so hand me the money, I divvy the pie. I'ma give all of my people a portion to build them a fortune, I'm flipping the ride. I can't be mixy when iffy the vibe. And 40 on 50 is really the time. Why are you all on my phone like you want me? Like you wasn't pushing the kid to the side, I don't know if you thinking I'm blind. Cross on my crosses and dot on my eyes. Done with your efforts, I'm dealing with pressures. I know it's a lesson, that's word of the wise. Dubbing the mixes I'm mixing, I know I've been missing. I needed some personal time. All the pictures, dimensions, I don't with your digits. I mean it, I'm staying inside. Cause they got problems on problems on problems on problems on problems on problems I solve them. I run through the money, the pressure be calling. Left on my blessings, I feel like I'm falling. The birdie is back. Tell me I'm garbage, I'm going through something, that's why I ain't calling. Phone and progression is all that I wanted. The phone and affection, I summon and dub it. Cause I got problems on problems on problems on problems on problems on problems I solve them. I run through the money, the pressure be calling. Left on my blessings, I feel like I'm falling. The birdie is back. Tell me I'm garbage, I'm going through something, that's why I ain't calling. Phone and progression is all that I wanted. The phone and affection, I summon and dub it. Coming in, yeah. Flex, I just wanna win, yeah. LABB, who we running with, yeah. 2, 2, 3, 3, I'm on 10 again, yeah. State your name, big dope on flame. I just switched the lanes. Damn, he did it again. I just flipped the pain. Stripping and dipping in bass, slab on everything. Swimming, you sinking away, cause I got big racks coming. I put my low racks on it. I ain't skip past losses, I had to get back off it. See the fit lab on it until they whip my coffin. Money clip, I tossed it, I heard it's big bags on big bags on big bags coming. Coming in, yeah. Flex, I just wanna win, yeah. LABB, who we running with, yeah. 2, 2, 3, 3, I'm on 10 again. Pump up the action. I'm active. If he never heard of Ben Dope, he just napping. Jackson's off the rapping. Keep it on my body, bitch. I'm broke if you asking. Don't gotta sell it, most of y'all is flawless. Broken whips as long as it is foreign. Heard you want it cause the yam's enormous. What's in since she isn't gorgeous? Live my life, last name of Morgan Freeman. Trying to touch a forest. Do not know when knocking on the door is. Came in, I came in, I came in. Did it like the Porsches. Coming in, yeah. Flex, I just wanna win, yeah. LABB, who we running with, yeah. 2, 2, 3, 3, I'm on 10 again. Okay, alright. coming in, yeah. Flex, I just wanna win, yeah. LABB, who we running with, yeah. 2, 2, 3, 3, I'm on 10, 10, 10, yeah. Drippin' Aquafina, I'm sippin' 15, kept a weapon on me. Flow make digits, I'm on my business, stack chicken like what it's gon' be. Crew in the cut, hey, you want us, red run when I tell a peace. Love is love. Love is love. Adios. Bendo with the switch again. Boy deliver like he heffin'. Core with digits, give him estimates. Summer sauce for my Benjamins. I got what you need, baby. Skirt the Chevy, make a scene, baby. LABB been the team, baby. Big Papa, word the G, baby. Look, lab till I'm finished. Had a handful of lemons through the hand. Got a bag, now the hands in the business. For my hand, it's a ticket. Talking Mazda for the biggest. That's a comma and a comma and a comma. Gotta get it. I've been playing with the minutes that they been shoulda gave. And I'm flipping every digit that they been shoulda paid. Had to find a way to get it. Know the season what you made. If I ever wanna dip, then I'm brink with the blade. And I'm brinking a blink on the brink of some dumb shit. Watch how I move, cause I know the brink's coming. Watch for the blues, cause I know that they dumping. Nothing in my view, so it's hush on discussion. Hush on discussions, you know what you need to. I keep it in the pan to let you know that I don't need you. Y'all cats be see-through, heading out to peace. You been king, I'm regal, got it in my Abisu. Came through drippin' Aquafina, I'm sippin' 15, kept a weapon on me. Flow make digits, I'm on my business, stack chicken like what it's gon' be. Crew in the cut, hey, you want us, red run when I tell a peace. Love is love. Love is love. Hold up with it, got my back on Pippin. I'm back in kitchens with the tray. Windows tinted like how black my skin is. Scoop the shorty in it from a J. Swish, she got vision just like any women giving me the kitten. Way before the riches, nothing more to mention. I could light a block upon the aura glisten. Foreign on my body, that's a Gora linen. I came through drippin' Aquafina, I'm sippin' 15, kept a weapon on me. Flow make digits, I'm on my business, stack chicken like what it's gon' be. Crew in the cut, hey, you want us, red run when I tell a peace. Love is love. Love is love. Adios. Love is love. Love is love. Adios. Love is love. Love is love. Adios.
I got money busting out the money clip. Make a call and hit another lick. Yeah. Turn a 10-piece to a 20 quick. I got money busting out the money clip. Make a call and hit another lick. Someone get the money counter, I can keep on thumbing it. Turn a 10-piece to a 20 quick. I got money busting out the money clip. Make a call and hit another lick. Someone get the money counter, I can keep on thumbing it. Okay, I'ma hit for 20 off a laptop. In a Zoom meeting, making money is my backdrop. Ballpoint base hit harder than a slap shot. Flew out my baby, told her run me like I'm Epcot. Whoa, whoa, I've been doing road on the go. Get a bag and flip it, that's for sure. If it's show. That was never talk about nothing. Turn it down and go get you some money. Turn a 10-piece to a 20 quick. I got money busting out the money clip. Make a call and hit another lick. Someone get the money counter, I can keep on thumbing it. Turn a 10-piece to a 20 quick. I got money busting out the money clip. Make a call and hit another lick. Someone get the money counter, I can keep on thumbing it. I was on the money, my brothers got my back. Streets moving funny, so I been holding strap. Not playing defense, we been on the attack. Plotting and scheming, how we gon' get it back. Designer all on you, but you can't buy the swag. No Miris, those foo-foo, I see the tag. You can bet if I spendin' this, cause I get it back. I'm 5G, your dollar, I can see the lag. All I ever wanted was to have it all. Got close, never froze, had to risk it all. As a little boy, I wish I was a little tall. Never made the league, I find other ways to let me ball. Turn a 10-piece to a 20 quick. I got money busting out the money clip. Make a call and hit another lick.
Someone get the money counter, I can keep on thumbing in. Turn a 10 piece to a 20 quick. I got money busting out the money clip. Make a call and hit another lick. Someone get the money counter, I can keep on thumbing in. Tell them run it off. I wake up. Yeah. I wake up. Flex, I'm down now. Check. No drip, this wet. Tell them run it off. No sleep, no rest. Might crash, might wreck. But first I stretch. Tell them run it off. I wake up. Flex, I'm down now.
Welcome back, everybody, to some more Pit of Valor. I'd have a nice little intro to segue in. It's not just the teams we're welcoming back, it's us, the casters, as well. Let's have our fun. We've got ourselves Valkyrie once again, their third time showing for the night. They're firsting Vanguard Gaming, their Black Squadron, the all-women's roster, ready and raring to go. And I think we're going back to Haven again.
Yeah. That's it.
You don't seem excited, Dallas. What's going on?
Dude, I'm telling. I had a great idea, and I'm gonna go ahead and say it on broadcast because I know our boss is watching. I know our social media guys watching. Honestly, hopefully, all the broadcast leads are watching. Pay your casters by the map, and I don't mean by like on a map-to-map basis. Have a full arsenal of casters prepared, and just bring them in based on the map. So if it ain't Fracture, Pearl, or Breeze, don't be calling me and Scott up. Easy as that. Because I've seen this map so much, man. I seen it in my sleep. I want to burn it to the ground.
Thought you were gonna say something like, "Well, if it's Pearl, we want 30 an hour for the map, right? If it's Haven, we want 60."
If it's Haven, give me 80.
Triple my pay, quadruple it. I want out. Anything to take me off the register here. No, Haven is. Well, it's a map. And for Valkyries, it's not a map they're very good at when it came defensively. They had a huge drought. Starting things off, they took the first three, and they looked great in those first three. I mean, we complimented them so much, but the problem was they wanted a 6-round drought, took one more, and then lost the next, right? That's not the result you can have. That's not what you are looking for, and they pulled it back in the second half. They looked spectacular. Them attacking each site was just where they thrived. The problem is they have to survive defensively. And if they're not able to do that, especially say if that's the second half, it's going to be even worse for them where they have to struggle to find the necessary rounds to win. Maybe they don't get as lucky.
Yeah, and I got to say, I mean, honestly, it was also just on a player-to-player basis. We saw the likes at the start of that entire map. Mike Stewart was looking disgusting, just winning again and again and again, getting all those kills necessary, looking just absolutely gross with it. But it felt like everybody else was kind of on the rear wheel there. Wasn't really kind of playing the game too much, just kind of along for the ride until finally we started just going ahead and calling everybody out. They're like, you know what? Now that we're kind of getting called out here, we maybe need to play the game as well. And everybody really started to pitch in there. I mean, we saw Interlace starting to get his own kind of picks here and there. I mean, we already kind of saw it there on that first half, but it really started to turn up a little bit. More importantly, Smalls was also looking outstanding. Mike as well, the actual Mike with 2 E's, that man was looking disgusting as well. Just across the board, everybody to say, we need to start pitching in. We need to get a little bit of an even cut. And Mike honestly surpassed the rest of the squad. It was a sleeper stimulant. Went from 0 to hero in the matter of a couple rounds of that second half. So you can't let these players, more importantly, these duelists and these attacking rounds, really start to feel that momentum and start picking it up. Otherwise, things will become hell for you extremely, extremely quickly.
Now, this isn't just Mick trying to hype up the mics because he's almost there to being one of them, you know, just a single vowel off. That's not the case right now. This is straight up, he's right. The mics went off last map. They were everything. Interlace did good. for the Omen, especially in the second half they picked up. Their first half, they were playing utility well, just weren't able to find frags. Smalls put the entire first half as a warm-up half. That just wasn't it for Valkyrie beyond that. The second half, Smalls came alive in 8. Feasted, might I add, and Mounttreat was one of the only players that really kept them in the first half, but was a little bit quiet in the second. So I'm hoping to see a little bit more from them when it comes to their attack. They didn't necessarily need them as much. Just dump that utility and play smart. But the mics were almost everything. Mikester still lagging behind, looking to pick up the stage once again. That is locked in and done. Mike's going to pick up the Rays for the opposing side. For the Vanguard side, looks like Johnny's going to go ahead and lock in that Astra. We have the Chamber. We have the Breach once again. We have a Neon. You know you'll love to see it here, Dallas. And we have that name.
I most definitely do. I love the composition of Vanguard so far, and even then, that's the first thing. Honestly, surprisingly enough, the first time I've said I'm loving Vanguard, because I can tell you what, the Call of Duty game definitely is not good, but this composition of this team most definitely is. I'm liking the Astra, I'm liking the controller. I actually have an influence across the entire map, because that's what you're expecting from a controller, especially on a 3-site map. You need to have that aerial view. You need to make sure to have a feel of the entire map and feel like you have grasp and influence with the rest of your team. The Neon, we've kind of seen that being slept on a little bit, even here recently. Talk about VCT, the man, the myth, the legend, who actually kind of created the conception of Neon actually becoming good in the North American scene. Victor even ditched it in this past series that he played it, actually going for a Phoenix instead. So a lot of changes across the board, but honestly still, Neon is so darn good, you really just have to break her out when you can.
How many times we've seen Neons go absolutely ham on the map of Haven Towers, right? You either see a Neon do the best, without a doubt, above and beyond all competition.
Or they're your teammate.
Or they're your teammate, right? And then they do terrible. It's just the way that it works. And I think we've seen Yardi before do this, and they've been very well. Stage wall does go down. Valkyrie doing their best to try to keep the Vanguard side at bay, but it's not working just yet. They're still gaining control of that old door. The smoke will be the final thing that keeps them at bay for just a little bit longer. You can see a smoke popped over towards Defender spawn and towards Garage. So Vanguard did use a lot of their utility for their Astra to try to keep back Valkyrie from pushing, but a single smoke countered everything.
Yeah, it most simply did. I mean, even in the slow warp under it as well. I mean, not only can you not push out of that smoke at the full speed, but there's also the fact that the smoke is just there. There's just too much being done on that, and even then, Valkyrie didn't have to invest really all that much, because you got to think about the smokes are going to come up again, and it was the Ash smokes which are a little concerning, but you have an Omen as well. So there's just so much here on the field, so much ways to inhibit this vision that you have to start thinking about where are they going to make this approach from, and it's going to be coming on the C side already. Fox looks for a little bit of a lap around, a gorgeous opening pick there to go ahead and start us off here on this map, and you see Interlace trying to go for an exchange, but having an idea that Creamy Duck is there towards Courtyard as well, keeping an eye on the garage.
At the very least, it's still like a lingering threat down. So that's something that's going to be a constant thorn in your side. You can't push out a garage. You can't extend past your safety net because, you know, Creamy Duck's nearby. It looks like Creamy Duck will try to push out there in the fight against Interlace. Now their side comes out on top, but in the back corner of sight, Yardi is there, tags along with Johnny's. They'll find 3 total between the 2 of them. It does seem like we found the victor, so to say, inside of that garage fight. Vanguard found it. Their chamber comes out on top of Creamy Duck. And though we do see Mike swing out a defender spawn to find the head of Creamy Duck, it's still too little too late, in the frenzy of Johnny's will finish things off for a successful round 1 for them.
Yeah, a big round 1 already coming out of me. Even see kind of the double down approach coming into the game, and that's not something you really see too much of. You see some influence on the other side. You see things switch up. You see teams go ahead and kind of backtrack themselves and go somewhere else on the map. But the fact that Valkyrie already doubled down, or Vanguard more importantly doubled down somewhere in the map, that's something that you don't see a lot of squads do in already mental games that could be coming into play. At least from my behalf, I'm starting to think, well, how much will they really do this? How many times will they double down? Maybe triple down, even then hit a side again and again and again on a map where you only have 2 or 3 sides. But sorry, Mikester with a double all ready to open us up.
Oh, you need Mike to step up big. It's only round 2, but they're coming straight to the throat, tearing apart. That's 2 players down for Vanguard. So that Creamy Duck will have to equalize the odds. They'll do just that, and Mike is dead and dusted. Creamy Duck's lingering around towards B, holding out towards Gong. They managed to create some space for the rest of the team of Vanguard to push up through Courtyard and maybe put that spike down. They're not planting in the oh-so-normal position. They're instead planting for a position of dominance, for holding in the site itself. They're not going to step back through Courtyard, and that may be the right idea. Mikester's lying in wait, Sheriff in hand. They'll miss the shot to Fox, though, and pay the price because of it. Just 1 player left standing, and they've been tethered untethered. Where do you go from here? Well, ultimately, you're not going very far, and you've got to prey on them to come, and that's what's going to happen. Fox is there for the 3K. Great round once again by Vanguard.
I gotta say, Vanguard, they're looking good here for these first 2 rounds, and all things considered, I mean, sure, you get the forest buy, but mics are also opening up as well. This is where things really start to have an influence to the map. You get yourself the buys to work with. You have these Vandals, you have these half shields, but I mean, hey, it's still more than nothing, right? You're up against the likes against Spectres and Sheriffs, so I mean, still, Vanguard have themselves a definitive round to work with, and they have a very good possibility, all things considered, but they just have to make sure they get aggressive with it. And thankfully, they have that Neon to cover up that space. They have so much engage utility as well as the double initiator that they can make sure the space is closed immediately. And not only that, there's enough crowd control to really follow it up. So I gotta see exactly how they make this play, and it looks like it's going towards B, which I gotta say is the correct choice, if anything.
Slow and steady would be the typical avenue you'd see an attacking team go through if they want to push through B and take control. That's not the case. Send your Neon in, slide your way through to victory. You already manages to collect for 1. They'll escape, though. A lot of imminent danger present. They only have 17 HP. Tagging the head, that's small, so they'll survive. How's Fox alive? An unprecedented return. Creepy Duck still on site. Can't put the spike down. Interlace finds 2. And now you've got yourself a man advantage defensively with proper weapons, but there's still a flank brewing, Dallas. Look where Johnny's just coming from. Link all the way towards A. They see Interlaced and they'll clear them quickly. And though you do not have Spike, you've now opened up the site for a little bit more control.
And even then, you get your Neon still stationed right towards the middle. So, I mean, honestly, you see where these vision cones are moving. You see that there's a little bit of alleviation of attention, but I mean, Yardy wants to go for this play, wants to do something. You see the barrel almost peek out, but you don't find a way to close out that kill. So in a very, very sticky situation, Yardy will not find too much more minutes or seconds to work with in terms of life in that situation. But still, Johnny's can make a pretty difficult situation out of this round, all things considered. I mean, you just get yourself a little bit more damage. You either rotate somewhere else on the map, you got yourself a half shield to work with and a Vandal. This is a very doable situation, so long as you can just play around the fact that you have no utility to work with.
Yeah, now you're looking at Valkyrie. They're like, all right, well, let's see site. Let's go ahead and start to rotate and play for that one. You're playing an outdoor plat right now, Johnny. This could be a good spot. You've also collected a rifle from within that B site. This is a very doable round right now for Vanguard, more specifically for Johnny's. Both players are coming through the fatal funnel that is C-Long. They'll send the hot straight to the center. They now know where they're lying in wait. Johnny's will be tagged just a little bit. Note that this rifle only needs a single shot to kill, but it's not going to matter. Now treat and stride with Mike. Spray them down quickly and finish the job and allow for Valkyrie to finally put their name on that scoreboard.
That could have been an extremely good round for Vanguard, but even then, regardless, nonetheless, it was very good just across the board. They made it very expensive for the likes of Valkyrie. They found themselves so much influence, they knocked out so much money, and even then they really created somewhat of a switch up here in terms of the economy. You're going to see some buys coming through, you're going to see them trying to scrap things together, but this is a round where obviously it looks like, we're say Vanguard, they had themselves almost what could be a guaranteed round. They have the Cosmic Divide to work with, they have full guns, they have Odins, 2 of them better yet to be playing with. I mean, they're going for something. I'm not quite sure what the heck it is, but I mean, I guess we'll wait and find out.
Yeah, they'll eventually show us what they're bringing to the table. I am just as shocked as you are. And the side of Valkyrie, when you still have a limited arsenal that you're still bringing from that last round, anything could be dangerous. And now you've got 2 LMGs, 2 Odins bearing down. It's gonna be quite difficult to work with. And the Cosmic Divide being popped by Johnny's, who was kind of the go-to player that last round, being the last one to survive. Vanguard have full control of that site. Now they're just gonna hide inside window, and they can just spray through these walls if they truly wanted to. I think that's what they were going for here, Dallas. They've just positioned themselves across map. There it is. Fox gets some tag damage there with Yardy. Disgusting. They're eating now, just waiting for the boss of their lab.
This is a real strat. I'm sorry. They're unironically doing this. I mean, this is something you do when you're in a 10-2 situation, 13-1, you're BMing. No, these ladies are just relying on it, and it's working. Every inch of it, so much damage, so much hellfire being rained down. You just can't find a way to counter it because you got so much stacked up. Oh my goodness, I love it.
Oh, I'm gonna cry now. What a strategy to be brought out from the woodworks. Vanguard are at least making it entertaining, and they're up above with the lead. To make matters worse, Valkyrie, despite mostly thrifting that round, considering that they won the one before, they have nothing now for this one.
Yeah.
That was a big problem that we saw Valkyrie have in the first half last game, where they were just struggling to get the eco brought into any sort of manageable position. It was getting cut down in every return, and now we're starting to see maybe it come back. Maybe they've learned something over that quick break and talk things through. That's not the case. Here comes the Emperor Palpatine. Yardy, good for 2. Mike will find head with 1 with the paint shells, but there goes for a 3rd. The Neon sliding their way into your hearts, and they're looking to finish things off with only 2 more kills left to go.
Yardy sure as hell is already on the side. Everything going ahead and synchronizing up so efficiently as well that you can almost find the ace if you're there for it. The region comes through. You just grab a stinger, chase him down. He has nothing to work with. Please, Yardy, and you finish it out. You make sure to get the round, and you have 4 players alive towards the end as well. 24. Sorry, you didn't need it, but you run it out anyways.
How many? I don't think I've ever seen an overclock find an 8 ever.
Neither I.
Unprecedented. And we've seen Yardy before. We've seen Vanguard before, Dallas, right? They're one of the teams that I've talked about on Haven that typically does really well with the Neon, where they just sprint straight through. Yardy's entire goal is that. I have never seen them pop off with an ace, let alone an ace with one of the weakest, at least in my opinion, ultimates that there is. You really have to rely that you get that kill fast when there's guns that are one-shot kills, but what a disgusting showing.
It was the util though. I mean, you saw perfect stuns coming through out of that breach. You saw the Nightfall have that decay with the influence to where you just on the chamber, you just click the man for a second and he's done. And Justin, I mean, that's he's evaporated, disintegrated. No matter what it is, he's every single point out of this game, point blank, period. And if you think you still have so much to work with, I mean, look at Valkyrie. They're going to be playing off this retake. They're going to be looking pretty aggressive for it, and they're not working off these ultimates. They're just playing it slow and steady, and that's going to cost them their life. Mike's is already out, not really going to make too much of a play. The showstopper comes through, but it's not going to have too much of an influence. You get the Rolling Thunder. You're not playing for kills or damage. You're just playing for time, stalling again and again. You have 2 controllers. Just throw it down. Have the bullets. The Odin is still in the game. You had a damn near flawless run in the last one. This looks like it's a round just over with Vanguard getting themselves at 2 to work with.
The Odins come out. You can hear them just spraying through. That's all I want to hear, the reverberation of that rifle. Oh, there's just no time for Valkyrie. They may be able to essentially cut down everyone, but Creamy Doc on the side of Vanguard, but it means nothing. Absolutely nothing. Everyone will run out of time, try to scamper on away from that bomb or that spike, and it's not going to matter. They'll all fall short. Valkyrie, once again, well, looking around, that was just so close to their clutches. On an objective where it's the easiest to retake it all about, they retook it. They did. Off a cheeky strategy of Vanguard, but too late, too slow to do so. Because they acquiesced the round in favor of Vanguard, and the eco will once again fall in favor of Vanguard all over again, so they can bring another Odin in the hand of Fox and pull off the same exact shtick.
I gotta say, I mean, in games like this, I'm loving everything about this. I mean, these ladies are showing that there are meticulous ways to play the game, where they work, that you can come up with the strategies. You can find different ways to pace out the game and take control of the map. And this is exactly what Vanguard's doing. They're not winning it by blunt force. They're not winning these rounds again and again just purely off kills. They're getting spray downs. They're using Odins. They're using every single gun in the shop, and they're using every piece of utility at the same time as well. Utilizing every site as well, making rotations to B, to A, to C. No matter what it is. Sure, this one isn't looking too hot for them so far, but just to know they found these differentials. They still have a spike down. They still have an Odin covering it up. They have players stalled back towards spawn where they can't really push up. They're looking outstanding, but as soon as I say that, they're no longer standing. But still, that is so much to work off of for Valkyrie to get themselves a second round. And I mean, you've got to be nothing but impressed so far out of what Vanguard's done to get themselves a Callous Star.
Dallas, you should know the rules. If you talk too much about a team, you're going to count their kill. Like, I think you should apologize.
I'm sorry, aren't 2 players we talked about in the last game? They're still here, right?
Yeah, but...
I mean, is it a curse to keep playing to get closer to money? I don't think so.
Oh my goodness. I think the only curse here is the curse of bad luck. That's kind of
curse of my voice on your ears.
That's for sure. Yeah, I'll put that one in there. Retweet. Put that one on my Twitter feed.
Cosign.
Yeah, cosign that right there. Odin spraying down once again. Fox, a lot of people say crush weapon. I don't think so. I think it just needs to be in the right hands. This isn't even a scent where you typically will see the Odin spray through walls, mostly over towards Dog on that B side. Not the case here. Every single wall is up to the techie of the spray down. Nice to bring in a bed of their own. The first shot dinks and the rest finish the job so easily.
I'm loving this battle too, even more so. You got Mikester and Fox saying, all right, we both got the Reaper Odin. I get it. There's a lot of bullets to be spraying down right now, but some of them connect and some of them don't. I mean, unfortunately, Vanguard are the ones who've already lost a player off. But quite honestly, when you have the rage, you know a player's spraying down, that gives you a pretty good idea, especially when you're on the attacking side. Is on defense, you're just kind of spraying blind. You're just hoping that players are there. You're hoping that some bullets land. But when you're on the attacking side and you've seen Odin spray coming through, that already gives away so much information just when you're trying to work for this. So honestly, this is now 4v4, considering that you know exactly where a player is, but you already may not know exactly where Maltreat is because you're going to get blindsided and shot in the ear.
Spike planted. You're just isolating figures right now. And for the side of Vanguard, they've been a little bit too isolated. Maybe overextending would be a better way to phrase it for them. They're not getting caught off with a flank or anything right now, but they are definitely falling victim to just overstepping their comfort zone. Paranoia sent out, same thing with that Prowler. Spray down ensued here by Sally, but it's cut short quickly. Mike gets the kill with Fake Shell, and Smalls the goal.
Wow.
It's just Fox left standing, and Fox says, I like this Odin. I'm going to keep it. So I'm going to retreat all the way back towards A main, and we're going to leave my life for just a little bit longer. They know where they're lying, though. Fox still finds two. Just leave them alone. You're getting hunted in return. That cannot be allowed. You've just given them two weapons free. That's going to hurt your ego.
Every single one of these girls are capturing my heart in one way or another. Yardy with a neon ace, Fox out here with an Odin, wielding it like it's a Spectre with a drum mag. I mean, they're all just doing something great. And even then, I mean, Solely able to go ahead and also, I mean, I talked about the breach utility. I'm seeing your impact. I'm seeing the stuns. I'm seeing the crowd control. I'm seeing the space in the map being controlled by an initiator rather than your duelist. I mean, we're seeing this game be set up in the way it's intended to be, where your duelist is playing off your initiator, saying, all right, I am going to be the cherry on top. I'm going to be that accent, that final note onto a site, not the actual engage. And that's the problem there. When you don't have enough and you're swinging out blindly, you're going to go ahead and get picked off exactly like Kirby Duck as well. So that's a 3v5 already on the field and no real impact made in the map just yet from this squad.
Where Vanguard has found the most of their success has been when they've been able to get to the post plant. They have to actually survive to get there, though, Dallas, and that's a huge problem. Last few rounds, they've not really been able to get to the site safely, and even when they do, they're already a man or two down or even overextend past that point once they go forward, and there's just easy pickings for Valkyrie to just slowly swing out towards site. A lot of teams go a little bit too slow when they retake the A site. Even when Valkyrie did that, they sent 4 through Hall, which is an interesting strat. It works because they didn't have to worry as much. They had such a man advantage. You don't need a flank when you have the man advantage. Swing, go for it. They're kind of idolizing that point so well. Now they've set themselves up correctly for a post plan on A. They're leaving Maltreat nearby back towards Hall in the link section. They're sending most of their players over through to B and C, and they're saying, hey, take A site. That's fine. Just know we're coming right back quickly after.
And that's a big investment utility right there. You hear the 2 smokes go down, and you hear the 1 well kind of just drawing things down. You know that's an A push coming through. And even then, you know that Spike is already down as well because you get the audible for that. But the one thing you don't know is where's Fox? Lurking about, only 7 health to work with and still a kill on the board. So that's impressive nonetheless. And you go ahead, it just takes you a little bit of spin to make sure you die there. But it's 1v4. Johnny's looked something out here. It'd be crazy. It'd be outstanding. I'd probably leave the game right here, right now if she manages to clutch this thing up. But you hear a little bit of an audible. You know the DP is going down, but there's so many players still trying to swing on you. You just can't manage it. Taking one down with you in the meantime is impressive, but what's even more impressive is Valkyrie bringing this game back, making this game that much closer, only 1 round difference now.
Great retake there for Valkyrie as well. Even for that final swing, you do lose 1. Johnny's gets the kill, and you respect the player. That's kind of a big fact that a lot of teams don't kind of key in on. It's like, okay, just get the kill. 1 person stick that defuse, it'll be fine. That's not what Valkyrie did. Valkyrie sent 3. 2 from different angles. 2 different angles entirely. They hit their chamber over towards wall. They had 2 players on site itself and near where the spike was placed, and they sent all of them at the same time. That's the way you should be doing it. You don't swing piece by piece. You don't swing 1 at a time. You swing all at once, and you force them to have to, I guess, key on where they truly want to put their crosshair. But no matter what it is, unless you are a god at the stick, so to say, you're not catching both. You're not catching all 3, especially in that scenario. And Valkyrie just did a really good job to finish that round out. They're closing in on the rounds. That's 3 in a row for them. But the last time we saw a 3 spree was Vanguard, and then they got met back in return. There's 3 more rounds left in this half. Do we see another 3-peat, Dallas, or is this one going to go back and forth, which I think it probably will?
I'm hoping it goes into a back and forth, quite honestly. I mean, I'm loving, I even mentioned the way the Vanguard are playing. I'm loving what these gals are doing. They're actually using their brains in the game. They're orchestrating these rounds, and they're trying to make it on a play-by-play basis. But
I mean, sometimes it's just not working out to their favor. They don't have the most money in this round, so we're not going to see too much of a game plan really pan out right here, right now, but they still have a lot to come up and a lot to expect in these next couple rounds. I mean, consider they had themselves 3 ultimates already to work with, and even they can make a play out of that. I mean, you get yourself, go towards the seaside, you get a haunt, a rolling thunder, and you have yourself a guaranteed at least possibly 2 kills, all things considered, if you get yourself the right lineup. And instead, they're rotating around to the A side, not taking the spike with them, but I really can't blame them. I think they're just going for a little bit of a headhunter situation, trying to find some kills in the meantime, and really just putting things on a little bit of a twist. But speaking of twisted, there's Interlace going ahead and snapping necks already towards that spawn, and going ahead and making it a 4v5. It's not much of a problem because, as I mentioned earlier, not too much invested here.
Slow and steady will win you that race. The side of Vanguard, they've been fairly quick, and it's kind of been their undoing. Their strategies unfurled at its seams. Valkyrie did a much better job to keep things close and personal. Mikes are still with Aodin, lingering over towards Link. They all have some assistance. I think they'll start to try to defend that B side. A player over towards Rabbit for the side of Vanguard. Creamy Duck's in a good spot to catch 1 or 2 players unaware if they do decide to push. But when you only have that headhunter, it's a little bit hard to truly stand and go for something. You're playing for the shock and awe. You're playing for the unexpected. You want that kill that will gain you a weapon, any weapon, the Odin or the rifle, whatever's in the hand right now for Valkyrie, so you can fight back and assist your team in the later half, which is where they're starting to extend. Barrier orb finishes, they'll send the Nightfall and everything else dump towards the side.
Yeah, Nightfall invested here, interestingly enough. I mean, you do get yourself a plan off of it, but it makes an exchange to come out. So honestly, forcing a showstopper here in a round where you've only bought sheriffs is impressive on its own, but it's already a 1v5 situation. Not really too much to work with in the meantime. Creamy Duck, that clock is ticking, and you are not getting that defuse fast enough. But still, you can try to take somebody down in the process, and that's not going to happen either. So that's going to be 6 now, or 5, excuse me, on the board for Valkyrie. Tying this game up once more, getting into an even state in a flawless fashion, albeit. But this is now where things have to have that switch up. Where this is possibly the round that we saw Vanguard taking that time out for to really come with a game plan, saying that the last one was a little bit of an intermediate situation, kind of a solution, a little bit of a band-aid, but this is going to have to be the actual healing. This is going to have to be these white blood cells really going ahead and start to kick in and fix the problem at the source. So I got to see what kind of gameplay they're coming up with. And when you look at the buys, they're not going for these Odins anymore. They're saying, okay, we've played enough games with that. We're making kind of concerned about the rest of the map. And what you got to be concerned about is picking out that window when you know that Smalls is an operator to work with. And he's feeling hot after that last map.
But you had a completely frozen, solid, cold as all get out, and I mean in the wrong way. First half there in the last game on Haven. Not having that case here, you're warmed up and you're taking it personally. You want to be hot, you want to be solid this entire time, and that's been the case. They have now met Vanguard in their spawn. All the way sent, just Creamy Duck left standing, and I'm sorry, you may be quacking your way into this next round because you may croak here quick with Valkyrie having 4 players to your 1. Just doesn't seem the best of odds, but they'll try to collect this spike. They'll do so quite quickly. This operator will actually find at least 1 target before they met the Odin. Just barely missed. I think Mike's missed on their shoulder, though.
And you got to be on the lookout for your flank. You got to check every single angle, every nook and cranny in the map. You got to make sure to, more importantly, watch right behind you, because that could be where the biggest threat is coming from. But no real sense of urgency just yet. Still playing it slow and steady, working around the map. That slower will give you enough of an idea of where a player could be, possibly right outside the B site. And Creamy Duck has the idea, knows exactly where that player is, takes a shot, and Mikester giving up a little bit too much, considering that you had yourself the edge earlier in a 1v2 situation. Trying to get the spike down. We see what's coming down. Creamy Duck's trying to make this play. Doesn't get detected by the haunt, so that's good enough. But, I mean, looking at this slow and steady, this little flick comes through in a 1v1 now. The swing may be coming out, but Maltreat wins that and gets the guaranteed 6 for the half that you need to make it even.
Break even at the least, the minimum. Valkyrie can still go above and beyond, still can make this one a 7-5 half. You gotta remember the way this one started. Vanguard had their number. They kept things close to the chest, but the problem is Valkyrie has now stepped ahead of the competition. And honestly, I don't think they've looked back, Dallas. They've looked so much better than Vanguard on this defense. The problem is, you only got 1 more round to defend. They can now step over to the attack, and while I would usually say if a team does good on defense, maybe their attack's quite weak. That was the opposite case scenario just last map for Valkyrie. This could get ugly if Vanguard don't start to keep this one close.
I mean, it's only a 1-round difference. We're not really freaking out about it no matter what. I mean, worst case situation for Vanguard overall is 7-5. So, I mean, it's still, that's very, very doable. That's actually what we saw Valkyrie in the last map of Haven. In that last round that we saw, go ahead and have a little bit of bounce back. Speaking of bouncing back, you have yourself the overcharge to work with. You can get aggressive. You can push in that spawn again. You can make sure to really play things off because right now you have to get a kill with it, and that's not going to happen because that's what gets you that reset. So there's nothing to work with so far. It's absolute utter chaos on site. You can manage 3 in the time of an exchange. Make it 4. You just need the last one to get that even how.
Oh, he's Smalls. What are you gonna do? You're literally trapped between a rock and a hard place, and Vanguard is the boulder in this scenario, crushed under the weight of your sins. No kills allowed. That will be a 6-6 half Dallas. They have kept things close. Now we'll have to see who will ultimately come out on top. Will the attack of Valkyrie repeat what they did just last game? Or will we see Vanguard be the insurmountable defense, the, I guess, castle fort? What's a really solid defensive structure? I say a castle, but I feel like most castles kind of stunk down.
I don't know. I would say like a nice little, I don't know. I'm more like a log cabin guy, but like a modern log cabin. Like you walk in, like, you know, those nice, like, those nice pillar, like marble houses inside where you know somewhere about they got a crusty white dog running around. Like I want a log cabin on the outside, but a house that's like made of marble on the inside. Super clean, but yet deceptive at the same time. Something unique. Every interior designer major right now is probably cringing at the thought of that, but trust. Just like you trusted Smalls to get that first pick of the round, and more importantly this half, as you already see the 5v4, damage already done to Smalls in exchange for that, but still, I mean, you lost your chamber. Honestly, in terms of utility, you're not really missing too much.
Yeah, you better hope that this post plant's not a log cabin, unless the big bad wolf will come out huff and puff and blow that house straight down. They managed to find some equalizing trades, but unfortunately, since that point, Vanguard has put a kind of pin in it. Johnny's good for 2. Still in a good spot to fight back. Fox will swing. They'll take the head off Mikester, and now it's just interlaced left stand. A frenzy in their hand. They'll be tagged by that quick charge. Sally's in a good spot to really deny this. Interlace will swing out. The frenzy will collect for the kill, but you're running out of ammo. There's not enough in the mag. They'll still find it with the classic, though, having picked it up off the ground. Sally handed it to them with their death, and there goes Fox to flush things out.
First round, especially considering all things, I mean, sure, you want a 5-7, and you want that first round to make sure to even things up. In 8-4, you're kind of desperate for it. For 9-3, that's the start of the curse starting to come alive. But in the 6-6 fashion, you get the first one, you say, finally, elite secured, set down once more, once again. And maybe, what do we really want to do to capitalize off this? Do we go for ourselves just the full Spectre, full armor buy to work with? Or do we want to make sure to twist things up and go for maybe a Vandal and a half armor? Well, Fox is going to be the one to taking that extra step forward, looking for that spawn, jumping 2 steps right off the get-go to see if you can grab yourself that extra edge. And honestly, it's going to be pushing her out right there towards spawn. They're trying to get aggressive with it because there's not too much of a play being made by Valkyrie just yet, but they're playing the slow and steady game, and it could pay off.
Vanguard do manage to maintain control over towards A long. They'll get the ult forward because of it. Creamy Duck has a Marshall and able to find a kill because of it. Johnny swings, though, with the Spectre, and he also has the drum mag, but it's not going to matter. She will fall with Maltreat finding the refrag back. No chance for the 4K, but Dallas, they put the hurt down, and Valkyrie's now suffering with just one player left standing. Maltreat, who I said was silent in the second half last game. Maybe this is their time to come alive. They can find all 4 of the remaining players of Vanguard, but only tells me they're not going to allow it. And Creamy Duck to make sure that just move Maltreat.
Teleport's ready.
No, sir. Another round locked down for the side of Vanguard, and they keep themselves 4 players alive in the meantime. So that's one heck of a force round to come out from. Usually, a lot of the time, you're seeing at least 3 guns ripped out in the meantime. At least 2, no matter what, because that's kind of the biggest goal. And that's kind of the average, I would say, for most second rounds and halves. But I mean, that's just for only one to keep going. You have nothing but Spectres to work with. You saw the switch out for the Marshal for the Spectre once more, knowing the Church and Chamber. You can go for that Headhunter. You can buy another Marshal cheaper than the Spectre. You're not concerned about it. No matter what, you still have a Vandal to work with out of Fox as well. So you cannot upgrade that armor. Look for a little bit more of an aggressive play, but that's not going to pay off as Hardy's the one trying to push up, and it just did not work.
Slow and steady, but you've also got to stay safe. That's the problem you're running into. Sally swings, hiding from Cubby on C long. At least gets a trade in the process, but they're also still alive. Don't count them out just yet. Sally will retreat back, and now sits in a good position, hiding between the Radiant Crate and that garage hall. And the looks of things for Valkyrie, they still want to play smart. They're waiting things out. 1 player in big window, 3 in spawn itself. Creamy Duck's in a good spot to maybe catch a player unaware of Mikester. Just doesn't keep a keen eye out for clearing their corners, which is a major problem for a lot of teams that suffer from a lack of turning their mouse to the right completely.
I gotta say, I like the play coming out here from Valkyrie. More importantly, is the avenue they're opting to take. Sure, you go ahead and get a little bit of a peek right there, but I think it also, more importantly, you're taking control of the site to where guns are dropped. You're not giving those things over. You're pushing to the exact same site where that first blood came down for your squad. You're saying, last thing we want to do is give over free 2,900. It's probably not really intentional by them. They're just going off a hunch to know that, okay, they had a lot of control brought to it, but Sully has a lot of control towards Tunnel and gets a gun anyways because it's brought to her front doorstep, to her feet, by the likes of Interlace. So it's a 3v3 situation. Vanguard doesn't really have the best help in the world, but they got plenty of detail to work with, as you see that decay already taking effect in the back.
Oh, running out now. Vanguard in a good spot. Cosmic Divide is up and running. They're sticking onto this one. They've got a great angle to keep them back, but Mike swings out for one, make it two. Now Johnny's has to swing themselves, but the Mike on Mike combo is still too much. Valkyrie will find themselves a round win, and Vanguard will fall short in this one.
Honestly, in a situation like that where you have the Cosmic Divide down, you're playing for this close quarter combat, I mean, you keep the Spectre. You just look for those avenues. You've made sure that you can excel for those gunfights. You can almost guarantee a win, but you just trade out the guns and you say, all right, we're going for medium to long range, and I don't know if that's the decision you want to make. But still, you make the round expensive once more. Only 2 players remaining towards the end of that round, and Vanguard are now in a situation where their economy is starting to even up a little bit, where they have this money to work with now. Creamy Duck is now in a situation we talked about Smalls in that last map. Has to really step on this defensive side. With that operator in hand now, not only do you have to find value for 1 round, you need to make sure to double, triple it down. You need to make sure that these gambles are winning and they're starting to exchange out and really get their worth.
Finding value at every turn. That's a big factor for Creamy Duck right now. Maybe finding a kill if we do see the side of Valkyrie swing over here towards A main, which just seemed to be the case. And then being able to rendezvous away to retreat. With the sniper in hand, you can find a shot, but unfortunately, Meister will survive, and because there is a sage available up the Valkyrie side, the battle attrition will favor them. If you don't kill them in 1 hit, or at least a couple, if you don't kill them at all, they'll just be right back up to almost full fighting shape, and that quick use of that heal will be ready in another 20-30 seconds.
So it will be. I mean, already, you're looking at the info that's really taking its place right now. You're seeing the respect coming out from Valkyrie. They're kind of being slow and methodical about this approach, but I mean, that's only because they're somewhere else on the map. They're already over towards this A side. They have full control of this. Creamy Duck is looking for sort of a retake, but this Nightfall can now take effect as well. You know that at least 3 players are on that side. They are close. They are contested, but you need to push out when you still have this influence. You still have them marked and hunted as well, and that's exactly what they're doing. 3 players already down. It's a 2v4 situation. Vanguard have themselves a hold. Let's get that defuse going. Force out those swings because it's only down to Meister, and honestly, the raid was almost there from Creamy Duck. The shots weren't. That's some kills. Back and forth, and that's a round for Vanguard once more as they hit themselves the knock.
Set themselves up 1 round away from double digits, Dallas. That could be the beginning of the end starting to unfurl. Valkyrie have done a great job on the attack to get towards these sides somewhat safe. Mikes are almost dying for the initial fight there from Creamy Duck, but you're going to the A side. That's the easiest objective to retake in all of Valor. It's my favorite statistic to point. It's the only statistic I truly remember besides the fact that if you lose your turn first, you're more likely to lose the round in the end. I mean, but that's just obvious, right? The A side is kind of a double-edged sword. You push for it, and you can get the plant down, and hey, I got it. It's a little bit of extra credits, but you've got to be ready to defend it, and it comes fast. They just unwind onto that site. It's like a full torrential downpour as they send themselves out of heaven and through hall. It's really hard to play that.
It most definitely is. I mean, already being okay, you know what? Never mind. We'll just watch Smalls and awe for a little bit longer.
Silence too. Don't talk at all. Go back to Smalls. Observer.
Oh my God. Anton, thank you.
There we go.
Okay. Yeah. All right. Never mind. Car set. Silence was a little bit too much. We iced him out.
Oh no, not a good spot to be. It's still alive though, right? I mean, they're still up and running. Interlaced with a classic in hand. Player on the back of sight. They're both with pistols. Johnny's that gets the upper hand. Down. Interlace does not survive. Operator up, and it's a 3K. Now it's only Smalls. Back to Smalls, please, Anton. We won't have to be silent this time. We'll try to make sure that there's at least some pressure up here. Maybe remove this. No, now we can't see where they are. No, they can't see where we are. We're just like them. They're no different. No. Missed shot, though, and Johnny's gets the 4K. Great bait there by Vanguard. Just like, hey, all right, Fox, do a couple hops and a skip. We'll let Johnny get the 4.
And I gotta say, I like those situations as well when you know that a player is pushing up close for something like an operator, that you gotta take advantage of the muscles. That honestly, that people are not as capable of flicking up like vertically nearly as fast as they are horizontally. So you start fighting for high ground. You start jumping around. You make sure that that's why I split. Honestly, I'm thank God that map is in the grave and hopefully never comes back and to ever be within my vision once again, because of the way that map was, that there's so much lateral movement to it from top to bottom, that there's so much verticality that it makes it very, very difficult. That honestly, that's why it was so one-sided for the defense. That's why the statistics went towards that direction, that you need to make sure when you see an operator, you play for height. And that's why you see Jets a lot of the time also being a very, very good counter to operators, the Chambers, with blade storms or anything else that they can work off of when they find that height advantage. But talking about advantage, we're seeing one on not really being in the favor of Valkyrie right now. They've only won themselves one round in the entirety of this half, and it was on the round where they had the guaranteed gun advantage. That's not a good statistic to work with. I mean, you look at the double-edged sword there, you look at the mirror matchup, it's 2-on-2. That's not a sandwich you want to be in the middle of. And speaking of other things that they don't really want to be in, is this situation of saying we have so many ultimates, we need to find a way to utilize these. Otherwise, this game will be done before we can even press the button.
Gotta go.
Double digits achieved though, Dallas. And that's we talked about stress at the end of the last game, because seeing how close it was and just how tumultuous those rounds were starting to get. Stress is a key factor. And a lot of times you'll have to worry about stress. On the side of Vanguard, they can kind of have a little bit of breathing room. Having a 3-round buffer between them, knowing that they've reached double digits first, they can maybe start to play a little bit more safe and into their own key. They put Valkyrie in a very tight spot. They even found a lot of information there off the back of that pod. Now they'll send out Rolling Thunder push. Now you're in a rough spot on site here, Malzra. How do you escape from this position? Well, I'm sorry to break it to you. You can't. Yardy for 3, and Johnny's joins them.
Uh-oh. That's a round that you just take a timeout for. You come out of it swinging, and I mean, you're punching hair. You're shadow boxing, because there was nothing hitting in the meantime. A flawless round coming out for Vanguard, and I gotta say, honestly, that may be the kind of punctuation they were looking for. Even then, still giving a little bit of a time over to Valkyrie, saying that we don't need it, but God, we'll kind of give it over to you. We'll see what you can manage in a thrifty round. We'll keep this game interesting nonetheless, but I don't know really what much there is to do. The Nightfall was invested there. You have a Showstopper still and a Resurrection, but that's so much post-plant utility that only one is really there for taking control of a site, and you have to make sure to invest it in that last round, because otherwise, unless you can guarantee a multi-kill here, it just doesn't really feel all much that worth it.
Now, I'm going to say something. This could be entirely incorrect. Somebody from Vanguard can correct me. I think Vanguard competed in the Gingy EMU event. Can't remember correctly. I'm pretty sure, though. Because Creamy Duck, I absolutely remember. 100% without a doubt. I'm pretty sure I remember Creamy Duck from Pearl, who had an outstanding game, but then didn't pop off as much for the second when it got sent out because of that. So feel free to stand and correct me, anyone from Vanguard's side, but absolutely adore them. Is that
a collegiate event? Or...
Yeah, it was. Which is why I was also going to point it out. That's why I felt like pointing it out with you, is that we work in the collegiate scene so much. Is there a collegiate team? Question mark?
Yeah, I want notes for that, honestly. Yeah, I'd like to see that as well, because you and I are in a lot of collegiate leagues. I would love to see them compete more.
I've been so distracted. I've been hunting for that VOD. I've been hounding online. The call sheet is all like scrubbed and cleaned. There is no more, like, all those docs are gone. It's frustrating me, and all my notes are gone as well. It's so frustrating to me. So somebody please, feel free to key me in on that one. It's gonna absolutely tear me apart if I don't do it. They played great, and they have been really keeping Valkyrie on the bad end of a good situation. They're so close to success in every round, they're just not finding enough of it. They do get one kill, and they'll make it a second in return. Only Vanguard has been able to find one, but that's removed. Mike's with the Resurrection, a player who charged it within 3 rounds just last game and didn't really use it at all for that first half. Finally gets to shine it here.
Most definitely does, and find a little bit of a halt coming out as well, considering this is a round that we didn't see too much investment coming out from on the side of Valkyrie. That timeout that Vanguard handed over to him may have been a blessing in disguise and actually making the game interesting, because they've already found themselves 2 successful kills, not even traded off at all, and even then a little bit of maybe some pressure to come through from it, because you can see it. Those bodies have been robbed. They are grave robbers. Taking away these guns a little bit, making sure to get some influence, get some shots off, get some extra damage, but that's just not the case. A little bit of a loop-de-loop goes around. It cleans the influence over towards the A site, because you're looking at, on site, and somebody's swinging up on you on short. There's just nothing you can do about it. It all comes down to Johnny once more.
What a great key in there from Valkyrie. They say, oh, 2 players swung through short. Everyone get on site from long. 1 player plant and 2 swing them. Then you have a flank. You've got them stuck in a pincer. They're literally trapped. The rendezvous's not up. They cannot get back to it. And Vanguard are trapped. They're forced to just await their fate. Pray they can maybe get a refrag back and go for an even trade. I got nothing. Now Valkyrie are looking at a flawless round. Maybe we see Johnny's go for an exit if they seemingly retreat back their direction, but I think this is the same. They just want to keep this rifle in their hand.
Yeah.
They do not want to lose out on the possible eco, and that's kind of the problem you run into when it gets to the latter half of the round. You're saying you're so close. We're 1 or 2 rounds away from the win. We can just close out these 1 or 2 rounds. Let's buy it. And that's a mindset that Vanguard cannot afford, quite literally, to fall into. They need to play smart, and they're doing it right here.
I gotta say, I mean, that's an outstanding round, more importantly for Valkyrie. A flawless round. They get themselves some guns to pick up. Their economy was just dog water. It was horrendous. They find a way to rebound from it, and they make sure to get the most out of it. But this is the biggest thing that really starts to have an impact, is you need some more here. You need to find a way to really play around the map. You need some more influence. You need to start picking up a little bit more hints, otherwise, because these full pushes on the site, they are being your gravestone. I mean, that is going to be the main reason. Died of just rushing onto site and didn't know about it, because you need to make sure that you have these cues popping up. And finally, a little bit of influence, a little bit more of an even spread across the map. The trademark towards garage, a little bit of a smaller area in the map you're not concerned about. More importantly, this angle being held by Creamy Duck. But that missed shot will cost you so much, because that was the smokes. Honestly, I mean, you don't really think about the importance of that shot, but that's the one from the shadows. That could be a Spike rendezvous mission, just going ahead, rescuing Private Spike and taking him across the map. Or that's all your smokes also right off the get-go, where we see Valkyrie having no cover whatsoever.
When you find out that the chamber's in B, don't swing. Don't kind of risk what could be a early blood loss. Vanguard have been cheeky, whether it's Johnny's right now.
Oh my God!
Trying to do it with your breach. Either way,
oh my
reading for it. Oh my goodness! Johnny with 2, Creamy Duck joins them, and it's just Smalls left standing down.
And even then, it was like a preordained trade. You saw Johnny running back saying, you know what, I'm going to be bait here. No matter what, I've done my part, gotten 2 kills. Pretty, I don't care if I die. You just make sure they go down with me. And that's exactly what happened. Securing kill for kill, blow for blow, they found themselves the advantage right off the get-go and said, we just keep trading this out, keep on finding the numbers, 1 for 1, that's it. And even then, the way that, I mean, we saw Valkyrie, that was a big slip up by them. You saw they tried to find it initially. Interlace swung up. They trusted Interlace with that coverage, with that swing, all by their lonesome, and then they ate dust because of it. Because once you lose that fight, nobody's there to exchange it. Just spray through again and again and again, and that's what we're already seeing. Fox taking so much damage towards A short, but still has to push through nonetheless and just scream through the pain.
Man, Sally's got a great idea. Set up the Odin in hand over towards Link. They can spray through that short wall. They can also retreat and have that rifle that they dropped there as well. They know they have eco advantage, so use it. This is a possible last round. Take advantage of what you have. Mountshire will manage to find themselves 1 kill. That's a little bit of a cutthroat trap. Fox joins them on the feed. Yardy may look for an opportunity to show that the force is indeed with them, but the Palpatine has not been there just yet. Double swing. It's Falk on top out of nowhere. God. Smalls is pushed underneath in hell, and he sends 2 players there because of it. No, Vanguard. It's not over just yet. And you kind of spent a lot in the last one. This could get bad if you don't start to maybe win a round or 2 and finish this one off. Or just round necessary to end it. But, ugh.
I mean, we mentioned war of attrition, I mean, over and over again, but I mean, that was just a straight coliseum. It was just straight on to the A site. You had so many ultimates being invested, so many shots just ringing out again and again and again. You have, I mean, even then, the Neon trying to over-invest there, but still, it got its good damage off. I mean, it had the influence, it had an intimidation factor that really paid dividends, but there's got to be some more here. In Vanguard, they have a lot more inside their pockets to work with, but they have to make sure their guns are out to shoot back if somebody's pushing onto this side.
Now we're seeing that speed and tempo from Valkyrie rear its ugly head once again. Sally will join them with the feed, managing to find Mike. They're cutting down the chance for I guess, any sort of restoration, sort of HP being brought back to their side. The battle of attrition now should be equalized. Kind of removes a lot of that utility, too. The barrier orb has been placed, so their entire purpose in this round has not been entirely foregone. 2 players over towards the A site. One of them's in Link, and a player on C. another player joining them in garage, just mere meters away from each other. You already will assist, though, against Smalls
Spike
if Johnny's
planted.
just decide to actually extend. But that's Valkyrie with Spike down. It's Vanguard's job now to turn things back around.
Most definitely is. I mean, already you're looking for this retake. You're trying to get whatever you can. Even then, already Zoli's just kind of like, man, I can't really be caught out with this utility. Nothing really there to do. But I mean, so much of an investment in utility. You find yourself the aggression. You have to cover up these corners, and you're already even going to go for this defuse. But that's the problem. You have so much of the backline, but Johnny's there as well. Already 2 kills down, and not only that, the game secured as well. Vanguard taking this game as fast as they secured it.
You've got to win those retakes, and they did just that. Would have finished things off for the side of Vanguard, showing that they can get the job done. And now they'll be joining whatever team just took the W elsewhere. We no longer get to follow Valkyries for another 4th game in a row, right, Dallas? It seems like we'll have to go all the way to the final, see if they can finish things off, though.
Yeah, and that's honestly the exciting thing. I mean, I'm just seeing what Vanguard did. I'm really happy, quite honestly. I don't have too much of a bias typically, but I gotta say the way they played the game initially, they seemed like they were so meticulous about their approaches. They had actually thought everything out. They thought of the game plan. And I mean, even then, you and I were on a collegiate team, which we confirmed that Vanguard is not a collegiate team. But even then, just regardless that you and I, when we were on a collegiate team, that I mean, we could talk about this, that we had a coach or an IGL who was mapping every single plan out from start to finish as if everything was going to go perfectly and there was no contingency plans. They thought of those as well. They made sure that there was a safety net. They said, okay, some things are going to fall through. Shit is going to hit the fan, and it's going to get messy in here. We have to make sure we prepare for that as well. And they made sure that they switched things up because of that. They said, okay, maybe what? We need to make sure that they are so preoccupied with staying a step ahead of us that we can just play our game and pace ourselves as need be. And we saw it again and again and again during the entirety of the beginning of that game. Odin's being brought out. Ace is coming from Neon Ultimates. I mean, just aggression coming through with initiators just doing their job and Yoli just kind of feeling free range at the time. I mean, there's just so much that was stacked on top of that game. And eventually adaptation did come into the works there. But honestly, I want to see if they can do that again. We don't know if the map's going to be Haven. I'm praying to God it isn't. But wherever it may be, I want to see that same execution once more.
I mean, everyone in the booth here as well, people behind the scenes, productions, all of us here at GLG, immediate thoughts immediately through that entire game was just, they're fun. They're having fun. And you said they had contingency plans. They did. The only time we saw the side there of Vanguard start to struggle was when Valkyrie was just capping them off early and on the defensive side. They didn't have a contingency plan for not even being able to get the plan started. They would buy their weapons for the plan saying, we can start it, but they would just get cut down short. And from there, they struggled because they didn't have the man advantage. They didn't have the man count to really get things moving or rolling because that momentum started to fall in Valkyrie's favor. Once they nip that in the bud, the problems that they were running into because of that, especially when they were able to jump to the defensive half where they have the advantage, arguably, to find that first blood, it's theirs. And they just buried them. Valkyries is an amazing team. They played insanely well throughout this entire time here for Pit of Valor. They just couldn't close things out against Vanguard because Vanguard was the better team through and through, and they were very fun to watch. Valkyrie made it very entertaining too, but Odin's out of nowhere, times where we were just laughing, could barely even cast. Man, that's just Vanguard at its finest.
Most definitely is, and even in all things considered, usually I do gotta say, I mean, one thing we don't see a lot of Odin's because it's almost like, I'm gonna break in a COD term here, it's almost like a gentleman's agreement for most of the part. You're saying, okay, well, you know, it's just, you don't break out an Odin, we don't break out an Odin, and then they're like, we're a women's team. We don't do gentlemen's agreements. We get down and dirty over here. We do what we want to do. We break out the guns we want to break out, and it was outstanding to watch. But we got to see once more whether they break out maybe an Ares, maybe some Judges, some Buckies, see what they can do in this next game because they are moving on to the grand finals. We're going to go ahead and get that prepared and ready to go because not only that, we have that coming up here in a second. Who's winning 50? Who's winning 200? Who's taking home what? And who's getting the honors of coming home the champion for the rest of the night? We'll catch you here with the matchup. We'll figure that here in a second.
To the bank like ha ha ha. Go, laugh it to the bank like ha ha ha. I got it in tens, 20, 50, hundreds, tens, 20, 50, hundreds, tens, 20, 50, hundreds, tens, 20, 50, hundreds. Laugh it to the bank like pedal to the floor, need no break like. stage fright. Please don't get me mad, I'm a nice guy. My baby say I'm cute, yeah, I'm type 5. I be waking up when you go night-night. In a different zone with the time. Laugh it to the bank like ha 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 ha. Ooh, go. Laugh it to the bank like ha 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 ha. Yeah, I got it in 10s, 20, 50, 100s, 10s, 20, 50, 100s, 10s, 20, 50, 100s, 10s, 20, 50, 100s. I get it up, flip it and continue. I've been going dumb, I've been going mental. Going up, I'm on another level. All black clothes like a medal. Little this and this, little Ricky Rick. It's my grandmama, I'm her Nicky Nick. I just wanna love, but I've been hit or miss. I might up and leave, yeah, take a piss. Laugh it to the bank like ha 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 ha. Ooh, go. Laugh it to the bank like ha 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 ha. Yeah, I got it in 10s, 20, 50, 100s, 10s, 20, 50, 100s, 10s, 20, 50, 100s, 10s, 20, 50, 100s.
Enough of the code switching. Been hitting my soul, been on the ropes. I'm ready to grow, so get to know niggas. Keep your head up, I want you to grow with me. See this gold on me, want you to glow with me. Yeah, alright, okay. We get it. No contest. Wait. Say what's up, nigga. The world been dying, days is number, check the climate. I'm sick of it, fuck the harebrained scheme to get the riches quick. I played a long game with serene scene and the whip that's quick. From the back room to the hearts, I'm in the thick of it. I grind too hard for y'all not to see me as star, bitch. I'm raising a bar like they really pay me to talk. My life been in shambles, but I got handles. I'm finishing at the rim. I remind you time and again that I'm really him. Oh, you ain't know? This shit not just for the show, but bet you entertain. Anybody not for me is below me. Blow me, you in the way. I live my dreams, I got it locked, the master keeping on me. Back in the field, running audibles with the team. Everything I got out the mother, told my truth. I shake that fake shit, they praise you, then minimize you behind you. Just know I notice you. Stay woke, no joke, it really be the ones you closest to. Had to stop sleeping on myself like I ain't know the truth. Oh, this to me like it's really nobody code is this. And if you disagree, then you jaws and your claim get audited. Who you know do the beating and talking and write the harmonies. I'm really convinced there's nobody out here going hard as me. Wish well the dog that claimed belief in me so he could use me. Look at me now, you chose your route, I know you sick to see it. You talk a lot, all that flop, but that shit not harming us. Capping your status, we back, ain't nobody bras us. To the ones that held me down for the count, look at what growth will do. I'm the kid from the cul-de-sac, feeling double sex with loot they pay to play my shit back. In a way I'm going back until I'm fossil fuel to the flame, just like I'm supposed to do. Enough of the code switching, been hitting my soul, been on the ropes, I'm ready to grow, so get to know niggas. Keep your head up, I want you to grow with me. See this gold on me, want you to glow with me. Been hitting my soul, been on the ropes, I'm ready to grow, so get to know niggas. Keep your head up, I want you to grow with me. See this gold on me, want you to glow with me. I've been on a job, trying to take it far. I need that ROI, shit I done paid the cost. I'm all in on me, lil' baby she agree, she really been here through the fall. She the only thing I need. I wanna be free, I know that they want me for my ideas so they can line their pockets. Don't hit me to tell me that you give a fuck about me. You don't even know nothing about me, trying to force me on your timeline. You know you need to stop it, I live for more than attention. Might not be your trending topic, put my worth in analytics. I admit that took a toll, I got addicted to scrolling. We know well that get toxic, I got caught comparing me to people I don't even know. They say it's lonely at the top, well maybe then I'll focus on things that's more important. And let whoever think whatever and just keep it moving. These niggas won't work on themselves, they'd rather see you losing. You'll never see me losing.
Enough of the code switching. Been hitting my soul, been on the ropes, I'm ready to grow, so get to know niggas. Keep your head up, I want you to grow with me. See this gold on me. Want you to grow with me. Want you to grow with me.
Blah, blah, blah.
got problems on problems on problems on problems on problems on problems I solve them. I run through the money, the pressure be calling. Left on my blessings, I feel like I'm falling. The birdie is back. Tell me I'm garbage, I'm going through something, that's why I ain't calling. Phone and progression is all that I wanted. The phone and affection, I summon and dub it. Cause I got problems on problems on problems on problems on problems on problems I solve them. I run through the money, the pressure be calling. Left on my blessings, I feel like I'm falling. The birdie is back. Tell me I'm garbage, I'm going through something, that's why I ain't calling. Phone and progression is all that I wanted. The phone and affection, I summon and dub it. Why you be all on my line about nothing? Why won't you go get you $1 or something? Don't hang with a who line for nothing. I see that we different, you riding, I double. I don't do discussions on bragging about hundreds. Don't go to your places, I know that they sunken. Don't call me your brother, I barely could trust you. I talked to a shorty, she bagging the bugging. And I'ma need all of my dollars on corporate, so hand me the money, I divvy the pie. I'ma give all of my people a portion to build them a fortune on flipping the ride. I can't be mixy when iffy the vibe, and 40 on 50 is really the time. Why are you all on my phone like you want me, like you wasn't pushing the kid to the side? I don't know if you thinking I'm blind. Cross on my crosses and dot on my eyes. Done with your efforts, I'm dealing with pressures. I know it's a lesson, that's word of the wise. Dubbing the mixes I'm mixing, I know I've been missing. I needed some personal time. All the pictures, dimensions, I don't with your digits. I mean it, I'm staying inside. Cause they got problems on problems on problems on problems on problems on problems I solve them. I run through the money, the pressure be calling. Left on my blessings, I feel like I'm falling. The birdie is back. Tell me I'm garbage, I'm going through something, that's why I ain't calling. Phone and progression is all that I wanted. The phone and affection, I summon and dub it. Cause I got problems on problems on problems on problems on problems on problems I solve them. I run through the money, the pressure be calling. Left on my blessings, I feel like I'm falling. The birdie is back. Tell me I'm garbage, I'm going through something, that's why I ain't calling. Phone and progression is all that I wanted. The phone and affection, I summon and dub it. Coming in, yeah. Flex, I just wanna win, yeah. LABB, who we running with, yeah. 2, 2, 3, 3, I'm on 10 again, yeah. State your name, big been dope on flame. I just switched the lanes. Damn, he did it again. I just flipped the pain. Stripping and dipping in bass, slab on everything. Swimming, you sinking away, cause I got big racks coming. I put my low racks on it. I ain't skip past losses, I had to get back off it. See the fit lab on it until they whip my coffin. Money clip, I tossed it, I heard it's big bags on big bags on big bags coming. Coming in, yeah. Flex, I just wanna win, yeah. LABB, who we running with, yeah. 2, 2, 3, 3, I'm on 10 again. Pump up the action. I'm active. If he never heard of Ben Dope, he just napping. Jackson's off the rapping. Keep it on my body, bitch, I'm broke if you asking. Don't gotta sell a Mosialis flawless broken whips as long as it is foreign. Heard you want it cause the yam's enormous. What's in since she isn't gorgeous? Live my life, last name of Morgan Freeman. Trying to touch a forest, do not know when knocking on the door is. Came in, did it like the Porsches. Coming in, yeah. Flex, I just wanna win, yeah. LABB, who we running with, yeah. 2, 2, 3, 3, I'm on 10 again. Okay, alright. Coming in, yeah. Flex, I just wanna win, yeah. LABB, who we running with, yeah. 2, 2, 3, 3, I'm on 10, yeah. Drippin' Aquafina, I'm sippin' 15, kept a weapon on me. Flow make digits, I'm on my business, stack chicken like what it's gon' be. Crew in the cut, hey, you want us, red run when I tell a peace. Love is love. Love is love. Adios. Been dope with the switch again. Boy deliver like he heffin' Core with digits, give them estimates. Somersaults for my Benjamins. I got what you need, baby. Skirt the Chevy, make a scene, baby. LABB been the team, baby. Bim Papa, word the G, baby. Look, lab till I'm finished. Had a handful of lemons through the hand. Got a bag, now the hands in the business. For my hand, it's a ticket. Talking Mazda for the biggest. That's a comma and a comma and a comma. Gotta get it. I've been playing with the minutes that they been shoulda gave. And I'm flipping every digit that they been shoulda paid. Had to find a way to get it. No, this isn't what you made. If I ever wanna dip, then I'm brink with the blade. And I'm brinking a blink on the brink of some dumb shit. Watch how I move, cause I know the brink's coming. Watch for the blues, cause I know that they dumping. Nothing in my view, so it's hush on discussion. Hush on discussions, you know what you need to. I keep it in the pan to let you know that I don't need you. Y'all cats be see-through, head not to piece. You been king, I'm regal, got it in my Abisu. Came through tripping Aquafina, I'm sipping 15, kept a weapon on me. Flow make digits, I'm on my business. Stack chicken like what it's gon' be. Crew in the cut, hey, you want us spread run when I tell a peace. Love is love. Love is love. Hold up with it, got my back on Pippin. I'm back in kitchens with the tray. Windows tinted like how black my skin is. Scoop the shorty in it from a J. Swish, she got vision just like any women giving me the kitten. Way before the riches, nothing more to mention. I could light a block up high the aura glisten. Foreign on my body, that's Agora linen. I came through tripping Aquafina, I'm sipping 15, kept a weapon on me. Flow make digits, I'm on my business. Stack chicken like what it's gon' be. Crew in the cut, hey, you want us spread run when I tell a peace. Love is love. Love is love. Adios. Love is love. Love is love. Adios. Love is love. Love is love. Adios.
I got money busting out the money clip. Make a call and hit another lick. Yeah. Turn a 10-piece to a 20 quick. I got money busting out the money clip. Make a call and hit another lick. Someone get the money counter, I can keep on thumbing it. Turn a 10-piece to a 20 quick. I got money busting out the money clip. Make a call and hit another lick. Someone get the money counter, I can keep on thumbing it. Okay, I'ma hit for 20 off a laptop. In a Zoom meeting, making money is my backdrop. Ballpoint base hit harder than a slap shot. Flew out my baby, told her rub me like I'm Epcot. Whoa, I've been doing road on the go. Get a bag and flip it, that's for sure. Yeah, for sure. That was never talking about nothing. Turn it down and go get you some money. Turn a 10-piece to a 20 quick. I got money busting out the money clip. Make a call and hit another lick. Someone get the money counter, I can keep on thumbing it. Turn a 10-piece to a 20 quick. I got money busting out the money clip. Make a call and hit another lick. Someone get the money counter, I can keep on thumbing it. Eyes on the money, my brothers got my back. Streets moving funny, so I been holding strap. Not playing defense, we been on the attack. Plotting and scheming, how we gon' get it back. Designer all on you, but you can't buy the swag. No Miris, those foo-foo, I can see the tag. You can bet if I spending this, cause I get it back. I'm 5G, your dollar, I can see the lag. All I ever wanted was to have it all. Got close, never froze, had to risk it all. As a little boy, I wish I was a little tall. Never made the league, I found other ways to let me ball. Turn a 10-piece to a 20 quick. I got money busting out the money clip. Make a call and hit another lick. Someone get the money counter, I can keep on thumbing it. Turn a 10-piece to a 20 quick. I got money busting out the money clip. Make a call and hit another lick. Someone get the money counter, I can keep on thumbing it. Tell them run it all. I wake up. Yeah. I wake up. Flex. Thumb down now. Check. No drip this. Wet. Tell them run it all. No sleep, no rest. Might crash, might wreck. But first I stretch. Tell them run it all. I wake up. Flex. Thumb down now. Check. No drip this. Wet. Tell them run it all. No sleep, no rest. Might crash, might wreck. But first
first dive. Tell them run it. 9 out of 10, rub through my hands, I'm by my lonely. Turn to a savage, now my baby wants to hold me. I love my fans, don't need no friends, I got my homies. Thought I could trust you, I find out you tried to zone me. I'm number one up on that court, I'm Nick McGrady. The first one in, the last one out, can't call me lazy. Put in my hours, send the invoice and they pay me. I need 6 rings like MJ and Tom Brady. I wake up, flex, thumb down, that check. No drip, this, tell them run it up. No sleep, no.
Welcome back, everybody, here to the Bit of Valor. We're now moving on. Everything's come to a conclusion. We are now sitting here at the grand finals. The grand shebang, the cream of the crop, the last thing we got to deal with before everybody goes to bed or at least eats dinner, whatever your situation may be, regardless of what coast you're on. We got ourselves a conclusion of the day. We got ourselves a conclusion of the night. We're going to have ourselves 2 of the best teams of the entirety of the tournament. 64 teams, only 2 remain here now.
Lionheart versus Vanguard Gaming. We'll have to see if this one can truly close out. We got to see a very fun map there on Haven for the son of Vanguard taking on Valkyries, where it was quite a close game. I think the score landing, 13-9 was the final score, but Valkyries finally had to meet their maker, so to say, and it turned out Vanguard was the team to do it. But we're not heading back to Haven. What's the name on the bottom of our screen here, Dallas?
Fine. It's a little better. It's a little better. It's not as bad. I mean, it's not a repeat, thankfully. But I mean, I can go ahead and read out the bands because we don't have a caster bias or anything. But I'll just go ahead and let the crowd kind of choose for who they want to root for. Lionheart banned Pearl. Lionheart banned Breeze. Lionheart also banned Fracture. Don't really need to say anything more.
Yeah.
I'm not going to. I think everything's already spelled out.
Yeah. No bias here. There's no bias here whatsoever. But
maybe some salt. But no bias.
Could have seen Pearl. Fun to see Pearl.
We don't like a team more. We don't like teams anymore. We just hate other teams more. That's what it comes down to.
We don't like him,
or we like teams less.
More the other. Yeah. It's just how it is. Just the way it works. Bind's very different, though, from the map of Haven. Haven, you have 3 objectives. Bind, only have 2. We'll still probably see the Rays come out. Still quite popular for the map. You have to get really quickly through these chokeholds, and those boost packs do a great job of doing so. Though you can use a jet and have those cloud bursts to cut down smokes, you do need a lot of smokes for this map to cut down those long sight lines. When you're trying to push over towards B long, you have a cubby position that's easily held by any sniper of choice, whether it's just an early round Marshal or it's the Tour de Force or the Operator. Whatever it is, you need to cut down that sight line. And you have to deny looks from either elbow or defender spawn through that back hall. B is a very hard side to take. That's why a lot of teams really do like the A side, but a lot of Bind comes down to peeking and poking one side and then teleporting to the other one. Get out of dodge. Go to the next side. Go to one that's safe.
Yeah, you talk about horses. This is a place where you can actually race around the map. Actually get a horse race going, just kind of TP, and just run laps around yourself. But it all comes down also to the compositions. We're going to see a little bit of the switch up today. We've been seeing so much Haven. You and I haven't really gotten the chance to see any diversity in terms of the agent selections too much. And finally, because of that alone, now being on a new map, we get to see the introduction of Sky once more, which was the initiator is really keeping my eyes on because I just love everything about her kit. I'm happy to see she's coming right back into the whole situation right here, right now. But even in the Viper is a controller as well, and Brimstone coming to life too. Those are 2 other agents that we haven't seen yet, at least for our time on the desk, and we're finally going to see their debut here.
So excited to see this one come out. It's going to be very interesting to see how much Fox can bring to the table here on this map. A lot of fades aren't heavily picked on this map, but they do still have a huge point of emphasis of success. The issue will be how much they can truly work together alongside Yardy with that paint shell and tether combo to keep, I guess, the attacking side, because they're starting off on defense first. Great sign to do so. Keep the attack at bay. We didn't find any great successes for it last game. I think the team that we saw the most success for that combo was actually Valkyrie. They had found 2 kills, one in round 1, and I think another one in round 8 when it came down to it. Beyond that point, they didn't really get to see that Wombo combo find much success, but we did get to see Vanguard kind of mope around the map a little bit more effectively. Creamy Duck was great transition over to the A long, which allowed for Fox and Yardy to try to split up just a little bit further to cover towards B and over towards C. Fox more specifically really did like to defend the A side, and we know that they like to work by themselves on that defense. So I expect them to kind of be that lone warrior up front, maybe putting pressure early in hookah for Fox, maybe applying pressure over towards B long. Whatever it does come down to, main points of emphasis are going to be how can Lionheart get past that really long angles that can be held. And even when they start to push through it, Sal is going to keep you at bay, and Johnny's going to go ahead and stim up the rest of the team so they can fight back even if they get put in a rough spot.
Yeah, I mean, this map, I always like to refer to the most as a Coliseum because of how much of a chokehold you have getting onto these sites. Once you get there, you have to make yourself at home extremely quickly because of how open and how contested it's always going to be. Because of these teleporters, because of the easy way of just go make your little transition over from the B side to A side, no matter what it is. The entire rotation process in the back of spawn on the likes of Bind is just a little bit hop and a skip. It's not too much to ask for. And more importantly, also for these chambers, it's the snap of a finger. You can literally get across the map and you can put one of those rendezvous on each site. So, I mean, that's a big factor, and it really makes this map feel even smaller than what you already thought. So this could be a big way to go ahead and open things up, and more importantly, to see who actually opens up and finds these initial picks, because we're seeing a little bit of the default, but more importantly, all the influences going right towards the B side.
It's all about being smart. It's all about playing calm and collected. There's the right time to go ahead and burst through those gates and apply pressure, but with the ability to escape so quickly through these TPs, as well as being able to use those boost packs and those stims from that brim to go as fast as possible, it's very hard to find success in the quick rush out. But I'll tell you what, they found it. Legend, the sky smoke goes down, but Yardy is still taken out before it can really obfuscate their viewpoint. And that octagon, the fighting ring, they're lying within that garden. It's the proving ground for Lionheart, as they've already got first blood, are looking to make it further, and they'll do just that with Knights.
Already a little bit of a follow-up. I mean, at this point, you're already up 2 kills. You make sure to get yourself the edge, and even then you can keep it on going. But Johnny's just really doesn't have the best time, so Knight's going to capitalize on top of that. We get a 2v5 now. And honestly, there's not really too much you can do, quite honestly. The rotation does come through, and Lionheart are actually making themselves at home on A after they got themselves a lot of control towards the B side. But it all comes down to the retake, whether or not anything can actually come out from Solely and Creamy Duck, because, I mean, they're ready for it. You see Creamy Duck taking the shot, 2 of them invested just for 1 player, but there's still damage to be done, and there's still Spike to be defused. But I don't know if that's going to be quite the case, considering that both of them fall almost instantaneously, getting Lionheart the first round.
I love the versatility of Lionheart. They're already showcasing here in round 1. Early pressure to be long. Don't necessarily like what they see. They got a quick transition over towards A. And that just proves they can be successful on both sides of the field. And they're not really hard stuck to one strategy over the other. They're willing to be versatile. They're willing to change things up as it goes. We highlighted Vanguard for that. They kind of had that tertiary plot. They have the initial play they want to do. This is their strategy. They want to stick to it. Once it either fails or there's one shortcoming over the other, they're able to adapt on the fly and pull out something else. There's something always in the back of their playbook they can adjust to. And right there, Lionheart showcased the same thing. This will be a great game. We're seeing the lineups here early for their Viper. The difference maker could be here for the side of Lionheart because they'll have the toxic screen, plus that poison cloud to cut down sight lands on A.
And Knight unscathed after that first initial combat. I mean, even then, you're expecting a little bit of shots to at least ring out, some damage to be done, some melting to occur on that armor, but absolutely nothing. So, great start, a great look so far, and maybe a little bit of capitalization. It just comes down to whether or not we can see that come and have a real impact here in the game, because that bubble will have itself a little bit of an impact, possibly free up some space to push onto that side as Creamy Duck and Solely are once more trying to hold on to this site. But honestly, I wouldn't blame it once more if they went for the rotation. Looking at the setup and looking at the default and the spread over towards the B site, looks like that could be where Lionheart's actually feeling themselves.
Hiding away. I mentioned Fox was going to do that before, but Fox is dead, and they were the player that initially swung out of Hookah. I kind of have to adjust on the fly. Legend's going to go ahead and find some early pressure to maybe clear out some space. That Marshall will instantly kill anyone on the Vanguard side with no armor. You already managed to clear out. Tasmanian Tiger sent the pink shells will be sent as well. That flushes out both players out of Hookah, but Ronnie's isn't out just yet completely because of that. Knight finds the kill. Legend joins him with the Ghost. You're already trying to step back over towards Octagon and fails. Creamy Duck survives with 12 HP, but we swung by Legend and he'll get the kill. And under the torso, it's good enough to get the job done. Sally will join them. Bit of a return by Vanguard, but unfortunately Creamy Duck falls to Tiger's hands there with the Phantom over towards Elbow. Just Sally left standing. No armor, 74 HP, and 3 players positioned fabulously on the side of the Lionheart. No way to escape out from that defender spawn, and Kess completes with a kill.
2 rounds already on the board, and even more importantly, 2 guns and rifles to work with for the side of Lionheart still to be playing with. So this is going to be interesting, because it's going to be a round where you're expecting sort of a switch up. You're expecting these players of Vanguard to really go ahead and have themselves a definitive advantage across the board, but that may not even be the case. Not even still has enough money for a buy. You can go for that as well. Legend has enough money for a gun. This could be a completely even round across the board, all things considered, even though we're usually used to a gun advantage actually coming out. And we're not going to see that actually go into effect. We're going to see that half armor still be into effect. These rifles still kind of lingering about, but even then, it finds itself a first blood.
That has been the go-to right now for Lionheart as well. I don't think we've seen a single first blood go in favor of Vanguard at all. First round, they lose an early kill on a Yardy. Second round, Fox overextends, and now you lose your chamber. This is not the right spot you want to be in if you're Vanguard. You've got to start to recover from this position, but Lionheart know exactly what they need to do. They don't need to overextend. There's no need to be too greedy. Knight didn't even really need to buy a weapon in this round. Just only a ghost in the pocket. That's what they can work with. They have a player over towards Shower. Their Viper can clear that quickly. They'll put the Toxic screen up, and they can swing out towards Sight. A player holding Drop of Heaven and a player in Heaven itself could be the main point of emphasis for Vanguard to try to survive this round, but that's kind of relying on a player actually swinging. Test doesn't need to do so. We'll wait for the team sending the Toxic screen up, and then you've got control over U-Haul. Don't need to deep dive U-Haul, just plant on side over towards Drop.
You need to keep in mind, too, there's a rifle dropped as well. So, I mean, off that chamber death, you also get up 2900. The player didn't have a gun, which we see being that chamber gets something to work with now, which is honestly just large and in charge. But that's going to be Yardy right now. Looking for a little bit of impact, able to go ahead and get something. Knight also coming with a little bit of finesse to pick up that Bulldog as well. Everybody now fully equipped, and Taiga knocking one more out of the hands of the opposition.
That's kind of what comes down to. You need to start to burn these weapons, at least the man count, a little bit further to try to bring the tidings in your favor. Lionheart do manage to keep things even. Taiga takes down one, but Sally immediately frags back. They don't find the corner player in time. Fox barely gets the reflick back to Legend. Knight will have to survive, but Sally finds the kill. Vanguard will seemingly survive this round, and they will get that defuse going. Plenty of time to do so. They'll even test that crouch key just to make sure it's working.
Plenty of power and plenty of time, but not plenty of heads remaining there at the end of the round. So, I mean, all things considered, I mean, you get yourself 4 players shut down. It's only Brimstone and Soli there on the rear end. So, that's kind of, I mean, sure, you get yourself around, but once again, it's one of those questions to say, well, at what cost? Because you've lost so much money, so many players are kind of down in the dumps that you're saying, all right, well, we found ourselves in the exchange. We go ahead and shut down the winning streak. That's great, but honestly, it's even worse for us because that losing streak was paying its own dividends, and we have to carry these guns over, and that's just not what's happening. Lionheart had 2 players that didn't start that round off with guns, but now they're starting off the round with first bloods here, just exchanging this over again and again, having this manpower off the get-go.
First bloods of hefty importance to the side of Lionheart. Statistically speaking, they've won more than they've lost when they get first blood. That's they'll get first blood again. They have not given it up at all so far. They'll get an early shot over towards Yardy, but Yardy gets the upper hand with the Marshal, tagging Legend in the process. A little bit slow and steady for Lionheart. They don't necessarily have a full expenditure over towards the B site, but Try gets the kill from Hookah. They take down Yardy. You have one player trapped on site, Fox in the opposing site inside Metal Tube, and that's where they'll stay sleeping as Legend cuts their head down. Great round so far for Lionheart. 2 players left for Vanguard, and, well, Sally and Creamy Duck, I don't know if this is the best chance possible for you. It is a full 2 versus 5, and Creamy Duck has a Headhunter and then a Bucky in the pocket.
And the retakes try to come out from spawn. I mean, you already saw a snake bite being thrown down. You saw the molly is a little bit of a follow-up. Both these players we have the luxury of knowing are trying to go for a retake through the CT area. When we hear that utility being thrown down, you say, well, just keep on spraying it out. Do what you got to do. Knight, take a couple warning shots if you got to, if you want to. Just take a little bit of spray, and there it is. One more. Another one bites the dust, and it could be a last one, but Soli's opting to just save here because, I mean, I can't blame you. It's a flawless round coming out from Lionheart, and maybe not, because it looks like Ty is trying to go and be the executioner here for the round, and that's exactly what happens.
There it is.
That's a flawless round on the board. All guns ripped out. Nobody's saving.
Yeah, I mean, you got to look one direction or the other, and it's not the wrong idea to necessarily look towards the A site if you're Vanguard, be left for the standing of Sally, but, I mean, come on. All of the players initially on B, you have to expect them to rotate quite quickly to even have that chance, and they didn't. Just a slight miscalculation, and they'll be able to find that kill to a quick flick. Almost got them the upper hand. Vanguard will go ahead and opt for their timeout here for this first half to talk things through. You know my opinion on timeouts, Dallas. I absolutely adore them. It is a use it or lose it situation, and there is absolutely no negative of stopping the momentum, stopping the climb of the opposing side, and talking things through about how you really want to go through with this round. And in a situation where they have the credits to buy, we could see 2 players have armor and rifles in their hands, and the rest should still have enough to do at least a little bit in the process. Creamy Duck maybe pick up an orb and maybe collect that one from Showers, and then have the Tour de Force up and running. They are well equipped for this next round. They just need to find a working strategy, and we know how deep and diverse their playbook can truly be.
Yeah, I'm definitely with you. I feel like they've had themselves a little bit of a slow start, a little bit of an unexpected start, and that could be the one thing that's really tripping them up.
They haven't found their footing yet. They're kind of on a little bit of a rocky area. They're trying to figure out what exactly is going wrong. And they're also doing it on a buy round, more importantly, which I like to say is one of the better things you can do. Figure it out when you actually have the resources to execute off that. And if things go south, say, well, that didn't work. We got a pistol round to work off of now, or a sheriff. I mean, it is what it is, but we still have another way to rebound. We take the adjustments, adjust the book once more, and say, if we get ourselves nearly what could be on the threshold of a thrifty, or a darn impressive round, we've honestly just kind of done the exact work that we need. But the guiding light to go up right through B long, not really going ahead and getting procced, but that's because it's a fake. There's a Trojan horse amongst us, and it seems like more of the influence of the spike is actually going towards the A side.
Notice what we're already seeing. Legends already prowl deep within showers. They can technically collect the ult orb themselves and have the tour de force up and running. They may go and hand it over to their rays instead.
Bring them down.
Need to do just that. Fox with an early prowl has a little bit of assistance. It's the right idea, but Vanguard are dumping a lot of utility for a bait and switch that Lionheart have been kind of playing with for this entire round so far. They're going to go ahead and walk through Spices. They'll let two players go through short. They already have two players deep within Shower. There already is a good lineup here for the paint shells, and it will absolutely devastate Legend for just a moment. They will escape the majority of that damage. The point comes through now from Creamy Duck. Orbital Strike will be popped as well. Legend may be unknown for their position. He swings the wrong way. Legend good for one. There's still a second player on the flank. Fox could have the angle. Legend must swing this one. Fox loses the fight, and Legend gets the upper hand. That's the tour force up and running. And now you have a man count evened out, but still, Lionheart are not done just yet. B-side was not
Lionheart is absolutely just disgusting. Adding insult to injury at every single angle. I mean, unexpected kills still coming out and resulting in man advantages just being exchanged once and once again. They have themselves ahead to work with. An extra one, more importantly, you can finally get yourself inside. The guiding light gives you the information. So, okay, well, this is exactly what we got to work with. Just have to watch these angles down. That's exactly what Legend is doing. Already winning 2 of these frags thus far. Looking to play it so instead, getting the old cabbages to come out and capitalize on a kill for another round. Lionheart get themselves 4.
Smoke goes down. What are you going to do? Get out of hookah. I can't defend my teammate on site. It's going to put Taiga in an entirely impossible position to fight the one-on-one. You do not want that when you have the man advantage. It's a great counterplay there by, in an attempt there by Johnny's, but it's not going to do enough. Sky Smokes go down, step out. Legend may overextend. They'll lose their life, but Taiga's good for the spray down. A phenomenal round coming out from Lionheart. Hero play by Legend in Showers. You did lose your teammate early. Unfortunate there that you lost Knight, but you're still a one-man army. That's what Chambers are truly capable of. 2 kills to finish things off. What a great way to start things off for Lionheart. 4-1 is our score, and a dominant force to be reckoned with has been the Lionheart side. Prowler sent here by Fox, cleared away, and they're going to try and retreat as fast as they can. They don't want to fight that when they know they have the number disadvantage, purely off the shots that were fired.
There it is once again. Knight just being the epitome of a duelist right now. I mean, also just being the epitome of their own name. Putting these players to bed. Just going ahead and shutting down rounds. Typing G in all chat right off the get-go saying this is where things end. It's right at the start. We found ourselves the first blood. We exchange it every single time. And sure, this is a save round, so it's not really the best result for Vanguard. Not really too much they can do, but they have a tour de force that they were working with as well. And that's kind of a big problem that we've seen now. And Ultimate being invested in the last one off that orbital strike. We see a tour de force being invested right here, but it's still not having the results just yet. You got 3 more players you got to cut down.
The strike is popped. Creamy Duck will manage to, by the skin of his teeth, find an angle to hide within metal crate. Sorry, wooden box. But doesn't seem to matter. Creamy Duck will try to still hold over towards U-Haul. Look how much utility is available for Lionheart to defend that post plant. Orbital strike, Molly immediately afterwards. They have a Viper for 2 different kinds of actual destructive utility. They have their Sky to keep people off with the Tasmanian Tiger or the Guiding Light just to keep them at bay. So much is there, not to even matter. Knight's wasting, I wouldn't say waste, he's utilizing the paint shells early, so even if it's not available for the post plan, they still can swing it, because Knight, like you said, has been putting them to sleep in the most disgusting manner possible. Surely, Lionheart have been a ferocious beast to face off against, and Vanguard need to find a way to kind of put them in a cage and keep them at bay.
You want to play? Let's
I mean, there's
play.
a lot still here to unfold, and more importantly, the tour de force on the side of Lionheart. So, I mean, they didn't have themselves a flawless round, but they could have a near flawless execution, but it's already put to sleep, as we see the Legend will fall almost instantaneously. But there's still an operator amongst us, so you give yourself that pressure. You get that intel, more importantly, that there's somebody towards B long with the operator. So you need to make sure to play safe around there. And possibly, quite honestly, you get the space, you have players pushed up,
you can hit that teleporter almost instantaneously, but you just need to make sure that you had that control site first, and that's exactly what Kess is looking for.
Back in Meadow Hall, just all about Vanguard trying to be able to post plant, try to come out quickly if the possibility is there, but all the pressure that's there for Lionheart on the A side isn't truly where they're pushing. It is a 2-2 split, seeming that they are the man down. They have finally acquiesced that first blood. Vanguard know that, so they're trying to play smart, trying to play slow. Casper and put up the toxic screen that will allow for their teammate to swing out from U-Haul, but because Kess loses their life forfeiting that frag, this may be a moment where Lionheart say, okay, we'll wait things out. We don't have the Viper. There's no way for us to really cut down Sightline's bar some smoke, so we try to wait things down at the current moment, but they'll smoke it for them, putting themselves up quite nicely, and they will get at least the plant down for this round, but it's a 5 versus 3 for post plant.
Even then, it's still post plant though. So, I mean, that's what it comes down to. You have a showstopper, you have a Nightfall kind of going ahead and putting the pressure onto you, but I mean, so long as you got this time, you can get yourself a single shot towards heaven. I mean, you're just playing out the clock right here, right now at that showstopper. I mean, just look, right down to the very last millisecond. Another one to come out in exchange at Vanguard. They are really investing into this round, and it could pay us dividends, but it's so much of a big investment so far. The Knight is still alive. Can only get one, though. It's 2 players remaining for Vanguard to get their second round here on the board, but good God, if there wasn't a lot invested in the meantime, that timer, while it's still 7 seconds, that's impressive for how many players were only available for that actual post-ban situation initially.
I mean, you're looking at a situation where Lionheart are without half their legs. They don't have as much mobility, they don't have as much potential. They still manage to squeak out a pretty good result and keep Vanguard at bay for quite a while. But at least they drop a couple weapons out of their hands as well, and that's an important factor considering just how much Vanguard has struggled to get some weapons into their hands and find success. No longer having to face against that loser's bonus and watch it add up slowly. They will be able to come out into this round, but at what cost? Johnny's is out of money. He does manage to get a Spectre and armor, but same cannot be said for their teammate. An operator forcing for the glass cannon, no armor to help them survive. Maybe defensively, Vanguard have something they want to key in on a creamy duck. There it is.
Down A.
Finally getting these first bloods as Vanguard, and sure, it's not the most consistent thing in the world, but still it's a little bit of a pace change. And that's kind of what they needed so far. Things have not been looking too good for them, and even then when they're missing shots like that and taking a lot of damage in the meantime, Creamy Duck sitting at only 20 and Legend to go ahead and close up the kill. You give yourself a post plant once more. Think about it. They had themselves a 3v5 earlier, and they almost closed things out, leaving 2 players behind. Able to go ahead and exchange 1 for 1. But now you're in a post-plant situation. You have an operator to work with as well, and not nearly as many ultimates really being shoved down your throat to take full control of the AoE this site. But there's the Rolling Thunder, as I mentioned, one. That's about all you got.
Setting themselves up nicely. A lot of utility being dumped. Tether pop for Knight. They'll be cut from the flank instead as Yardi puts themselves in a nice position. They'll try to pull out the shorty in the pocket. It will not matter. Yardi still finds Ledge in the process. Tiger's the only player left standing. They'll send the Tiger out, trying to keep Yardi off of it for just a moment. They are reloading. What's going on, Yardi? You didn't finish the job. Job's not done. Stay in the fight. Tiger wins it out. The round count climbs even further for Lionheart, and after such a hefty cost of that last round, I can only imagine Vanguard are struggling.
Getting themselves to that most important kind of checkpoint that you can find yourself in the first half. Looking at where are you sitting in terms of the next one, because you know it's inevitable no matter what. There's only 12 rounds inside of a half, so I mean, sure, you could go 12-0, but you still have to make sure to maintain one more on the other end. But Lionheart already getting themselves a very solid start. They've secured themselves 6. Worst case situation, they have things tied up by the end of this. But looking at momentum, looking at the buys inside of Vanguard right now, they're really, really lacking. They're kind of in a gun deficit, and they need to figure out how to get out of this drought almost instantaneously, because they are really running into it again and again.
And the eco looking like it's 2008 all over again. That's just been the problem for Vanguard so consistently, praying that something will try to give them some sort of breath of fresh air, but they lose, unfortunately, an even trade in the very beginning. They will acquiesce and be ducked for 1. That sets themselves up, but still going to find a little bit more success. Viper's pit is popped to the side of Lionheart now on site. The C objective, or sorry, B objective, no longer on Haven, thank God. This B objective is quite difficult to come back from, especially if you can't even see once you get onto site. Sit an elbow, sitting back calls. Defensively now for Lionheart as they flip this one back in return. They're looking good. They don't got to worry about overpressure and send out the Mollies, keep the defensive spawn at bay, and they'll do just that. Tiger good for 1 more, but Yardi snuck through this night, giving themselves 1 more. Kess will go ahead and put down the toxic fight, try to keep themselves alive. Orbital strike popped confirmed by Lionheart. There is still 1 in the pocket for Vanguard, but they're gonna have to use it quick if they even want to have a chance to do so. It will not matter now, dying out from the hands of Ty, and it's gonna be an easy round win for Lionheart, but they did drop 3 rifles in the process. No, make it all 5 to survive the fight.
I mean, honestly, you're not too worried about that. I mean, Lionheart, they have so much money in their back pockets. I mean, look at it. They're still going to have a buy for next, no matter what really happens here, even if the lead kind of exchanges over from one side to the other. It's the kind of situation they know the Vanguard's in. That's the most important thing to them. Are they going to keep on switching to these rounds? Are they going to keep them down and out of this game? Are they going to make sure that they're having to scrap things together and take sacrifices at every turn? Well, at least for this round and the last one, both back to back, the answer's yes. No armor to work with for Creamy Duck, who's the top fragger right now. I mean, you could say that once again, possibly an op crutch, but still getting results regardless. And that's what you need right now. I mean, it could be a move of desperation. No matter what it is, you need to make sure it has a turnover rate, and it almost does. But even then, one more player, only with half armor, and even then already a lot of damage done. Lionheart are making sure this round hurts no matter what.
Yeah, they're trying to pound the hurt down. You got to send it to the house. That's exactly what they're doing. Kestis be able to create some space, but Yardy's not dealt with sitting down below Heaven. That's 2 players off the board, and that's damage in return. That's a problem for Lionheart. They were trying to return fire back to Vanguard. It doesn't work. Ty just sees him once the smoke dissipates. Now he's in a bad spot. Same thing for Yardy. They're finally dealt with, and we're back into the even 3-on-3. Johnny's is up in Heaven. Tyga falls short because of that. No one now coming from the flank and defender spawn, but notice Fox is not yet TP'd to catch the flank. Ty has control over towards Heaven, and that's also Spike. They can rotate over towards B if they wanted to, but like I said before, Fox hasn't taken the TP, Dallas. This is a slow play for Lionheart. They want to make sure they're comfortable before they start to, I guess, commit to anything just yet.
30
Gonna
seconds
make
left.
sure every single box is checked off. Can't quite blame them. It's one of those situations where you're taking attendance, you're going ahead and closing out the kitchen. You need to make sure that every single thing is accounted for, that inventory's looking good, everything is where it needs to be for the next day, and more importantly, that it's ready for the next situation. And that's gonna be the post plant right here, right now. Whether these angles are gonna be open and available, whether you have the right utility really set up for where you need it to be. And honestly, Ty, I think, is already kind of stuffed out. You saw Creamy Duck take the ping and possibly call the shot there, and even then, just almost could be timing the world, but with that Molly going down, you're not worried about that at this point. Legend's already found 1 kill, is looking up towards Heaven. You've got them all to go ahead and buy so much time now that even if Fox hops on it this second, there is no time for this defuse. You're going to see this round once more going over to the edge of Lionheart, and they get themselves on to 8. We can see Ty almost get one more last kill, but that's not going to be the case. Instead, falls in the spot.
Vanguard once again so close to success. They had such a dominant force at the beginning. They got 2 kills off the back of Yardy, hiding in a very crushed position, and just couldn't close out. I mean, Tyga and Ty finding 2 very important kills to equalize things, and once they checked all those boxes, they checked their inventory like you said, Lionheart knew what they had, and the cards were on the table. They did not fold. They held on strong, a full house, so to say, despite only having 2 members left standing. Great round for them. The scoreline 8-2, and it really has been Lionheart's game. Even when they've been losing basically every player, if not every player in these rounds, Dallas, they're still able to buy every single time without fail, just because of how dominant they have been and the early lead they gained for themselves in terms of their economy.
Got your trail.
They've given themselves so much leeway in this entire game that, I mean, they can lose every single round past this point, at least for this half, obviously, and they'd still be sitting fine and dandy. I mean, that's kind of a lead that a lot of teams are begged for when it comes to the halftime. So we've seen 2-7-5 so far, and now for the 8-4 to be your best result for the side of Vanguard when they're still fighting, I mean, tooth and nail with nothing but these little scrappy weapons to get these rounds together when things just aren't looking good for them. They're still having to maintain so much and really clutch these things up, as they're already once again in a 2v4 situation against the likes of a showstopper. And I'm sure I wouldn't really blame anybody to be breaking that out so far, but I mean, look at it, man. They're just, Vanguard is not going for this. I mean, they're going to force it out. They're going to try it, and you get a tour de force on the field. But I mean, showstopper will not be invested.
I just imagine Lionheart are just ready to step out in every single position here towards the B side. They have not heard no bell, and they're looking to send it. That's been the way that they pushed out of Puka and over towards Octagon. It's worked for them. Jardy does a nice swing out, though. They find one. They lined up so easily. It's up to Kess to save the day, and they get a 4K because of it. Kess is a monster, saving Lionheart from a very humiliating round end if that had gone in favor of Vanguard after their dominant return. Wow, you come out full guns blazing. That's fisticuffs up and gunning.
You even heard me say it. I mean, just there in the background, look at this kind of play. I mean, you just can't line up like that. I mean, you're expecting a double swing, and that's why you have to go ahead and check every single corner, or even then, just account yourself for attendance more across the classroom. You don't see multiple students sitting in the same desk.
That's because everybody has to have the optimal spot to be sitting in, and you need to make sure to cover the side as much as possible. And when you go ahead and just really double yourself up, you're just setting yourself up for failure. But still, thankfully, Kess was there to save the day, and maybe then an initial kill can be coming out by Legend with an opener, shutting down an ultimate for an ultimate, but one is still standing.
You actually get away as well on top of that. What a great way to keep things going. Orbital strike is popped. Johnny is firing through a blind smoke to the sky smoke and still finds the head of Tide. Thankfully, Kess is still up and running. They're full now onto site, lingering over towards Elbow to try to retreat. Lionheart in my head is just the picture of Henry Cavill from Mission Impossible reloading his fists. That's what it seems like every single round, which is the coolest thing ever, by the way. I still love that scene. That's what Lionheart has been doing. And no, we ain't heard no belt. This is a new round. Reload him up and send him. And Kess has been the epitome of that every single time. Fox gets some early information. Legend has the watch, though, as Johnny extends towards the side. Fox gets the blind of those two players, but can't get the job done. It's only a Spectre. It's a bit of a sturdy showcase to go for it. Sal will go ahead and try to get some damage off over towards Legend. Custom to the prospect. It does not matter. He will not be undone. It's the Legend 47 right here. That's a 3K already.
Get a player already mollied up. Legend's gonna close that thing out with a 4K, no matter really what happened there. If Kess found one more kill, that's a Viper spit to work with in the round as well. I mean, it was just ultimates on ultimates to be stacking up against yourself, and this is the biggest point deficit we've seen since, what, the first round of today? I could be incorrect in that matter, but I know that the first round was already a little bit of a stomp. This is looking like the same exact result, just on the opposite side of the day. Here for Grand Finals, 10-2 is your half with Lionheart, not only taking the lead, but almost just stealing it and owning it.
I have to feel like Legends, like friend things with like the pound symbol and the numbers afterwards. It's gotta be 27, right? He used the Legend 27. There's no way you flank watch like that with an operator, or technically the Tour de Force. You get first pick over, shutting down the showstopper, which just gives you such a wide berth of success to start things off, which has been the go-to forte of Lionheart, First Bloods. Then you manage to find the flank watch for one more. You get a third, and then you try to get for a fourth, but it doesn't matter. That, like, you did everything. You carried the team in your back in that round, and that's what you want to see. So many times you see one player have to clutch up so many times. Lionheart has 30 of them, it feels like. They've got so much potential just being there at every moment, and it's kind of given them that reason why we're seeing them go 10-2. Problem is now they give up First Blood here, but Legend ain't done. That Headhunter will find Fox for a 2-tap and get the job done.
1 for 1. Headhunter still active. Swing possibly to come on a roundabout, but Yardy instead going ahead and taking a very large hit as Creamy Dick does find an exchange. So damage across the board, players across the entire map getting dinked up here and there, but more importantly for the side of Vanguard, they give themselves control of the site and they go for the post lane here on the A. They get success, they push into spawn. This is where things start to get interesting, because I'm sure on the rotation, you have one player on the flank and it gets sniffed out by that trademark. The rest of them, the very sticky situation, have to clear out literally everything just to get sight of that spot.
Frenzy's in hand. Taiga has the long play from the rear. So many times you see players just get totally caught unaware. No one's walking that flank. It becomes such a problem. It's not the case here. Knight sends a paint shell over through Metal Hall. Will unfortunately be the death of one, neutralizing the odds here for Lionheart. Frenzy in the hands for Taiga. Can't find the kill yet. Finally, last shot will deal with Johnny's. Knight's looking for the post plant. They're going to go ahead and protect the initial player that tagged it. Legend pops off for just a moment. They'll have to cover themselves once again. Knight with a swing around. How do you get away with that one? And now they're just going to zone out the player of Creamy Duck. He has to swing and go for the player defusing. Can't get it done. He gets the defuse too. Knight finds the clutch. What a great way for Lionheart to send it now to 11-round wins.
An outstanding effort by Lionheart. Almost just... I can't even come up with something. It's beautiful. Quite plain and simple, man. I talked about it. I said they didn't just get themselves the lead. They stole it, and they own it now. And they're showing that. They show they own the lead. That it is theirs. They have, just for the rest of time, continued from here on forever and ever. Amen. They found themselves a lead, and they're not going to let go of it. They go ahead and put almost the last nail in the coffin, securing this round, get themselves a 4 spot here for the second to follow up, and, I mean, they have themselves full armor. I mean, Vanguard is in a very sticky situation. You see them trying to force things out. They're getting desperate. They're trying to find guns. They're trying to find gunpowder, but they can match that. They don't have the help there to back it up, and that's the one thing that they never had enough of, because they are just eating these bullets.
Managing to find themselves so far ahead of Vanguard in this round is continuing the same exact motions. A near flawless result. Fox did manage to squeeze out one more kill for the side of Vanguard before they fall, but That's now match point series point for the grand final here. The pit of Valor. Here by GLG, thanks to Smooth Gaming for that prize pool. And it looks like Lionheart really want to make sure they take home that full 200, while Vanguard will unfortunately have to be forced to stick with just the 50. This has been such a fun night here so far, Dallas, but Lionheart say we've had enough of it, and they're trying to send it quickly.
I really can't blame them when you find yourself a lead like this, looking at 12-2, possibly 13-2 for the entirety of this grand finals. Lionheart showed that they deserve every single little last bit of it. I mean, you don't see results like this very much. I gotta say, I've been casting Pit of Valors for about what seems like almost a year now. But I mean, we see a little bit of a start here, what could be something, but a lot of damage done in the meantime. On this attacking side, you have no Sage, you have no Sky, you have no real answer. You just have bullets to eat, to take on again and again on such a constant basis. So much utility is being flooded up for a player who's inside of a teleporter that your objective's on the other side of the map, but you're not even worried about it because Knight is still alive, pushing up, taking control, showstopper in hand, looking to just end the entire game. Gets damage of one more. It is a 2v3 just to keep the game going.
It's round 3 of the second half. Like, what is going on? It's charged as fast as the resurrection was just 2 games ago. Lionheart with the man advantage. I was going to say, you look at the confidence they have. They bought out this round. They said, hey, we lost 2. Rifle. Don't give up. Don't let down. Lay down the hurt. Keep pounding the rock, so to say. And that's exactly what we've seen. They've broken through every single gap, Lionheart. 13-2. Only allowing Vanguard the breath for 2. And after that, it looked like they were having troubles breathing. The pressure, just too much to overcome. And Lionheart went straight for that throat. Oh my goodness, what a feisty map that was.
Damn. I mean, come on, man. Let's be real. I mean, all formalities out of the way. There is no respect on this field anymore. Quite plain and simple.
Yeah.
Lionheart just found the nearest track and they just threw it in. They just absolutely chunked it. I mean, you got to give props where it's due, man. You got to give the credit where it's due. And I mean, not only that, credit, I mean, you don't have to accumulate any because you just got yourself $200 provided by Community Gaming here for Lionheart. And they deserve every single last bit of it. Quite honestly, even then, I think honestly they could take the extra 50 because it seemed like they didn't really have much of an opponent coming into this. It just seemed like it was a one-man show, not much of a prize pool, just a prize to take. And they definitely took it. I mean, I mentioned it earlier right there at the end of the half. They seemed like they took it, they owned it, and it was theirs to keep. And quite honestly, that was one of the most dominant things I've ever seen in the grand finals out of an entire year at Cassidy's Pit of Valors. And the way they just executed it. It was on Bind, sure. This map is supposed to be a bloodbath, and there's supposed to be a lot of chaos, but because Lionheart was one that was serving it right off the get-go on that attacking side, putting it on the table, getting these post-plant situations again and again, every single player stepping up and looking like a huge threat. Legend being a big problem almost everywhere. Cass being almost like that real lurker you need to be as a controller, pushing up into spawns, getting lap arounds, just no matter what, almost playing somewhat of a duelist role, but just in different parts of the map to where you're just like, I don't know where to push, I don't know what I can do. Constantly keeping the likes of Vanguard just questioning what's going on.
How are you supposed to get your feet underneath you and have a sturdy, solid base to work from when you're constantly getting swept out from underneath you? It's like, you ever been to those wave pools, Dallas, at those water parks? And when you first get in, it's like all nice and easy, and then they just tune it up to 100, and next thing you know, you're flying around, not sure what to do because you're 6 years old at a park. Yeah, that's what it looked like. They start off solid. You get 1 or 2 rounds, 2-6, not the worst scoreline ever, and then everything just absolutely drowned you out. You had no feet to stand on. You're just left to wonder, what do we do from here? And the wondering's not there. We highlighted Vanguard's absolute depth in their strat book, but it fell short. It felt like they used the last of their strategy on the game there on Haven. It felt like they only had strategies for the map of Haven, and past that point, they just didn't have anything to work with. And that was the problem when it came down to it. Maybe just Bind wasn't their map. The problem is, we dogged on Lionheart for their map bans. They took out Pearl, Fracture, Breeze. We joked on them for that one. Maybe they should have gone to that map. Maybe Vanguard should have, tried to squeak those ones, anything, but Bind just was not it. We can tell Lionheart had won it from that point onwards. It wasn't the Asian selection, I think, that made them win the game. It wasn't just their brutalization that they went in the way they love to play it. I mean, they just were better on this map. This map was truly their proving ground.
It was brute force, quite honestly. I mean, even then, I mean, I talked about their other players already, Cass and Legend. I mean, you can't forget about Knight. shutting out rounds, putting the entire game to bed right off the get-go every single time. We talk about conversion rates of rounds of first bloods. Knight was the reason behind those. I don't really have the statistic at hand. I think honestly, maybe we could, if I have it right here, that, I mean, on the scoreboard, just absolutely, utterly disgusting. I can go ahead, Knight with 4 first bloods. That's really good. Creamy Duck had that same exact exchange, and that didn't really convert into rounds. That's a problem there, because it wasn't just Knight. Legend found 2 first bloods. Cass found 2 first bloods. I talked about it. As a controller, having any first bloods is quite odd. But we saw that even one of those came from aggression out of Creamy Duck, overstepping their boundaries and saying, thanks for the free gun now. Guess we'll work with what we can and we'll make this round as expensive as possible for you.
Yeah, you say Knight was just putting them to bed. It felt like we were in the end of the Nether because just how explosive their playstyle was. Put them to sleep, it blows up in their face. There's nowhere to work with. That was where Vanguard was getting kind of stifled, where they were like, all right, guys, we're in defender spawn. We're totally fine. And the Knight's like, hey, boys, time to swing out here. And it's just gone. I mean, that was the difference between them. We saw Showstopper attempt to get popped in the last round of that first half, and where does it get ended by? Easy shot by Legend, retreats away, and it's over. That's the problem. It just felt like everything that was getting brought out by Vanguard was just getting shut down instantly. And it doesn't just come down to like the base level and not being able to have that solid base, the sturdiness. Honestly, it just felt like they didn't have anything. No oomph behind their strategies. It felt like mentally they had lost in that first half, and that cannot be allowed, especially after you had really close games all before this one. You start to get a little bit behind. Don't let that play against you. You earned your right here to this finals. You earned your viability to play for that $200 prize pool and to at least guarantee a $50 prize pool. You earned it. Play like you did, and you just lost the mental battle, and that's where you kind of can't let yourself fall short.
Most definitely can't. But with all that being said and done, I mean, 13-2, Lionheart, congratulations to you. I mean, Vanguard, come back again next week. Do what you got to do, but you better pray that you don't run into these people again, because they are ready for it, and you better make sure if you do, you ban Bind before literally anything else. But regardless of that, I want to thank you all here for being here tonight. We saw that obviously we had ourselves a lot of teams to come through. I know that we saw the likes of Valkyrie for 4 rounds in a row. So if you're a Valkyrie fan, I'm sure you got your fair share for the night. And I want to thank you for sticking around as well. But with all that being said and done, we got ourselves a bed to get into as well, because I got to put myself tonight as well. Yeah. So with all that being said and done, thank you all for tuning in. We'll see you here next week. And even then, just stick around, stay safe, and be blessed. Catch you next week.
To the bank, like, laugh it to the bank, like, I got it in 10s, 20, 50, 100s, 10s, 20, 50, 100s, 10s, 20, 50, 100s, 10s, 20, 50, 100s. Laugh it to the bank, like, pedal to the floor, need no brake lights. In the dark, watch me make light. I'm a star, got no stage fright. Please don't get me mad, I'm a nice guy. My baby say I'm cute, yeah, I'm type 5.